Chapter 22:12. Multifaceted Game. The Apology from the Counselor. 2. Among the three individuals before him, two of them frowned slightly, seemingly displeased. They felt that Wang Ting had a huge temper. The one leading them was a seemingly genial young man who introduced himself, saying, "Counselor Wang Ting, my name is Song Quan. 1 a.m. also a counselor within the Academy Arbitration Association." Wang Ting, Counselor Song Quan, is neutral. He's not on the judge's side, Wu De said hurriedly using voice transmission. Counselor Song Quan. Wang Ting nodded at the other party. Since he was not affiliated with the judge, there was no need to direct his anger towards him. At this point, Wang Ting was gaining some understanding of the internal power struggles within the Academy Arbitration Association. Ernest was evidently on the judge's side, which was the most powerful faction within the Academy Arbitration Association of the 7th Stellar Academy. However, it was clear that they didn't particularly favor Wang Ting. The events of today led Wang Ting to consider many possibilities. Perhaps from the beginning, the 7th judge had wanted to suppress him by not allowing him to enter the core circle of the Arbitration Association so quickly. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. Wang Ting was not one to be easily suppressed. His decisive actions caught the judge off guard, making it impossible to prevent him from entering the core circle of the Academy Arbitration Association. One could only imagine the current frustration of the judge over this matter. Wang Ting couldn't help but think about this. Suddenly, he found it amusing. The idea of causing vexation to a judge gave him a peculiar sense of accomplishment. Counselor Wang Ting, the previous actions of Counselor Ernest were indeed inappropriate, but our Academy Arbitration Association is by no means as you imagine. Please do not misunderstand, Counselor Song Quan said, noticing the softened tone of Wang Ting. I also want to believe that the Academy Arbitration Association is just, but what one have witnessed today, even my personal experience, has left me somewhat disheartened. Wang Ting shook his head, expressing a sense of grievance and profound disappointment. Well, Counselor Song Quan was somewhat at a loss for words. After a brief pause, he looked behind him and said, Counselor Ernest, your handling of this matter was indeed not well considered. For the sake of the reputation of the Academy Arbitration Association, you should apologize to Counselor Wang Ting. Wang Ting was a bit surprised. Counselor Song Quan requested an apology from Ernest. This was intriguing. Apologize? Absolutely impossible. Ernest's expression turned grim. Counselor Song Quan, you've seen it. Counselor Ernest is simply trying to humiliate me, Wang Ting said. What do you think? Counselor Song Quan shook his head and looked at the other two counselors. Hong Lai and Antoine exchanged glances with each other. They were in a dilemma but ultimately chose to compromise. Ernest, apologize. Don't make things difficult for the judge, Hong Lai said using voice transmission. Apologize to a Cosmos stage martial warrior? Have you all gone mad? Ernest's face darkened. It's not that we've gone mad, but if this matter continues to escalate, it will inevitably involve the president. Wang Ting's status as a counselor was personally requested by the president. Consider how the judge will ultimately handle this, Antoine said. What? The president? Ernest's expression changed drastically, looking at Wang Ting with disbelief. Otherwise, how do you think he went from an associate council member to a counselor? Hong Lai sighed. Ernest's expression kept changing. He was undergoing intense inner struggles. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, Fine, one apologize. One won't make things difficult for the judge. At this point, the onlookers below were already having difficulty processing the situation. Those counselors actually made Counselor Ernest apologize to Wang Ting? Occam wore a shocked expression, feeling as if his heart had turned to ashes. If Counselor Ernest was forced to apologize, was there any hope left for him? How did this happen? Things shouldn't be like this. On what grounds did Wang Ting make a long-established, powerful counselor in the Academy Arbitration Association, apologize? Countless doubts surged in Occam's mind. Yuan Mu stared blankly at everything, his fists unconsciously clenched. Wang Ting had caught him completely off guard. Why could he consistently achieve what others couldn't? Wang Ting calmly watched Ernest, his eyes indifferent yet tinged with a hint of mockery. Seeing Wang Ting's expression, Ernest felt extreme humiliation. Fei maintained a stoic expression and took a deep breath. I apologize for the improper handling of the matter involving Occam earlier. It's entirely my fault and has nothing to do with the Arbitration Association. His voice wasn't low, ensuring that everyone in the vicinity could hear. It seemed like a genuinely sincere acknowledgement of his mistake. Gasp! A collective gasp swept through the crowd. Ernest had offered a genuine apology. A universe stage martial warrior apologizing to a cosmos stage martial warrior. A veteran counselor apologizing to a new counselor. It was beyond imagination. The gleam in Occam's eyes completely dimmed. With Counselor Ernest's apology, he was beyond salvation. Wrong. He was wrong. To make a veteran senator apologize, Wang Ting was someone he couldn't afford to provoke. Now he realized how absurd he had been, foolishly attempting to provoke someone he couldn't handle. It was a bitter pill to swallow. Yuan Mu's mind was in turmoil, unable to find calmness. Something seemed to be sprouting within him. So, this was true dominance. In the past, he had lived under the shadow of his brother's influence. All his semblance of dominance stemmed from his brother, not from himself. He couldn't be compared to Wang Ting. Wang Ting's eyes narrowed slightly, a sense of vigilance rising within. Ernest was no ordinary opponent. He could bend and yield, as evidenced by his public apology. Such adversaries were the most formidable. Unfortunately, he was unable to resolve this adversary currently. He understood very well that the animosity between him and Ernest had solidified today. Ernest wouldn't easily let him off, and he had no intention of letting it end either. Both were acutely aware of this. Counselor Wang Ting, Counselor Ernest has already apologized to you. What do you think? Counselor Song Quan inquired. What about this man? Wang Ting pointed at Occam. Occam attacked a counselor without cause, so naturally, his associate council member status should be revoked. Hong Lai interjected indifferently before Song Quan could speak. He was just an associate council member. Revoking him was not a problem. Even if he had become a counselor, in their eyes, he was still far inferior. They had held counselor positions for a long time, wielding indescribable influence within the Academy Arbitration Association. Newly appointed counselors were incomparable to them. Of course, Wang Ting was an exception. He was so special that the counselors had to treat him with caution. Otherwise, today's scene wouldn't have unfolded. Wang Ting looked at Ernest. Revoke it, Ernest said nonchalantly, no longer sparing a glance at Occam. Good. Wang Ting nodded and said, it would have been better if things had turned out this way earlier. Why escalate it to this extent? Occam wore an expression of despair. The position he had pursued for years was now irretrievably lost, and it seemed unlikely that he would ever have another chance to enter the Academy Arbitration Association. After having his associate council member status revoked, he would be completely estranged from the council. Many onlookers sighed in sympathy. Occam's fate was truly tragic. Offending Wang Ting had led to a fate worse than a beating, 1,000 times more miserable. Counselor Wang Ting, since the matter has been resolved, why not accompany us to handle the formalities for your counselor position? Counselor Song Quan gestured, suggesting they move on. Wang Ting had become a hot potato. To avoid further escalation, it was best to facilitate his smooth transition to a counselor. This way they could prevent drawing the attention of the president. Wang Ting nodded. At this stage, he wouldn't give up his counselor status. To counterbalance against Ernest, he needed to leverage this position. Song Quan breathed a sigh of relief. Subsequently, they led Wang Ting towards the interior of the Academy Arbitration Association. Ernest's gaze remained cold as he stared at Wang Ting's departing figure. It wasn't until Wang Ting had completely entered the council that Ernest's silhouette slowly faded away. Yuan Mu sighed and cast a glance at Occam. He instructed someone to help him with his injuries before turning away. He needed to return to his cultivation and catch up with Wang Ting. The onlookers gradually dispersed, but each person continued to discuss the incident with great interest. The events that had unfolded at the entrance of the Academy Arbitration Association today were destined to be remembered. No one had ever dared to be so audacious at the council's doorstep. Someone also recorded the recent happenings, turning them into a video and sharing it on the students' internal network, causing a significant stir. Chapter 22:13 Tong Yas Gift 1. The events at the entrance of the Academy Arbitration Association quickly spread throughout the 7th Stellar Academy. Wang Ting became a counselor? This was everyone's first reaction after hearing the news. Wang Ting had been an associate council member, and now, surprisingly, he became a counselor. It caught everyone off guard. Outsiders were unaware of what had happened, and why Wang Ting had suddenly become a counselor without even passing the counselor promotion assessment. However, they had to believe it as many saw on the internal network video that several counselors had acknowledged Wang Ting's counselor status. This was an undeniable fact. Counselor. When Feng Qinyan learned of this news, his expression changed drastically. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He had just prepared to seclude himself for cultivation when he heard this news, making it impossible for him to focus on seclusion. This person must be eliminated. Murderous intent surged in Feng Qinjian's eyes. Wang Ting had gradually reached a threatening position. If he was allowed to continue developing, even standing firm in the Academy Arbitration Association, Feng Qinyan would likely face difficulties. Knowing Wang Ting's vengeful nature, Feng Qinyan believed that, given Wang Ting's past actions, he wouldn't easily relent. "How are the preparations you made?" Ruan Banlian hurriedly approached, asking immediately upon meeting. "As long as he leaves the Stellar Academy, we can take action." Feng Qinyan glanced at her and said calmly. "Good." Ruan Banlian took a deep breath, calmed her emotions, and coldly stated, "Now that he has become a counselor, he will definitely leave the Stellar Academy for relevant tasks. This is an excellent opportunity. We can't let him continue to grow. Rest assured, this time he won't escape." Feng Qinyan spoke with confidence. Seeing his demeanor, Ruan Banlian was very curious about the methods he had employed. However, she didn't get an answer after asking him a few times. Hence, she decided not to press further this time. On the other side, Yu Qiqiao, Wu Yan, and others also received the news simultaneously, causing quite a stir. "Counselor! I didn't expect Wang Ting to become a counselor," Yu Qiqiao exclaimed. "How did he manage that?" Wu Yan's eyes flickered with disbelief. That guy had become a counselor. That was the counselor of the Academy Arbitration Association, a position that even Heaven Stage martial warriors might struggle to attain. It was unbelievable that Wang Ting, who was only at the Cosmos stage, became a counselor successfully. Yu Yunxian, Baichuan Lu, Lu Tian, and the others showed expressions of surprise as well. Despite acknowledging that Wang Ting was indeed more formidable than them, the speed at which he ascended to become a counselor was astonishing. In a blink of an eye, he became a counselor of the Academy Arbitration Association. They immediately felt the difference in status. "Ha ha ha, the boss is mighty, the boss is awesome." Wade, on the other hand, didn't dwell on the complexities. For him, the news of Wang Ting becoming a counselor was a huge cause for celebration. Becoming a counselor with the status of a new student was an unprecedented event. The only way to describe it was with one word: impressive. But this guy offended another counselor right after becoming one. Is that a good move? Yu Qiqiao remarked with a speechless expression. The others were also a bit speechless. Upon reflection, they realized that Wang Ting seemed to have offended a veteran advisor named Ernest right after becoming a counselor, and he did so quite thoroughly without leaving any room for reconciliation. His talent for stirring up mischief was truly unmatched. But it seems like that counselor Ernest didn't do anything to the boss in the end? Wade couldn't help muttering. Wang Ting may not seem to have suffered a loss this time, but the other party is a seasoned counselor with tremendous influence. If he wants to deal with Wang Ting, it's simple. Yu Qiqiao shook her head. That's true. I've heard of that counselor Ernest. Even my big brother has to be cautious around him, Wu Yen uttered with a slightly serious expression. Let's hope Wang Ting is truly confident in dealing with it, Yu Qiqiao sighed. They had no way of intervening in the matters of the Academy Arbitration Association. Wu Yen and the others shook their heads and didn't say much more. On the other side, inside an estate, Tong En and a breathtakingly beautiful woman sat together. Both of them had also acquired the news of Wang Ting turning into a counselor. Sister, see? I was right about him. This guy is not simple at all. Tong En's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Then, she gloated. A counselor. The stunning woman raised an eyebrow and nodded. Becoming an advisor in the Academy Arbitration Association right after reaching the Cosmos stage is indeed not simple. No wonder you've been praising him. The beautiful woman was none other than Tong En's sister, the beauty listed on the universe goddess rank, Tong Ye. If one observed their features closely, there were similarities between them. It could be uttered that Tong En's cute appearance was a slightly misshapen creation by the creator. And he dared to offend Ernest the moment he entered the Academy Arbitration Association. It really surprised me, Tong Ye commented as she watched the video circulating on the internal network. He's bold and fearless. Ernest thought he had him figured out, but he didn't expect to encounter a tough and unyielding opponent who's as hard as a rock. Tong En laughed. Hard as a rock, your metaphors are quite crude, Tong Ye uttered with a bit of exasperation. He's just that kind of person, Tong En grinned. But he's not bad to his friends. Chapter 22:14 Tong Ya's Gift. 2. Tong Ye nodded. She gave her a meaningful look and said, It seems like you have a high opinion of him. Sister, do you think Wang Ting's alchemy skills can be of help to you? Tong En leaned in, linking arms with Tong Ye, and asked with a mischievous smile. Oh? You want him to help me? Tong Ye raised an eyebrow in surprise. Yes, his alchemy skills are quite extraordinary. The appearance of the Azure Dragon last time seemed to be related to him. Someone who can refine such high-level pills should be capable of assisting you, Tong En said. I see. Tong Ye nodded and said, but the materials for that kind of elixir are hard to find. Even if you manage to find one of the main ingredients on the Scorpion King star, there's still another scarce main ingredient missing, and I'm still searching for it. She sighed as she spoke. What should we do? What other material is still missing? Tong En asked anxiously. I can suppress the poison in my body for some time. You don't have to worry too much. Tong Ye smiled. What ingredient do we need? Sister, tell me quickly. Are you trying to drive me crazy? Tong En asked agitatedly. You're still so impatient. Tong Ye chuckled and patted his head affectionately. The missing material is called Cloud Immortal Milk. Cloud Immortal Milk. Tong En furrowed his brows. I've never heard of such a material. It's normal that you haven't heard of it. Generally, only universe stage martial warriors and above would come into contact with it, Tong Ye explained. Her tone turned stern as she continued, Don't go looking for it. It's extremely rare, and its grade is quite high. It has a fatal attraction to ultimate stage Imperial-level star beasts and above. Therefore, such treasures are always guarded by powerful star beasts. It's not something you, a heaven stage martial warrior, can obtain. Ultimate stage Imperial level and above star beasts. Tong En was flabbergasted. She stuck out her tongue, exclaiming, "Looks like only you, sis, can handle this. I can't." He was quite self-aware. If Cloud Immortal Milk was guarded by star beasts of the ultimate stage Imperial level and above, it was definitely beyond her reach. While she wanted to help her sister, she knew her limitations. If she recklessly tried to find Cloud Immortal Milk, she might end up needing her sister to rescue her. That would be awkward. As long as you understand, Tong Yi said. Should one drop a hint to Wang Ting and see what he says? Tong En suggested, clearly not giving up on the idea of seeking Wang Ting's help. Let's do this. With his recent appointment as a counselor, you can send a gift in my name, Tong Yi proposed. She thought for a moment and waved her hand, conjuring a delicate jade box onto the table. In your name? Tong En exclaimed in surprise. She hadn't expected his sister to take the initiative to send a gift. It seemed that even her sister was approaching Wang Ting with caution after he became a counselor. Opening the jade box, Tong En found an ancient-looking scroll inside. What is this? Tong En looked at the scroll in the jade box and asked curiously. This is an alchemical manual I happened to obtain, written by a semi-alchemy saint. Originally, I planned to use it to impress alchemists when seeking their assistance. But now that you've found an excellent alchemist for me, I'll give this manual to him, Tong Yi explained with a smile. A semi-alchemy saint's alchemical manual? Tong En exclaimed in astonishment. Sis, you're generous. This item isn't of much use to us. Its true potential can only be realized in the hands of a grandmaster alchemist, Tong Yi said nonchalantly. Don't say that. If you auctioned it off, many grandmaster alchemists would be eager to obtain it. They'd be more than willing to help you with making pills. It's a real bargain for Wang Ting, Tong En remarked. How can other alchemists compare to Grandmaster Wang Ting? He's so young and exceptionally talented in martial arts. Giving away a somewhat unimportant alchemical manual to gain his friendship and take advantage of the situation is a win for us, Tong Yi said with a wise twinkle in her eyes, chuckling. Sis, you're quite cunning, Tong En said, staring at her in disbelief before finally responding. She thought she was clever, but compared to her sister, she felt like a fool. No wonder her sister made it onto the universe goddess rank. Did you just call your sister cunning? Tong Yi poked her cheek with an annoyed expression, rolling her eyes. Ha ha! Tong En chuckled, not caring at all. She didn't call her sister scheming. It was just a playful comment among sisters. Go on then, Tong Yi said, shaking her head with a smile. All right, I'm off, Tong En nodded, picking up the jade box from the table and happily bouncing away. Tong En wasn't the only one who took action after seeing the news. Even Ji Feiyun, Wu Ta, and the others began to prepare gifts to congratulate Wang Ting, just like Tong Yi did. Becoming a counselor elevated Wang Ting's status to a level equal to theirs. If before they were only interested in Wang Ting's potential, now they had to treat him on an equal footing due to his official position. In a way, they were delighted that Wang Ting had become a counselor, as it affirmed the wisdom of their decision to invest in him from the beginning. Wang Ting has become a counselor. The warriors of the Solar Dragon race also gathered together. Upon seeing the news, Zhulong Shan was filled with astonishment, followed by envy and jealousy. It seems one need to send him a gift too, Zhulong Shuang chuckled. She stretched her large, beautiful body and yawned lazily. Do we really have to do that? We are from the Solar Dragon race. Zhulong Hao frowned. Whether one send a gift or not is my business, and it has nothing to do with you guys, Zhulong Shuang casually remarked. You are still part of the Solar Dragon race too. Zhulong Hao and the others were speechless. Is it shameful to give a gift to a counselor? Zhulong Shuang asked. He's just a Cosmo Stage martial warrior, and he offended Counselor Ernest. Don't forget, Counselor Ernest is on the judge's side, Zhulong Hao said. So what? Zhulong Shuang remained unmoved and continued walking out of the estate. Ridiculous. Zhulong Hao was furious. This woman never gave him face during internal meetings. Externally, Zhulong Shuang would stand with them because they were all from the solar dragon race. However, Zhulong Shuang and Zhulong Hao were on different sides. They had their own factions in their race, so they never agreed with each other. Zhulong Shan's gaze flickered. His elder brother, Zhulong Yi, was on the judge's side, but Zhulong Shuang insisted on siding with Wang Ting. A bunch of idiots. Zhulong Shuang walked out of the gate, shook her head, and cursed disdainfully. A few martial warriors from the solar dragon race walked out with her. Upon hearing her curse, they couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. Sister Shuang, do we have to give a gift to that Wang Ting? A heaven stage martial warrior from the solar dragon race asked. Why, do you disagree too? Zhulong Shuang said. It's not that we disagree. It's just that we're a bit confused. Wang Ting's foundation is not stable, and rushing to establish a relationship with him might not be wise, the solar dragon race martial warrior said. I see potential in him, that's all. Zhulong Shuang glanced at him and said indifferently. The solar dragon race martial warriors were stunned. They didn't expect Zhulong Shuang to give such a whimsical answer, leaving them unsure of how to respond. Use your brains to think. If we wait for him to establish a firm foothold before trying to establish a relationship, will it be the same as it is now? Zhulong Shuang sneered. The solar dragon race martial warriors looked at each other. They naturally understood this principle, but the risk seemed somewhat significant, leading to their hesitation. Risks always come proportionate to rewards. If I bet right this time, I will gain substantial rewards. Zhulong Shuang's eyes gleamed as she spoke. Since Sister Shuang is willing to take the gamble, then we naturally follow suit and take the risk. The martial warriors from the solar dragon race exchanged glances and immediately expressed their stance. Very well. Zhulong Shuang patted the shoulder of the solar dragon race martial warrior who had spoken earlier and smiled. Chapter 22:15. The Battle of Talents, Who Will Rise? 1. Academy Arbitration Association. Counselor Song Quan handed a badge to Wang Ting with a smile and said, Counselor Wang Ting, from now on, we are colleagues. Let's chat more when we have time. Wang Ting took the badge, examined it, and noticed the unique emblem of the Arbitration Association along with a star, symbolizing his new status as a counselor. If there were no stars, it would mean being an ordinary member. Thank you, Counselor Song Quan. Wang Ting greeted the young man before him with a fist and a smile. No need to be so polite. Song Quan shook his head and explained, every new counselor is assigned a specific jurisdiction to oversee all young warriors in that area. Your jurisdiction is here. He opened a star map and pointed to a particular location. Where is this? Wang Ting asked, puzzled. From the star map, it seemed quite remote. It was unfamiliar to him compared to the star territories he knew. The Phantom Drift Territorial Domain. Before Song Quan could respond, Round Ball's grim voice suddenly echoed in Wang Ting's mind. The Phantom Drift Territorial Domain? Wang Ting's eyes showed a hint of surprise. He sensed something amiss in Round Ball's voice and asked, What's special about the Phantom Drift Territorial Domain? Counselor Wang Ting. Song Quan glanced around and spoke in a low voice. This place is the Phantom Drift Territorial Domain. You should have heard of it. It is the most chaotic among all 0136 human territorial domains. The most chaotic territorial domain. Wang Ting's mind stirred, looking at Song Quan with a hint of understanding, as if he had already figured out something. Wang Ting, he's right. The Phantom Drift Territorial Domain is known as the most chaotic territory. It's teeming with all sorts of characters, warriors refusing to be disciplined and unwilling to join the stellar academies. It's like a hot potato. Someone must have intentionally assigned you to supervise this area, said Round Ball. Interesting. Wang Ting's eyes gleamed, and he suddenly burst into laughter. Wang Ting, this place is not an ordinary territory. Be careful, Song Quan, seeing Wang Ting laugh, shook his head and reminded him. Thank you for the warning, Counselor Song Quan. Wang Ting expressed his gratitude. Don't mention it. We can't change the decision of the supervisory area. We're truly sorry, Song Quan apologized. I know it's not your fault, Wang Ting said with a faint smile. He wouldn't vent his anger on him. Seeing his understanding, Song Quan also breathed a sigh of relief. Counselor Song Quan, which part of the Phantom Drift territorial domain am one supervising? It can't be the entire region, right? Wang Ting asked with a smile. Counselor Song Quan was momentarily stunned, finding Wang Ting's thoughts a bit amusing. Even for seasoned counselors, it was rare to independently supervise an entire territory, let alone a newly appointed counselor without any foundation or support. You dare to dream, Wang Ting. Round Ball shook its head, feeling a bit speechless. Ha ha ha, one was just talking nonsense. Who knew you would take it seriously? Wang Ting laughed. The area you'll be supervising is called the 5 Burial Stars in the Phantom Drift territorial domain, Song Quan said with a touch of exasperation. 5 Burial Stars. Wang Ting nodded. You can look up information about the 5 Burial Stars when you go back. Song Quan sighed and looked at Wang Ting with sympathy. All right, one understand. Wang Ting seemed to read something from his expression but didn't inquire further, simply nodding. Well then, Counselor Wang Ting, please head to the 5 Burial Stars in the Phantom Drift territorial domain within half a month. Remember not to delay, or the consequences will be severe, Song Quan reminded and then said, I'll take my leave. As he spoke, his figure slowly disappeared in front of Wang Ting. Counselor Hong Lai and Antoine had already left, seemingly uninterested in any association with Wang Ting. Wang Ting walked out of the office. Counselor Wu Do was waiting outside. Seeing Wang Ting come out, he asked, How is it? Did you confirm the supervisory area? Yes. Wang Ting nodded. Phantom Drift territorial domain, 5 Burial Stars. Counselor Wu De looked at Wang Ting with a strange expression, seemingly mixed with astonishment, sympathy, and a hint of anger, a complex set of emotions. After remaining silent for a while, he sighed and said, These people seem determined to push you onto a dead-end road. Is the 5 Burial Stars that terrifying? Wang Ting asked curiously. So far, 5 counselors who went to the 5 Burial Stars have died. Counselor Wu De stated. 5 dead? Wang Ting's eyes widened and he couldn't help but exclaim, Damn! He finally understood why Counselor Song Quan was reluctant to elaborate further. Clearly, the 5 Burial Stars was no ordinary place, and might be even more terrifying than he had imagined. In a chaotic region like the Phantom Drift, having 5 counselors die implied a place of extreme danger. The 5 Burial Stars was scarier than he initially thought. In addition, many other counselors who went there returned empty-handed or, worse, were crippled, Counselor Wu De added, causing Wang Ting's heart to sink further. Why is it like this? Wang Ting furrowed his brows and asked. The situation on the 5 Burial Stars is quite complex. I can't explain it in a few words. One suggests you go back and investigate for yourself. Also, if possible, it's better to decline. I don't recommend you go there. If you must, make sure to bring a few bodyguards. Going alone, especially as a Cosmo Stage martial warrior, your strength is still somewhat lacking, Counselor Wu De advised after pondering for a moment. Chapter 22:16 The Battle of Talents, Who Will Rise? 2. Wang Ting, seeing his attitude, no longer pressed for more information. After exchanging a few words, they bid farewell and went their separate ways. Wang Ting harbored no ill feelings toward Counselor Wu De. The counselor had assisted him several times. As for his not intervening in the matters of the Qinyan society, Wang Ting had no reason to hold any grudges. As the saying goes, helping is a matter of kindness, and not helping is a matter of duty. Leaving the Academy Arbitration Association, Wang Ting retrieved his Devil Slayer spacecraft and flew towards his estate. Suddenly, Ernest, Hong Lai, and Antoine appeared in the sky, watching Wang Ting's departing spaceship. "This time, let's see if he can come back alive," Ernest said with a sinister tone. "Ernest, you've embarrassed yourself this time. If we come out a bit later, it wouldn't end well for you," Hong Lai remarked. "Humph. Why didn't you tell me earlier that the president was backing him?" Ernest said. "We thought you already knew," Antoine replied innocently. Ernest glanced at the two and said, "Since he's backed by the president, by sending him to the 5 Burial Star, will it cause trouble with the judge? Not likely. The president and the judge have already negotiated. Once Wang Ting enters the Academy Arbitration Association, he must abide by the rules of the Arbitration Association," Antoine explained. "The president probably wants to give him some experience." "He really values this kid," Hong Lai remarked. "His talent is too extraordinary. He's not even on the same level as Yuan Mu, and the difference between them is enormous," Ernest frowned. "Yuan Mu possesses the divine constellation physique, and yet he still can't match him. It's truly unbelievable," Hong Lai said with a serious expression. "That's right. That's why we can't let him grow." Antoine agreed. "Humph, if only he could behave a bit, but he insists on being at odds with us." Antoine shook his head, chuckled, and said, "Well, every genius is proud. Stand out in the forest, and the wind will inevitably break it." Hong Lai sneered. "Let's be that gust of wind." The three of them slowly disappeared from the spot. Their words were unheard by outsiders, as if there was a field around them that isolated all sound. Undercurrents surged. The stellar academies had never been calm. In the contest of the most exceptional talents, who would prevail? Everything would be revealed in due time. Wang Ting returned to his estate and secluded himself in the cultivation room. "Round Ball, have you found out what's going on with the 5 Burial Stars?" Wang Ting sat down and asked directly. Round Ball's figure emerged nearby, wearing a serious expression. Then, with a wave of its hand, it summoned a star map. In the star map, there was a completely unfamiliar planetary sector. Prominent in the scene were 5 enormous planets floating in the cosmic expanse. Surrounding the 5 planets was an odd kind of cosmic dust, forming a massive ring. "These are the 5 Burial Stars." Round Ball pointed at the 5 planet. "The 5 Burial Stars isn't just one planet. It's the 5 planets." "Are all 5 of these planets inhabited?" Wang Ting asked in surprise. "Yes, they're all life planets. The environment on these 5 planets is harsh, but they harbor many powerful beings, and their influence is extremely vast. Outsiders can't interfere, which is why the members of the Academy Arbitration Association can't establish a foothold there," Round Ball explained. "The counselors of the Academy Arbitration Association are at least at the heaven stage or even the universe stage. Could it be that there are powerful older generation experts on the 5 Burial Stars?" Wang Ting frowned. "Aren't they afraid of the Academy Arbitration Association? Mind you, the Stellar Arbitration Council is behind the Academy Arbitration Association." "No, everything is within the rules, and that's what makes it so tricky," Round Ball said. "The 5 Burial Stars send out young warriors to deal with the members of the Academy Arbitration Association. These warriors are talented and powerful, matching or even surpassing the members of the Academy Arbitration Association. The younger generations of the 5 Burial Planet are so powerful." Wang Ting was surprised. The counselors of the Academy Arbitration Association were all talented martial warriors from the stellar academies. Their talent and ability were top-notch. It was unbelievable that they would be defeated one after another by the warriors from the 5 Burial Stars. This didn't make sense. This is true. The warriors from the 5 Burial Stars are incredibly powerful, Round Ball said with a bitter smile. "Why doesn't the Academy Arbitration Association send even more talented individuals? One finds it hard to believe that they can't find such geniuses." Wang Ting questioned. It's probably because the 5 burial stars is too remote and the environment is too harsh. Those geniuses are unwilling to go there, Round Ball explained with a hint of helplessness. It's like a tough piece of meat, there's not much flesh and eating it is tasteless, but discarding it is a pity. Wang Ting began to understand. He had been handed the toughest piece of meat. Others didn't want to gnaw on it, but he had no choice. If he was careless, he might choke on it unintentionally. These people were shameless. Unable to prevent him from entering the Academy Arbitration Association, they used this method to make him suffer defeat on the 5 burial stars. If one go to the 5 burial stars, will they send Heaven Stage or Universe Stage martial warriors? Wang Ting pondered and asked. They probably won't, Round Ball replied. They wouldn't dare to violate the rules to maintain this balance. If they didn't follow the rules, the Academy Arbitration Association could have sent powerful individuals to suppress them. It's a matter of the face of the Academy Arbitration Association. However, the situation behind the scenes is hard to discern. After all, such things cannot be investigated, Round Ball stated. Wang Ting nodded thoughtfully and said, Tell me about the distribution of power on the 5 burial stars so that one can be prepared. Are you going? Round Ball asked. Of course, Wang Ting replied with a faint smile. They want me dead on the 5 burial stars, but I'm going to subdue it just to show them. In the future, the 5 burial stars will be my territory. Didn't you say the martial warriors there are powerful and formidable? If one can bring them under my control, wouldn't that be even more advantageous for me? Those veteran senators have their own forces that have developed over many years. One want to catch up as quickly as possible. Such a place undoubtedly suits me better. Round Ball looked at him confidently and couldn't help but feel speechless. She said, You don't even know if you can protect yourself, and now you want to subdue the 5 burial stars. Aren't you thinking too much? Ha ha ha, it's precisely because it's difficult that it's more challenging, and I like that, Wang Ting said. Just wait and see. If I don't subdue the 5 burial stars, then my name isn't Wang Ting. All right, as long as you're confident, Round Ball said. Do you want to find a few more powerful warriors to accompany you and ensure your safety? I think that would be a good idea, Wang Ting pondered. Round Ball, *_Wang Ting, equals you, smiley face. Round Ball had just finished explaining the power distribution of the 5 burial stars to Wang Ting when someone approached. Tong-en, why is she here? Wang Ting asked in surprise when he saw the person on the screen. She's probably here to congratulate you, Round Ball replied with a smile. Let her in, Wang Ting instructed. Then he added, Well, I'll go and meet her myself. Tong-en was his senior sister. He mustn't treat her impolitely. After reaching the entrance, Wang Ting opened the main gate and welcomed Tong-en into the living room. He then spoke, Senior sister, why do you have the time to visit me today? Here. Tong-en got straight to the point, presenting a jade box. I've brought a gift to congratulate you. My sister heard that you became a counselor, so she specially asked me to bring this gift to celebrate your achievement. Your sister? Wang Ting was surprised. He knew that Tong-en's sister was a notable figure on the Universe Goddess ranking with considerable fame. It was unexpected that she would pay attention to a freshman like him. Yeah, what do you think? My sister is keeping an eye on you. Are you secretly happy about it? Tong-en teased him, raising her eyebrows. Well, I'm used to being observed. After all, I'm so handsome and talented, Wang Ting said nonchalantly. Tisk! Tong-en rolled her eyes. This guy had thick skin. Chapter 22:17. Duel between two women. While Wang Ting and Tong-en were in the midst of their conversation, a notification rang through the estate, indicating that someone else had arrived. Zhulong Shuang. Surprisingly, the person who came to find him was Zhulong Shuang. Wang Ting was surprised. He didn't expect Zhulong Shuang to come. "What is it?" Tong'an couldn't help but ask when she saw his strange expression. "The solar dragon race," Wang Ting replied. "Why is the solar dragon race here?" Tong'an asked in surprise. "Same reason as you," Wang Ting stood up, saying, "I'll go out to greet her." After some time, Wang Ting brought Zhulong Shuang in. Seeing Tong'an in the room, Zhulong Shuang couldn't help but show a hint of surprise and said, "It seems someone is faster than me." "Please have a seat," Wang Ting said after inviting her to sit down. Then he asked, "What brings you here? Anything you need from me?" "I'm here to congratulate you on becoming a counselor," Zhulong Shuang casually remarked. "You're really astonishing. It's been just a short while and you're already a counselor. Even I have to rush over to flatter you." Wang Ting was speechless. Zhulong Shuang took out a space ring and placed it on the table. "This is the solar dragon stone unique to our solar dragon race. It is an excellent material for refining fire element weapons, and it's hard for outsiders to obtain. I brought some specially for you." "Solar dragon stone," Round Ball exclaimed in surprise. "What's the matter? Is the solar dragon stone rare?" Wang Ting asked in his heart. "It is rumored that on the planet where the solar dragon race resides, there are extensive solar dragon stone mines. The formation of these solar dragon stone mines is extremely unique, requiring a large amount of solar dragon flame from the Earth's veins. Only after millions of years of evolution can they possibly condense into form," Round Ball explained. "Once formed, solar dragon stones become an excellent material for forging weapons. It can be used to craft weapons of the heaven stage and above. If there is enough, it can even be used to create a very special spacecraft. This kind of spacecraft is enveloped in flames, not only possessing incredible attacking power but also terrifying defensive capabilities." Are you talking about the fusion fire spacecraft?" Wang Ting asked in surprise. He had heard of this type of spacecraft, which was available for sale in the virtual universe. However, its exorbitant price was jaw-dropping, with the cost being at least 10 times that of ordinary spacecraft of the same level. Of course, this type of spacecraft was extremely rare and highly sought after by many nobles or the offspring of major powers as a luxurious collectible. What is rare is dear. The fusion fire spaceship was such a luxury item. Nobles like Di Qi, who enjoyed collecting spacecraft, would likely go bankrupt if they saw one. "Yes, it's the fusion fire spacecraft," Round Ball nodded. "To construct a spacecraft, the required materials are at least in the millions of tons, and Zhulong Shuang can't possibly provide me with so many solar dragon stones," Wang Ting said. "That's true," Round Ball said regretfully. "Solar dragon stones." Tong'an was surprised too. She had heard of the reputation of solar dragon stone, and the other party's generosity was remarkable. Phew! Suddenly, Tong'an felt somewhat fortunate. The gift her sister had asked her to bring was not inferior in the slightest, and she even believed that Wang Ting would prefer it. Zhulong Shuang glanced at Tong'an triumphantly and smiled at Wang Ting. "Aren't you going to open it? It's embarrassing." "You're all too polite," Wang Ting said, but he had already picked up the space ring and explored it with his spiritual power. "Zhulong Shuang." Tong'an. Suddenly, a pile of peculiar dark red stones appeared in Wang Ting's field of vision. He could sense that these stones were intricately engraved with mysterious patterns, resembling tiny dragons or, more accurately, solar dragons. Yes, they were solar dragon stones. At the same time, a searing heat emanated from the stones. Even within the space ring, Wang Ting could vividly feel it. "Is this the solar dragon stone?" Wang Ting marveled. Wang Ting, how much is there?" Round Ball asked eagerly. As a blacksmith, it naturally paid close attention to such special materials. If there were enough materials, he might be able to use them to upgrade the Flaming River spacecraft. "It looks like there's probably tens of thousands of tons," Wang Ting said in astonishment. Wow, there are tens of thousands of tons. That's great, enough for me to upgrade the Flaming River spacecraft, Round Ball exclaimed with joy. Senior Zhulong Shuang, you're too generous. You even gave me tens of thousands of tons of solar dragon stones, Wang Ting said to Zhulong Shuang. It's nothing. These solar dragon stones are only of 100,000-year quality, at most suitable for refining Heaven Stage weapons. I suppose that Heaven Stage weapons might not catch your eye, so I had to prepare a little more. They can be used for spacecraft upgrades, Zhulong Shuang said with a smile. Thank you, Wang Ting said. As long as you like it. Zhulong Shuang heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. Gift-giving was an art, and if the gift didn't touch the recipient's heart, it might as well not have been given. Wang Ting, aren't you going to see the gift my sister gave you? Tong'an said with a faint smile. Your sister? Zhulong Shuang couldn't help but look at Tong'an in surprise. This little girl looked somewhat familiar, but she couldn't recall where she had seen her. My sister's name is Tongya, Tong'an said casually, lifting her chin. In Wang Ting's eyes, she seemed a bit proud. He looked at the two women with a strange expression. Were these two women having a duel? Tongya. A flash of white light suddenly crossed Zhulong Shuang's mind. She finally remembered. No wonder she always felt like she had seen her somewhere before. It was Tongya, the one on the Universe Goddess rank. At the same time, her expression became somewhat serious. Even someone on the Universe Goddess rank came to congratulate Wang Ting. What kind of charm did this guy possess? She valued Wang Ting's potential because she had some contact with him and knew that he was not simple. But Tongya? The other was in existence on the Universe Goddess rank, someone she might not even meet once in a lifetime. How did she know about Wang Ting? Wang Ting, open it quickly. Seeing Zhulong Shuang's surprised expression, Tong'an knew that her goal was achieved. She smiled slightly and urged Wang Ting. Zhulong Shuang's heart sank instantly. She looked at the jade box on the table with a slightly changed expression. She didn't feel any special fluctuations. What could be inside? Why was this little girl so confident? Judging by the other's appearance, it seemed as if she believed that her gift would surpass hers. Wang Ting also became interested and opened the jade box. His eyebrows raised slightly. What is this? Within the jade box lay a simple scroll, seemingly unremarkable, yet the lack of distinct features made it all the more intriguing. Zhulong Shuang looked at the scroll inside the jade box, and her brows furrowed slightly. Wang Ting picked up the scroll and examined it closely. He discovered that there seemed to be a sealing force on it. There were tiny and mysterious runes engraved on the surface, forming a kind of restrictive power that required spiritual power to open. This piqued his curiosity even more. A scroll sealed with such power served not only to protect it from decay, but also to prevent others from casually viewing its content. This scroll seemed to be no ordinary item. However, it posed no challenge to Wang Ting. After all, he was a rune grandmaster. With a slight concentration of his gaze, spiritual power surged, coming into contact with the runes as he sought the switch among them. In no time, the runes on the surface of the scroll moved like tadpoles, autonomously separating from the connection points on the scroll. The scroll could now be opened. Rune Master! Zhulong Shuang looked at Wang Ting, a hint of astonishment in her expression. You're really a rune master. They said you deciphered the runes of the spiritual Hollow Mountain. At first, one didn't quite believe it, but now I'm thoroughly convinced. My sister said you could open it, and indeed you can, Tong'an added, equally surprised. It's nothing, Wang Ting smiled and replied. Both women rolled their eyes simultaneously at his nonchalant response. Wang Ting paid no attention to them, took a deep breath, and with curiosity, opened the scroll. As his gaze swept over its contents, his eyes suddenly burst with brilliance. He abruptly closed the scroll and looked at Tong'an in astonishment. Zhulong Shuang's ominous premonition intensified. Judging by Wang Ting's expression, this scroll seemed to be extraordinary. How is it? Tong'an said with a faint smile, secretly delighted. You wanted to show off and now you're shocked, aren't you? This is a semi-alchemy saint's alchemical manual, Wang Ting said in a low voice. What? Zhulong Shuang's expression changed slightly. She looked at Tong'an in astonishment. A semi-alchemy saint's alchemical manual. Tong Ya's generosity was unexpectedly grand, and it happened to align with Wang Ting's preferences. By now, everyone knew he was a grandmaster alchemist. More importantly, such items were rare and hard to come by. Typically, very few alchemy saints would pass on their semi-alchemy saint's alchemical manual. After all, it was their most crucial possession. How could they casually show it to others? Even their disciples might not be able to get it. For Wang Ting, this item was crucial. It could save him from many detours and possibly allow him to become a true alchemy saint many years later. She had to admit that the solar dragon stones she had sent were far less valuable compared to this semi-alchemy saint's alchemical manual. Yes. Tong'an glanced at Zhulong Shuang, a slight curve forming at the corner of her mouth. She nodded, saying, This is a semi-alchemy saint's alchemical manual that my sister accidentally obtained. The individual later smoothly advanced to become an alchemy saint. So, for you, this manual holds significant reference value. A manual of a semi-alchemy saint left before his promotion to alchemy saint. Brilliance flickered in Wang Ting's eyes as he nodded and said, I graciously accept this gift. Please convey my thanks to your sister. In the future, whenever you need to refine pills, feel free to come find me. He made a commitment. The gift from the other party was too significant, and he needed to reciprocate appropriately. I've been waiting for this moment, Tong'an chuckled, but we're friends, and am also a member of the Constellation Society. There's no need to be so formal. Am the one who's thinking too much. Wang Ting smiled. Tongya was truly thoughtful to give him such a gift. Chapter 22:18 Immortal Milk Spiritual Pill. Departure. 1. By the way, there's something I'd like to discuss with you privately. Tong'an glanced at Zhulong Shuang again and said. Then I'll take my leave. Zhulong Shuang stood up tactfully and smiled. Today, she was completely outshone, but fortunately, the things she had given weren't too shabby, and Wang Ting seemed to like them. So, it wasn't a total loss. Wang Ting escorted her to the door and said, I've received your goodwill. As long as the solar dragon race doesn't cause trouble for me, one believe we can coexist peacefully. You're wrong, Zhulong Shuang smiled. I can't speak for the rest of the solar dragon race, but I, Zhulong Shuang, will always be your friend. I hope so. Wang Ting gave her a meaningful look, nodding. Zhulong Shuang left. She hadn't come in vain today, and her confidence in Wang Ting had grown. Even Tongya had high expectations for him, indicating that her decision was not wrong. Wang Ting turned back to the living room and said, Now we can talk. My sister needs a pill called the Immortal Milk Spiritual Pill. Can you make it? Tong'an asked sternly. The Immortal Milk Spiritual Pill. Wang Ting raised his eyebrows. He had seen this pill before. He immediately asked, Is your sister poisoned? Yes. Truly deserving of a Grandmaster Alchemist. Just hearing the name, and you already know. This type of pill is quite rare. Tong'an looked at Wang Ting in surprise. Don't underestimate any peak Grandmaster Alchemist. Wang Ting chuckled. My sister also said the same thing. Tong'an smiled slightly and continued, Let's get to the point. Can you refine this pill? The Immortal Milk Spiritual Pill is a type of supreme rank pill. I made a supreme rank pill before, so one think I'm confident. Wang Ting nodded after some hesitation. With his current proficiency in alchemy, he had at least a 70% to 80% success rate in refining the Immortal Milk Spiritual Pill. However, the ingredients for supreme rank pills were not ordinary, and to be safe, He thought it wise to be modest. That's great. Tong-un was elated. Not many Grandmaster alchemists have made supreme rank pills. With your experience, you will be more confident than them. The Semi-Alchemy Saint alchemical manual you sent me will be of great help to me. Once I've studied it thoroughly, my confidence will be even greater. Wang Ting nodded. Choosing you was the right decision, Tong-en said with a gleeful smile. This time, one must let my sister know that my recommendation was not wrong. Wang Ting chuckled and shook his head. This senior sister was trying to gain credit with Tong-ya through him. But he didn't mind. After all, such straightforward actions wouldn't give rise to unpleasant feelings. However, if one remember correctly, the Immortal Milk spiritual pill requires an ingredient called the Cloud Immortal Milk. It's extremely rare. Have you found it? Wang Ting asked. We haven't found it yet. Tong-en suddenly felt awkward, shaking her head in dismay. If you haven't found it, why are you in such a hurry? Wang Ting couldn't help but smile wryly. Well, one just wanted to let you know in advance. My sister is already trying to find it, Tong-en explained. How about this? I'll ask the Secondary Career Alliance for you, but one can't promise that there will be one, Wang Ting said. Really? Tong-en's eyes lit up. Wang Ting nodded. Given his status, this wasn't a difficult task for him. That's fantastic! Tong-en exclaimed happily. Don't get too excited yet. Cloud Immortal Milk is very rare, and even the Secondary Career Alliance may not have it. Wang Ting shook his head. It's alright, as long as you can help inquire. After all, it's still a lead. Tong-en expressed gratitude. My sister and I don't know anyone in the Secondary Career Alliance. It's more convenient for you to ask. Wang Ting nodded and sent a message to several Grandmaster alchemists from the Secondary Career Alliance, asking for their help in keeping an eye out. After a few more casual conversations, Tong-en took her leave. Wang Ting went back to the cultivation room and took out the Semi-Alchemy Saint's alchemical manual Tong-ya gave him. He was excited. It's the alchemical manual of the Semi-Alchemy Saint. You're so lucky. Round Ball appeared at the side and exclaimed. Being handsome brings good luck. Haven't you noticed that all the gift-givers are beautiful women? Wang Ting said. You're indulging in self-flattery. Round Ball made a disgusted expression, then winked and said, With your small body, can you handle a large-sized beauty like Xulong Shuang? What do you know? I'm a physique-refining martial warrior. The solar dragon race's physical body isn't as strong as mine, Wang Ting replied angrily. How could a man say no? Despite his seemingly inferior physique, compared to the martial warriors of the solar dragon race, in terms of physical fitness, he was unmatched by anyone. Round Ball was speechless. It forgot that Wang Ting's physical strength was indeed terrifying, far beyond what ordinary martial warriors could compare to. Wang Ting ignored Round Ball and opened the scroll. He started studying it seriously. This was an alchemical manual left behind by an alchemy saint before he advanced. It would provide tremendous assistance to Wang Ting at his current level. His alchemical proficiency had already reached the Grandmaster level, approaching its peak. Once he broke through to the universe stage, he could prepare for the ascent to become an alchemy saint. At his current stage, he wouldn't be able to gain much enlightenment just by picking up a tribute. This was because semi-alchemy saints were extremely rare, almost like finding a needle in a haystack. Hence, the Semi-Alchemy Saint's alchemical manual was also scarce. This particular manual contained the lifelong insights and experiences of a semi-alchemy saint, highly systematic and remarkably complete. With such a high reference value, it was incredibly precious. Chapter 22:19 Immortal Milk Spiritual Pill. Departure. 2. Wang Ting spent 3 days immersed in the manual. During this time, many people came to congratulate him upon learning about his appointment as a counselor. However, Round Ball politely declined their requests to meet him, except for close acquaintances like Ji Feiyun and Wu Ming. Members of the Constellation Society, including Yu Qiqiao, also came to offer their congratulations. For them, Wang Ting becoming a member of the Academy Arbitration Association was undoubtedly a great achievement. When the big boss was impressive, life was better for the underlings. After 3 days, Wang Ting slowly opened his eyes in the cultivation room, a glint of enlightenment flashing in them. As expected, the alchemical manual of the semi-alchemy saint contains a lot of valuable information, Wang Ting muttered to himself. You completely digested and absorbed the semi-alchemy saint's alchemical manual? Round Ball floated nearby, asking in amazement. That's right. Wang Ting nodded. Freak. Round Ball fell silent for a moment before exclaiming. 3 days. In just 3 days, Wang Ting completely absorbed the semi-alchemy saint's alchemical manual, an almost unbelievable feat. Round Ball couldn't help but wish it could cut open Wang Ting's head to see how his brain functioned. It's nothing. I'm already a 9th-ranked Grandmaster Alchemist. Many concepts converge despite taking different paths. It doesn't require too much time, Wang Ting explained. That's still freakish. I can guarantee that other 9th-ranked Grandmaster Alchemists would never achieve what you just did, Roundy commented. Wang Ting smiled faintly, stood up. He headed out. Round Ball, we should set out. The Academy Arbitration Association only gave me half a month, and it's already been 3 days. Time is a bit tight indeed. We should get going, Round Ball nodded. Without further delay, Wang Ting informed Yu Qiqiao and the others before boarding a spacecraft and flying toward the edge of the 7th Stellar Academy continent. There, an ancient warship awaited him to depart. Yu Qiqiao, Wu Yan, and others received the message and looked toward Wang Ting's mansion. They could see a spaceship transforming into a streak of light, disappearing into the horizon. Wang Ting had left, and now they had to focus on cultivating. They hoped that when they met again, they wouldn't be left too far behind. Not long after, an ancient warship set sail from the 7th Stellar Academy, crossing the chaotic star sea and heading towards the vast universe beyond. Feng Qingyan stood atop a tall building, gazing into the distance. Wang Ting has left the Stellar Academy. Ruan Banlian stood behind him and reported. Where's he going? Feng Qingyan asked. Phantom Drift Territorial Domain, 5 burial stars. Ruan Banlian said. Where? Feng Qingyan seemed somewhat surprised. Unaware of why he reacted so strangely, Ruan Banlian repeated what she said. Phantom Drift Territorial Domain. Ha, looks like heaven is helping me. Feng Qingyan suddenly burst into laughter, then a cold light flashed in his eyes as he sent a message on his smartwatch. This time, Wang Ting took a warship from the Academy Arbitration Association, an eternal-level warship. With full propulsion, it only took 2 days to cross the chaotic star sea. Counselor Wang Ting, we have reached the edge of the chaotic star sea. A universe stage martial warrior knocked on Wang Ting's resting cabin, respectfully informing him. Good. Wang Ting nodded. Stepping out of the cabin, he arrived at a familiar spacecraft docking port. He had been here once before and was quite familiar with the place. We've brought you here, Counselor Wang Ting. Wishing you a smooth journey. The universe stage martial warrior bowed respectfully. Thank you. Wang Ting gave him a fist salute, turned into a streak of light, and flew toward the location of the space teleportation array. Surrounded by an asteroid belt, each meteorite was inscribed with space teleportation array formations, leading to different destinations. Wang Ting needed to find the space teleportation array leading to the Phantom Drift territorial domain. Otherwise, considering the distance between the chaotic star sea and the Phantom Drift territorial domain, the journey on the spacecraft would be considerably lengthy. Observing Wang Ting's departing figure, the universe stage martial warrior couldn't help but shake his head. He knew Wang Ting was a newly appointed counselor heading to the 5 burial stars. Having escorted many counselors to the 5 burial stars before, the warrior was aware that few returned. Comparing Wang Ting to the previous counselors, he was younger and less powerful, making the warrior wonder if he could return. Wang Ting swiftly located the space teleportation array leading to the Phantom Drift territorial domain. Landing on a meteorite, he revealed his counselor emblem and said, "Who is in charge here? I need to go to the Phantom Drift territorial domain." Counselor. Several Heaven Stage martial warriors controlling the spatial teleportation array were startled. They immediately rose from their meditation positions and respectfully saluted Wang Ting. "Please. We will activate the space teleportation array for you immediately." The leading warrior, a universe stage martial warrior, showed extreme respect in front of Wang Ting. "Okay." Wang Ting didn't waste any time. With a flash, he stepped into the space teleportation array. The advantages of the counselor status became apparent to Wang Ting during his journey. Even these ordinary Heaven Stage martial warriors and Universe Stage martial warriors showed great respect towards him. From the specialized Eternal Level warship to the activation of the space teleportation array without spending points and the immediate opening of the array without waiting for others, Wang Ting thoroughly experienced the privileges of his counselor status. The group of warriors, led by the Universe Stage martial warrior, didn't dare to delay. They immediately activated the space teleportation array. Complex and mysterious runes on the ground lit up instantly, and attribute bubbles emerged. Wang Ting cast a glance at them, and his spiritual power swept through, picking them up. Boom! A silvery white column of light shot into the sky, and Wang Ting's figure disappeared on the spot. After seeing Wang Ting off, the warriors breathed a sigh of relief. That counselor is so young. A Heaven Stage martial warrior couldn't help but marvel. Yes, he looks even younger than us and has become a counselor. I wonder what background he has. Another Heaven Stage martial warrior expressed envy. Wait a minute, isn't our space teleportation array connected to the Phantom Drift territorial domain? Several Heaven Stage martial warriors suddenly realized. Another counselor going to the Phantom Drift territorial domain to meet his end. Their envy vanished instantly, and it was replaced by sympathy. I remember now. A few days ago, one heard from a friend at the academy that there's a new counselor named Wang Ting, a freshman from the 7th Stellar Academy. One Heaven Stage martial warrior suddenly spoke up. Freshman. The other Heaven Stage martial warriors were shocked. How can a freshman become a counselor? Someone questioned in confusion. Who knows, but I heard he offended quite a few people. Now it seems to be true, or else he wouldn't have been assigned to the Phantom Drift territorial domain to meet his end. I heard that he's the champion of the 7th Stellar Academy freshman leaderboard, and he got onto the star rankings. He's very famous. He made it to the star rankings? I remember now. Someone mentioned him before. He's the highly anticipated talent among the new students. But he's unlucky, being assigned to the Phantom Drift territorial domain. Most of the previous counselors who went there never came back. Yeah, that's right. I hope this counselor Wang Ting can hold on for a few days. It's a pity to hear news of his death. He's a talented individual who made it to the star rankings. The discussions were filled with sympathy and regret. The Universe Stage martial warrior's gaze flickered a few times. He spoke in a deep voice. Enough, stop discussing. Matters involving the counselors of the Academy Arbitration Association are not something we can talk about casually. Be careful not to be overheard. Right. The Heaven Stage martial warriors immediately reacted. They nodded in agreement. The stars shifted and the sky transformed. Wang Ting felt a momentary blur, and he found himself beneath another starry sky. This was an extremely remote and uninhabited planet. Taking a look around, he walked out of the teleportation array. The warriors responsible for maintaining the array saw only one person and knew his identity was extraordinary. They immediately bowed respectfully. Wang Ting nodded, took out his Devil Slayer spacecraft, and turned into a stream of light, soaring into the cosmic void. Round ball, lock on to the 5 burial stars. Alrighty, let's go. Round ball appeared, responding excitedly. Having spent quite some time at the Stellar Academy, it was finally getting a chance to explore beyond. Chapter 2220. That's right, a fat sheep. Phantom Drift Territorial Domain. A sleek, menacing spacecraft sailed through the cosmic void. Seated in the cockpit, Wang Ting opened the panoramic simulation, gazing at the unfamiliar expanse of stars outside, feeling a sense of awe. The universe was truly immense. The last time he ventured out for a mission, he departed from the chaotic star sea and headed straight to the Devilwood Star. Along the way, he hadn't taken the time to appreciate the surrounding scenery. Now, leaving the chaotic star sea again, he was headed to an entirely unfamiliar territory, the Phantom Drift Territorial Domain. The chaotic star sea, the Witch Tower Territorial Domain, the Phantom Drift Territorial Domain, and even the Liuguang Territorial Domain where the Great Qian Empire was located were all very far away. They were separated by countless territorial domains. If martial warriors relied on their own flight, who knew how much time it would consume? In the past, Wang Ting couldn't even imagine himself crossing such vast distances for interstellar travel. After all, for those born on Earth, the universe was too vast, and it symbolized unpredictable dangers. People's footsteps were limited to the few uninhabited planets around Earth. Interstellar travel was once unimaginable, let alone journeys across the immense territorial domains. However, now he seemed to have grown accustomed to it. Since leaving Earth, he had gradually become familiar with this solitary voyage. The path of a warrior was often solitary. But fortunately, what are you thinking about? Round Ball floated around him and leaned over curiously with its big round eyes. This fellow's expression was a little strange. Nothing much, Wang Ting replied nonchalantly, placing one hand on the round forehead and pushing it away gently. Tisk. Round Ball pouted. How many days until we arrive? Wang Ting asked. About 5 days, and we've already entered the Phantom Drift Territorial Domain, Round Ball said, checking the star map. Wang Ting nodded and said, should be enough time. Still, we need to be cautious. The Phantom Drift Territorial Domain is quite chaotic, and universe pirates often appear. If we get targeted by some major pirates, it could be troublesome, Round Ball warned. Universe pirates? Wang Ting exclaimed. Yeah, like pirates, but they're powerful martial warriors. I told you earlier that it's best to hire some strong martial warriors as bodyguards to travel to the 5 burial stars together. Yet you insisted on going alone. What if we encounter pirates who are at the Heaven Stage or Universe Stage martial warriors? Round Bally complained. If we encounter them, we encounter them. With my strength, dealing with ordinary Heaven Stage martial warriors is a piece of cake. Wang Ting exuded confidence, and indeed, he had the credentials to be confident. The Heaven Stage martial warriors outside can't be more powerful than the talented warriors in the stellar academies, right? The problem is many of them are desperados, Round Ball said. Fearless but a bit tricky, Wang Ting nodded, stroking his chin. What if we run into Universe Stage pirates? Round Ball asked again. Can you not jinx me? Wang Ting was a bit speechless and then exclaimed, by the way, how could Universe Stage powerhouses become space pirates? Isn't serving other factions better? It's related to the unique environment in the Phantom Drift Territorial Domain. It's chaotic here, and sometimes, a martial warrior serving a faction dies even faster than a universe pirate. Besides, being a universe pirate brings in money faster, and it's more tempting since it's free and unrestrained, Round Ball explained. Moreover, when they appear on other planets, How many people would know they are universe pirates? Of course, some martial warriors who are unwilling to become universe pirates have also left the Phantom Drift territorial domain to develop in other territorial domains. Sounds reasonable. Wang Ting sighed. It seems that if we encounter them, our only option is to run. I thought you were powerful. Do you really think you can fight with universe stage martial warriors? Round Ball complained. It was reminding Wang Ting that while he had indeed defeated several universe stage beings, the situations were quite special if he were to face a universe stage martial warrior without any injuries and without any external forces holding him back. Wang Ting's current strength wouldn't be enough. One wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. Wang Ting chuckled. In the direction where the Devil Slayer spacecraft was navigating, a small-scale heaven-level spacecraft lurked in the void, carrying dozens of warriors. Most of them were celestial stage martial warriors. There were around 30 of them, around 6 to 7 cosmos stage martial warriors, and only one heaven stage martial warrior. Inside the spacecraft's main lobby, these martial warriors were drinking and reveling. Various weapons were scattered around them, and some scantily clad beauties accompanied them. Crude and vulgar language occasionally spewed from their mouth. Damn it, we've been ambushing in this place for 5 days, and not a single passerby has come through. If it doesn't work, I'll ask the captain to find another place to lurk. A middle-aged man with a scar on his face complained after taking a big sip of alcohol. We're really unlucky this time. Normally, we should have opened for business long ago, another warrior with a fierce appearance added. Other martial warriors immediately joined in with their own comments and a heap of obscene and vulgar words. Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, an alarm suddenly sounded inside the spacecraft. All the martial warriors instantly became alert, looking up to see a light screen appearing. A middle-aged man with a gloomy expression appeared on the screen and said, "Get ready, there's a fat sheep ahead. Brothers, it's time to open for business." A fat sheep. The martial warriors inside the spacecraft lit up with excitement. They waited for so many days and finally found a fat sheep. Yes, indeed, a big fat sheep. There's only one Cosmos stage martial warrior in the spacecraft, but he's driving a universe-level spacecraft. It must be some big shot's offspring. Let's rob him, the middle-aged man said. Cosmos stage martial warrior. Universe-level spacecraft. Ha ha ha, everyone burst out laughing. They were excited. Generally, on the Universe Pirate spacecraft, there are instruments capable of detecting the life level inside the spacecraft. This was to prevent encountering tough opponents where they might lose both their wealth and their lives. There were heaven stage martial warriors on this spacecraft. They even bought a device that could detect the universe-level spacecraft. They were willing to spend a fortune on such equipment because, firstly, universe-level spacecraft might have strong individuals on board, and failing to avoid them in time could lead to death. Secondly, robbing someone who operated a universe-level spacecraft would yield more substantial rewards. Judging by experience, many individuals piloting universe-level spacecraft were offsprings of major powers. Robbing them once could sustain the pirates for half a year or more. In the Phantom Drift territorial domain, the universe pirates didn't care if you were the offspring of a major power or not. They would rob first and deal with the consequences later, which usually involved being pursued and hunted down. There were so many universe pirates in the Phantom Drift territorial domain. If they killed anyone, no one in the universe would know that they were the culprit. In any case, as universe pirates, they were professionals. Wang Ting, it seems like we've run into universe pirates. Round Ball exclaimed on board the Devil Slayer. What? Wang Ting was astounded. They were just talking about universe pirates, and now they encountered them. They blocked our way, Round Ball said with a strange expression. As they approached, Wang Ting saw through the panoramic simulation that a small spacecraft had boldly positioned itself right in front of them. The surface of the spacecraft was adorned with many ferocious patterns, giving off a menacing appearance, as if they were extremely fierce. Is this a universe-level spacecraft? Wang Ting asked in surprise. Were universe pirates so wealthy? How could they afford a universe-level spacecraft? It's indeed a universe-level spacecraft. Roundball was surprised too. It looks like these universe pirates are quite wealthy. We won't be so unlucky to meet a universe-stage martial warrior, right? Wang Ting wasn't particularly fearful but rather surprised. He asked, "Can you detect the levels of the warriors inside?" 1 Heaven-stage martial warrior, 7 Cosmos-stage martial warriors, and 25 Celestial-stage martial warriors. Roundball quickly provided the answer after scanning. Heaven's stage. That's okay. That's okay. Wang Ting breathed a sigh of relief. He wasn't afraid of Heaven's stage martial warriors. Do these universe pirates think they can easily rob you just because you're the only Cosmos stage warrior? That's probably why they are so blatant. They didn't even bother sealing off the surrounding space. Roundball seemed to have realized something and said with a strange expression, "I think you're right," Wang Ting chuckled. "This was a bunch of fools. They are requesting to establish communication." Roundball suddenly said, "Then let's answer." Wang Ting smiled. Roundball nodded and a screen appeared. On the screen, a middle-aged man with a gloomy expression appeared. He glanced at Wang Ting and sneered, saying, "Hey, little friend, we're robbing you. Now, please cooperate obediently. Don't make things difficult for me, or you'll have to bear the consequences." "How do one cooperate?" "Just tell me, and I'll give you as much money as you want. I have a lot of money." Wang Ting appeared frightened, looking quite terrified. Ha ha ha! Laughter erupted from the other side. The martial warriors inside the spacecraft witnessed the spectacle of this heir of a major power. For these universe pirates, witnessing the heirs of major powers showing such a pathetic side was undoubtedly a source of amusement. After all, they were universe pirates risking their lives outside, while the other party lived a comfortable life. Just by opening their mouths, they could obtain abundant resources. In comparison, anyone would feel a sense of imbalance. Roundball rolled its eyes. "Here we go again. This guy seems quite theatrical. He loves to act. Open your spacecraft and let us take over. Don't resist. We're only after wealth. If you cooperate honestly, we won't harm you." The middle-aged man's mouth curled up into a smile as he spoke calmly. Okay, one won't resist. Please don't harm me." Wang Ting pretended to be terrified. Then, he gave a signal to Roundball, and the hatch of the Devil Slayer opened. The group of them walked out of the spacecraft opposite and entered the Devil Slayer. They sized up their newfound loot and were elated. "Captain, this universe-level spacecraft is incredible. It's so much better than the one we bought with great difficulty. We're really lucky," the scar-faced warrior exclaimed with joy. Chapter 22-21. You're in trouble. 1. The style of this spaceship suits us very well. I didn't expect this fat lamb to have the same preferences as us. The middle-aged man surveyed the surroundings, his face showing a pleased expression. The style of this spaceship indeed perfectly matched the preferences of their group of universe pirates. At first glance, he was captivated by it. As they chatted, the universe pirates swaggered into the control room, acting as if they were the rightful owners. Spotting Wang Ting in the control room, they burst into laughter once again. "Come over!" The scar-faced middle-aged man glared fiercely at Wang Ting and bellowed at him. "Brothers, I can hand over all my belongings. Please spare me," Wang Ting said cautiously. "Just come over when we ask you to." "No need for useless words," the scar-faced man ordered coldly. All right. Wang Ting walked over. "Look at this tender young man. Maybe he could fetch a good price." The scar-faced man appraised Wang Ting, his gaze as if he were evaluating a piece of meat. "Wang Ting!" Ha ha ha! The surrounding universe pirates burst into laughter. "Honestly, this kid is really handsome. I'm a bit jealous myself." Selling him to those wealthy ladies in high society would definitely fetch a good price, the middle-aged man said, stroking his chin. Ha ha ha. Round Ball couldn't hold back and was already laughing uncontrollably, its laughter echoing in Wang Ting's mind. It was so funny. These universe pirates wanted to sell Wang Ting to wealthy ladies. Stop laughing. Wang Ting was speechless. Handsome boys needed to protect themselves properly. The outside world was too dangerous. He never expected that one day he would be at risk of being sold just because he was too handsome. Life was truly unpredictable. After the scar-faced man finished laughing, he suddenly reached out to pinch Wang Ting's face. Kid, how did you get such a face? It's envy-inducing. You have a death wish. Wang Ting was disgusted. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he looked at the scar-faced man in front of him. This was intolerable. Mere words were one thing, and he didn't mind playing along with their banter. But when he found out the scar-faced man intended to get physical, the thought of having a rough big guy pinch his face made Wang Ting extremely uncomfortable. Wang Ting's spiritual power was incredibly strong, and coupled with that terrifying aura, even without intentionally showcasing it, it was enough to make people shudder. Forger about a Cosmos stage martial warrior, even a Heaven stage martial warrior seeing it would be alarmed. The scar-faced man's expression changed when he saw Wang Ting's gaze. He was flabbergasted and took a step back uncontrollably. Damn it! The middle-aged man also noticed Wang Ting's gaze and felt a tremor in his heart. This wasn't the look of a fat sheep. It was the gaze of a lone and ferocious wolf. You've stirred up trouble. Wang Ting calmly spoke, instantly activating the ancient god's body and the true dragon battle physique, pseudo. With a thunderous sound, a terrifying aura erupted as he threw a punch. The middle-aged man instinctively raised his hand to block, but his face immediately changed. He felt an overwhelming force surging through his arm, and with a crisp sound, his arm bones snapped. His entire body was sent flying. There was a buzzing sound. A series of energy walls, formed by condensed force, suddenly rose around them. This was a function of the spacecraft, designed to prevent battles within from damaging the equipment. The materials used to forge a universe-level spacecraft were special, only vulnerable to attacks from universe-stage martial warriors. Moreover, the interior was inscribed with runes, making it challenging to damage. The middle-aged man's body uncontrollably slammed into the energy wall, spewing out a mouthful of blood. His face turned slightly pale, and he stared at Wang Ting in utter disbelief. Leader. Boss. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding universe pirates had their expressions change drastically, immediately shouting and instinctively rushing towards Wang Ting to launch an attack. These universe pirates were indeed a tough and fearless bunch. Even after witnessing Wang Ting defeat their leader with a single punch, they dared to charge forward, which was quite surprising. Get lost! Wang Ting didn't move. He just shouted calmly. Divine Sonic Wave. With the addition of spiritual power, an invisible ripple spread out along with the sound. The celestial stage martial warriors around suddenly felt their vision darken, and they fainted, collapsing to the ground. Their attacks also crashed into the energy wall, causing no damage. The 6 Cosmos stage martial warriors clutched their heads, clearly unable to withstand the terrifying divine sonic wave attack. Wang Ting struck again, unleashing a punch that split into 6, hitting each of the Cosmos stage martial warriors simultaneously. They were sent flying, coughing up blood. Too weak. Wang Ting shook his head, as if he had just accomplished a trivial task. You! The middle-aged man was already dumbfounded. Was this young man in front of him really a Cosmos stage martial warrior? He seemed too terrifying. As a Heaven stage martial warrior, even in an unguarded situation, he wouldn't be defeated so easily, right? Before he could react, all his subordinates had been dealt with, including 6 Cosmos stage martial warriors. And this was accomplished by Wang Ting alone. Was this something a Cosmo Stage martial warrior could do? The scar-faced man clutched his chest. A few of his ribs were broken. He crawled up with difficulty and stared at Wang Ting in bewilderment. This seemingly delicate young man turned out to be a formidable opponent they couldn't resist. Chapter 22. You're in trouble. 2. Damn it, he offended the wrong person. Do you think him a fat sheep? Wang Ting sat in the main seat of the control room and asked with a smile. No, do. This is a misunderstanding. The middle-aged man's mouth twitched. He stood up and said hurriedly. He couldn't quite gauge the young man in front of him. Even though the other party was just a Cosmo Stage martial warrior, the terrifying power displayed a moment ago made him feel like he was facing someone of the same realm, and it was a formidable physique martial warrior. Even if he was on guard, he might not be a match for the young man in front of him. I'm the one who decides if there's a misunderstanding, Wang Ting replied calmly. Young master, it is a misunderstanding. We just want to be friends with you. It's good to make friends when you're away from home. There's no harm in that. The middle-aged man said awkwardly. Wang Ting was a bit speechless. This middle-aged man was shameless. Just moments ago, he was trying to rob him, and now he was framing it as wanting to be friends. Make friends, huh? Wang Ting looked at the man with interest. Yes, make friends. If you're willing to be friends with us, we will naturally treat you as a good friend. Judging by your appearance, this must be your first time in the Phantom Drift territorial domain. We are very familiar with this place and can provide you with a lot of help, the middle-aged man said immediately. Sure, I'm a little tight on money now. I wonder if you guys can help me out? Wang Ting said. The middle-aged man looked at Wang Ting speechlessly. So, were they getting robbed? The scar-faced man and the few remaining conscious Cosmo Stage martial warriors were also dumbfounded. They had always been the ones robbing others, and today they were about to be robbed. Friend, are you a universe pirate? The middle-aged man asked cautiously. He suspected that he met someone in the same industry as him, and that he was a Lone Ranger. Wang Ting, he suspected that you're a universe pirate. Round Ball laughed uncontrollably. Wang Ting was caught between laughter and tears. He said, Enough talk, hand over everything valuable on you. My patience is limited. Don't I make me say it a second time, or the consequences will be severe. And your spacecraft, I'm taking control of that too. A small universe-level spacecraft. Not bad. The middle-aged man's face immediately darkened. This kid really wanted to rob them. This was ridiculous. They, the notorious universe pirates, were actually being robbed by a kid who appeared out of nowhere. If this got out, wouldn't they be ridiculed by their peers? Friend, when you're out and about, leave room for reconciliation. We may meet again in the future. I admit defeat this time. Please spare us. Pain is not to be trifled with. I am, after all, a Heaven Stage martial warrior. Your strength is indeed formidable, but you may not be able to handle me, especially within this spacecraft. If one completely unleash my power, are you sure you can bear the consequences? The middle-aged man gritted his teeth. Oh, so you want to resist? Wang Ting said with a smirk. You! The middle-aged man, seeing his confident demeanor, couldn't help but frown even more tightly, feeling uneasy. Kid, our captain is one of the strongest universe pirates in this entire planetary sector. I see you're seeking death, the scar-faced man shouted. Pain. Wang Ting squinted. A smile appeared on his face as he walked towards his opponent. What do you want? The scar-faced man called out nervously. Don't be afraid. Weren't you boasting loudly a moment ago? Don't make me look down on you. Wang Ting said casually as a purple brick appeared in his hand. Stop! Pain shouted hurriedly. But it was too late. Wang Ting raised the brick and without mercy, he smashed it down on the scar-faced man, accompanied by a dull thud and the sound of thunder. Bang! Bang, bang, swoop, boom. The scar-faced man's face swelled visibly at an alarming rate, turning into a pig's head in the blink of an eye. Boom. In no time, the scar-faced man fell to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. The other Cosmos Stage martial warriors were astounded. They stared dumbfoundedly at the scar-faced man and discreetly shuffling a few steps backward. The muscles on Payne's face twitched. He initially intended to make a move, but after witnessing this scene, for some reason, he felt a bit weak and didn't dare to act. "Oh, by the way, what were you about to say just now?" Wang Ting put away the brick, clapped his hands, and asked. "I was saying we can discuss things properly." Payne swallowed his saliva and said awkwardly. "There's nothing to discuss." Wang Ting's figure flashed and suddenly disappeared from the original spot. Payne's pupils contracted. Unable to think much, he immediately retreated, but the space in front of him fluctuated, and Wang Ting had already appeared before him. Another punch was thrown. 5-element fist. This time, Wang Ting didn't hold back. The power of the 6th rank domain was added, carrying a terrifying force. Payne's face changed dramatically. He was only a 3rd-level Heaven Stage martial warrior and his domain was only at the 5th rank. Yet, this Cosmos Stage martial warrior's domain was stronger than his. Boom. Struggling to resist, Payne unleashed his 5th rank domain, but it was completely enveloped by Wang Ting's domain. A punch landed on him, and he crashed into the energy wall once again. Blood uncontrollably sprayed from his mouth, and his face turned deathly pale. The energy ripples around were all encompassed by Wang Ting's domain, unable to diffuse. Too easy. Dealing with ordinary Heaven Stage martial warriors outside the stellar academies was just too effortless. Chapter 22-23. You're in trouble. 3. Of course, if it was a 5th-level Heaven Stage or above martial warrior, it wouldn't be this easy. However, the man before him was only a 3rd-level Heaven Stage martial warrior, and the gap between them wasn't too significant. Payne couldn't believe the outcome, but the pain coursing through his body forced him to accept reality. He looked at Wang Ting with intense shock and couldn't help but ask, "Who are you?" "Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that, at this moment, all of you are my prisoners." Wang Ting squatted down, sweeping his gaze across them. With his spiritual power, he effortlessly removed the space ring from Payne's hand. "Seriously, you don't have any self-awareness. Why do I have to do it myself?" A bitter taste filled Payne's mouth, but he had no choice. He had truly been robbed. Fortunes change, and today was his turn. Wang Ting exerted his mental force, forcefully breaking the spiritual mark that Payne left on the space ring. Pfft! Payne spat out another mouthful of blood. His gaze was filled with horror. His space ring had been forcibly opened. "Come on, you're a Heaven Stage martial warrior. Why are you so poor?" Wang Ting glanced at the contents of the space ring, shaking his head in disbelief. Payne felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Over the years, all the wealth we accumulated, apart from personal cultivation expenses, was mostly used to purchase that universe-level spacecraft." Sigh. Wang Ting sighed. "One shouldn't have had such high hopes. I'm disappointed." "Forget it, at least one have a universe-level spacecraft." Payne didn't know what to say. He felt that Wang Ting was looking down on him. Wang Ting remained silent, his gaze shifting to the other martial warriors. He thoroughly searched them, not sparing a single valuable item. Every bit mattered, no matter how small. This scene caused Payne's heart to twitch. Where did this brat come from? He was even more ruthless than universe pirates like them. "Alright, now your spacecraft is also my spoils of war. Get down and return to your ship," Wang Ting ordered, dismissing the universe pirates from the Devil Slayer spacecraft before stowing it away. Payne's pupils contracted. An extra-large space equipment. He increasingly sensed that the young man before him was not simple, possibly holding an extraordinary status. Otherwise, how could he possess such an enormous space equipment? If they had such equipment, they could easily keep their spacecraft anytime, exhibiting excellent concealment and allowing them to rob whenever they wanted. It was a must-have for any pirate. He wasn't a universe pirate. No universe pirate was so extravagant. Unaware of what was going on in Payne's mind, Wang Ting, accompanied by his companions, boarded the pirate's spacecraft and handed it over to Round Ball, which promptly took control. For an intelligent life form at the Heaven stage, this task was child's play. The spacecraft was fully taken over, changing direction and heading toward the 5 burial stars. Payne opened his mouth but remained silent, feeling despondent. Their spacecraft had been stolen, leaving them with no hope. Moreover, he had no idea how Wang Ting was controlling the ship. The young man had just stepped aboard, and in an instant, the entire vessel came under his control. Even the original crew on their ship couldn't operate it. This was incredibly perplexing. Payne couldn't help but suspect that Wang Ting possessed an exceptionally advanced intelligence. "Tell me, where are you from?" Wang Ting comfortably sat in the main control seat and asked. "We come from the 6th Thief Star." Payne glanced at Wang Ting, hesitated for a moment, and finally sighed. Chapter 22-24 Incorporation 6th Thief Star. Wang Ting looked at the other party in surprise. In this era, even thieves had planets as their main base. Moreover, he said it was the 6th Thief Star. Didn't it imply that there might be the first 2ND and possibly even the 7th AT? Thief Star is where universe pirates usually gather for transactions. It's relatively secretive, and universe pirates generally won't disclose its location unless their lives are under threat, Round Ball explained. Moreover, the planet they usually stay on changes frequently and isn't fixed. So, to find it, you need someone who has been a universe pirate for a long time. It's so secretive. Wang Ting got interested. Of course, one found this information in their spacecraft database. After all, many forces want to eradicate universe pirates. They've offended quite a few people, and may even affect the economic development of nearby forces. They are like cancer. The Phantom Drift territorial domain is chaotic, making it easier for them to thrive. If not, they have to be more cautious and stay more concealed, Round Ball explained. That makes sense. If it were in the Great Qian Empire, I'm afraid sending out a military force is enough to wipe out the universe pirates, Wang Ting nodded. The Great Qian Empire surely had its share of universe pirates, but compared to the Phantom Drift territorial domain, it would be like comparing a minnow to a whale. At least, Wang Ting had never encountered them. As for the Phantom Drift territorial domain in the territorial domain, this was his first time here, and he happened to come across them. This wasn't luck. It was inevitable, because there were just too many universe pirates in the Phantom Drift territorial domain. Toss a stone into this starry sea, and you're bound to hit 1 or 2 wandering fish. In truth, even if someone knows the location of Thief Star, not everyone would go to exterminate them. Everyone has their purposes. Perhaps they just want to do things they can't do openly, Round Ball explained. The dark side of RH universe? Wang Ting's mind flashed with insight as he spoke in a deep voice. Yes, where there is light, there is darkness. Places with a mix of good and bad are more suitable for doing things that can't be seen, Round Ball said. Okay. Wang Ting nodded. The universe pirates were similar to the universe mercenary groups, except mercenary groups engaged in legal business. Many people didn't know that sometimes mercenary groups would act as universe pirates, as long as no one found out. Where is the 6th Thief Star? Wang Ting looked at Payne again and asked. It's here, there's a non-living planet over there. Many pirates set up temporary bases there, changing locations now and then. Payne pointed to the star map. To save his life, Payne shamelessly spilled all the information. He could tell that the young man before him was definitely not an ordinary person. Resistance was futile, so it was better to cooperate honestly. Indeed, a temporary base. Wang Ting nodded to himself. It matched what Roundball had said. He's not lying. Roundball found the location of the planet on the spacecraft's navigation map and confirmed their multiple visit. By reverse tracking, they were able to ascertain the accuracy. This place seems quite close to the 5 burial stars. Wang Ting noticed a detail. It's to Rhe west of the 5 burial stars. These pirates have some audacity. Roundball also noticed the issue and nodded. Do you have other members in your pirate gang? Wang Ting asked instantly with a sharp glint in his eyes. No, they're all here, Payne replied. Very well. Wang Ting's lips curved into a slight arc. Gather everyone, one have something to discuss. Some are still unconscious, Payne said. Unsure of what Wang Ting intended to do, so he was a little hesitant. Wake them up. Wang Ting's gaze turned ice-cold. Yes. Payne's heart skipped a beat. He nodded quickly and was about to turn away. Wait. Wang Ting suddenly stopped him. Perplexed, Payne looked at Wang Ting, only to see a crimson light flash in his eyes. Oh no. Surprised, Payne couldn't react in time. His mind went fuzzy, and his gaze instantly became bewildered. Bewitch. Wang Ting activated the Bewitch skill on him. Then, he released his spiritual power and activated the enchantment skill. Using both skills simultaneously, Payne quickly succumbed. When he opened his eyes and looked at Wang Ting, his expression became extremely respectful. Sir. All right, go ahead, Wang Ting said. Payne, as spiritual power, was not particularly strong, and with Wang Ting's current spiritual realm, dealing with martial warriors below the 3rd level of the heaven stage was more than enough. Thus, Wang Ting wasn't worried that his enchantment skill would fail. Seeing Payne's respectful demeanor, it was evident that the skill worked even better on him than on others. Soon, everyone on the spaceship was gathered. Wang Ting used his Bewitch and enchantment skills to control them completely. In this way, these universe pirates could now be used to his advantage. Wang Ting, being relatively new, didn't have other hands at his disposal. Although the strength of these universe pirates was mediocre, there were still a few martial warriors among them who had surpassed the cosmos stage. They could still use them. You want to use these universe pirates? Roundball watched the proceedings with surprise, unable to contain its astonishment. Don't you think these universe pirates lurking in Rhe dark side of the universe are useful? One Wang Ting asked. That makes sense. Roundball's eyes flickered as it nodded. One had to admit that individuals like Wang Ting, who took unconventional approaches, often had more options than others. In the Phantom Drift territorial domain, and even in a place like the 5 burial stars, there might not necessarily be any force more useful than universe pirate. This is called having no influence, so you create one for yourself, Wang Ting chuckled. Alright, look at how proud you are. Roundball rolled its eyes. Oh, by the way, Wang Ting called Payne over again, saying, Are there any other universe pirates nearby on the route to the 5 burial stars? If there are, we can recruit them as well. Roundball. Payne fell into silence. Such actions were undoubtedly taboo. Even as universe pirates, there were principles and moral standards to uphold. If they casually sold out other universe pirates, they would find it difficult to survive in Rhe universe pirates community. They would become targets for everyone. If the news leaked, other pirates might unite to attack and eliminate them. Why? Is there a problem? Wang Ting asked calmly. Sir, if I do this, one will become everyone's target. Payne honestly expressed his concerns. Don't worry. Do you think, with my abilities, they can escape from me? Wang Ting said. Besides, I'm not asking you to provoke those who are beyond your league. Payne was stunned. That's right. If others were controlled the way he was, who could disclose the information? Suddenly, he understood. There are many universe pirates in the vicinity, and one can take you to them, Payne immediately offered. Even he had been recruited. As long as he wasn't hunted down, he could do anything. Very well. Wang Ting patted his shoulder, very pleased. It seemed that this leader of RHE pirates was quite sensible. Even with the enchantment skill controlling him, he accepted everything without any resistance, the first one to do so. Pain felt a bitter taste in his mouth. As a heaven stage martial warrior, choosing to submit in such a manner was indeed a source of shame. However, for some inexplicable reason, he couldn't summon the slightest thought of resistance. He felt a deep sadness within. The other universe pirates on the spacecraft quickly learned of Wang Ting's intentions. Initially, they resisted, but under Pain's persuasion, everyone eventually accepted their fate. Ultimately, these universe pirates were not exactly noble individuals. To make them adhere to any kind of code, violent means were necessary. Now that they knew they might not be hunted even if they betrayed their comrades, they chose to compromise. After all, if they didn't compromise, they might face death now. Their lives were in the hands of others, leaving them with no other option. These universe pirates never thought that robbing a big fat sheep would lead to such a major turn of events. They became captives, losing their freedom. At this moment, they felt a sudden urge to cry. Pirates long for freedom. The spacecraft rapidly flew toward the direction of the 5 burial stars. After about half a day, Pain suddenly ran over with excitement. "Sir, the Red Cat Universe Pirate*s hunting area is just ahead. They have been staying here during this period." "You seem quite excited?" Wang Ting looked at him strangely. Do I?" Pain responded awkwardly. "Yes." Wang Ting nodded. Pain, oh don't worry. "This is excellent." Wang Ting nodded approvingly. Regardless of the underlying motives, the fact that Pain could help him find other universe pirates was beneficial. Pain didn't know what to say anymore. It seemed like the young man before him could see through all his thoughts. The Red Cat Universe Pirate? Why does this name sound a little feminine? Wang Ting asked. The Red Cat Universe Pirate members are all female martial warriors. Their leader, a Heaven Stage martial warrior known as Tracy, has the title of the Red Cat. She's like a wild little cat, tough to discipline, Pain explained. Wang Ting observed Pain, noticing signs of growing excitement. He couldn't help but feel speechless. This guy was already quite old, yet he acted so flamboyantly? Most Heaven Stage martial warriors were not young. Some were even a few million years old. He didn't expect him to be so excited when they talked about ladies. Indeed, men were all the same no matter what age they were. How strong is their group? Apart from Tracy, what are the strengths of the others? Wang Ting inquired. The Red Cat Universe Pirate Team has a few Cosmos Stage martial warriors, and the rest are all Cosmos Stage martial warriors. Their strength is similar to ours. In this region, the strengths of Universe Pirates don't differ much. Those with Universe Stage powerhouses are rarely seen in this sector. Pain pondered for a moment before continuing. As for Trace's strength, she's slightly stronger than me but probably not a match for you. He glanced at Wang Ting, unable to deny that the young man before him was truly extraordinary. He was a Cosmos Stage martial warrior, but he rendered Pain utterly defenseless. Very well, let's go for it, Wang Ting commanded. My lord, there's something one need to remind you of. Pain hesitated. Speak up. Don't beat around the bush. I'm nor a villain who doesn't allow you to speak, Wang Ting said. Pain glanced at Wang Ting carefully. If he wasn't a villain, how could he beat someone into a pig's head? However, he dared not utter those words. He quickly spoke. The Red Cat Universe Pirates are known for their cunning. Once they sense something amiss, they immediately flee. So, all this time, no one has been able to catch Red Cat Tracy. Wang Ting asked, How do you seem to know so much about it? To tell you the truth, Tracy is very beautiful and fiery. A wild female pirate like her is the target of many pirates, but I've never heard of anyone succeeding, Pain said with a sly grin. You guys are unbelievable. 11 Wang Ting was speechless. It turned out that Ree's universe pirates were even more chaotic than he imagined, resorting to targeting their fellow pirates for such reasons. Payne could only laugh awkwardly. He had once thought of abducting Tracy, but he ended up receiving a thorough beating. But such glorious deeds weren't something he wanted to brag about, so he kept silent. Well, in that case, I'll go under cover myself. You'll wait here for me. Wang Ting contemplated for a moment and spoke. Chapter 22-25. Don't get up, continue kneeling. 1. You're going to go yourself? Payne looked at Wang Ting in astonishment. I have to go alone to prevent alerting them. You mentioned that the red cat is quite fiery, and I'd like to see for myself, Wang Ting said. I understand. Payne suddenly showed a knowing smile that all men share. What do you understand? Wang Ting was speechless and didn't bother paying any more attention to him. He flew directly out of the spacecraft. Watching Wang Ting's departing figure, Payne couldn't help but reveal a hint of curiosity. He wondered if the other party could capture the cunning red cat. Payne was eager to find out. Over the years, no one had managed to catch the red cat, and now someone was finally going to confront her. He just didn't tell Wang Ting that the red cat had a formidable escape skill, which was why she could always escape from other powerful universe pirates. At this moment, Payne's spacecraft was still a considerable distance from the red cat universe pirate. If the spacecraft got too close, it would undoubtedly be discovered. So, Wang Ting had to fly over by himself. Wang Ting flew through the void with the speed of a Cosmos stage martial warrior. Soon, sensed a red spacecraft hidden in the void ahead. This should be the one. Round Ball exclaimed in surprise. It's also a universe-level spacecraft. These universe pirates are all quite wealthy. They earned their money by robbing others. It's definitely easier for them, Wang Ting scoffed. True. Round Ball agreed wholeheartedly. These universe pirates probably spent their ill-gotten gains on purchasing spacecraft first. To be a universe pirate, you couldn't do without a powerful spacecraft. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. Without wasting words, he used the space concealment skill to hide himself in the crevices of space. Even the detectors of a universe-level spacecraft might not be able to detect his presence. Then, he approached the red universe-level spacecraft using spatial means. At the bottom of the spacecraft, near the airlock, Wang Ting asked, Round Ball, can you handle it? Leave it to me. Who am I? I'm a heaven-stage intelligent lifeform. Round Ball patted its chest. Wang Ting gave a faint smile and told it to go ahead. In no time, the airlock silently opened. Round Ball deceived the intelligence system of the red spaceship, quietly unlocking the airlock. Wang Ting flashed inside, opened the real eye, and immediately captured the brightest force within the spacecraft. Heaven's stage. It must be the red cat. Wang Ting smiled slightly and went directly towards the direction of the light. This universe-level spacecraft was also a small one, and the internal space was not large. He passed through a steel corridor and encountered two Cosmos stage martial warriors. As Payne had said, they were all female martial warriors, but their appearances were far from impressive. He knocked them unconscious without anyone noticing. Soon, Wang Ting arrived outside a practice room. In comparison to Payne and the others who were relaxed, the members of the Red Cat Universe Pirate Group were extremely diligent. Most of them were practicing, with only a few on guard duty and hunting for prey. Others would only leave the practice room when there was prey to plunder. Wang Ting stood outside the practice room, and Round Ball opened the door directly. Then, he pushed the door open and walked in. At this point, the other side couldn't run away. He didn't need to worry about anything. Hence, he had no intention of hiding anymore. He walked in confidently as if he was strolling in his territory. Inside the practice room, a stunning woman in her early 30s was sitting cross-legged. She had a head of wine-red wavy hair and an exceptionally beautiful face. However, amidst that beauty, there was a cold and stern aura. When Wang Ting first encountered Clara on Yumming Planet, she was also charming. However, compared to this woman, she lacked a kind of sharpness and a unique temperament that could only be achieved by experiencing hardship. "Who is it?" At this moment, the stunning woman suddenly opened her eyes, casting an icy gaze toward the intruder at the door. "Red Cat Universe Pirate, Red Cat Tracy." Wang Ting looked at her calmly and opened his mouth. Tracy slowly stood up. She was wearing a red, smooth combat suit that perfectly outlined her curvaceous figure, giving people a feeling of blood surging. Wang Ting suddenly understood why Pain had that expression when mentioning the red cat. With that beautiful face and the voluptuous figure, it was impossible not to arouse criminal thoughts in any man. Even with Wang Ting's composure, he couldn't help but feel a bit moved at this moment. A woman like her could easily evoke a man's desire for conquest. "Wang Ting!" Round Ball shouted uncontrollably. "Cough, cough." Wang Ting snapped back to reality and cleared his throat. Tracy did not act rashly and did not answer Wang Ting's question. Her gaze was fixed on him, and she felt a sense of alertness. Although in her eyes, the young man in front of her was only a Cosmos stage martial warrior, daring to walk into her practice room so confidently, even knowing her identity, indicated that he definitely had some confidence. Moreover, from the moment the young man entered the practice room until now, there was no movement outside, which also indicated something. Either he had bypassed all the martial warriors on their ship without causing any attention, or all the martial warriors on the ship had been silently taken care of. Chapter 22-26. Don't get up, continue kneeling. 2. Regardless of the possibilities, it was evident that this person was not ordinary. "Who are you?" Tracy sized up Wang Ting and finally asked. Her voice carried a husky texture, seductive yet laced with cold cruelty, a contradiction. "I'm just passing through." Wang Ting, with genuine interest, looked at this lady before him, who was ready to launch an attack at any moment. "Since you're passing through, please leave. When away from home, let's not interfere with each other," Tracy said. "I heard the rumor that the fiery red cat Tracy is quite alluring." "I'm curious," Wang Ting remarked. "Now that you've seen it, it should satisfy your curiosity." Tracy's gaze turned cold as she spoke. "No, they say you're hard to conquer." "I want to give it a try," Wang Ting said with a mischievous tone. A hint of disgust flashed in Tracy's eyes. This young man, like the others, came to conquer her. "Then you go to hell." A burst of killing intent erupted in her eyes. With a swift motion, she swung her hand, and a red shadow suddenly whipped towards Wang Ting. Slap! A crisp sound echoed, space shattered, cracks spread around the red shadow, entwined with a fiery force. Within that fiery red, there was even a particularly unique crimson hue. Simultaneously, as the red shadow swept in, a sharp intent pierced through, making the skin tingle upon contact. 3 forces: fire force, metal force, poison force. Wang Ting's eyes sparkled, instantly discerning that the red cat before him was a warrior proficient in the fire, metal, and poison force, a triple-element martial warrior. This revelation aligned with the radiant aura he had observed using his real eye earlier. What caught Wang Ting's attention even more was the peculiar weapon wielded by his adversary, a long whip seemingly crafted from a combination of metal and bone, exuding an extraordinary aura. As the whip swept through the air, transforming into a razor-sharp crimson light, a direct hit would likely cause the instantaneous rupture of even a Cosmos stage martial warrior. A formidable red cat. Wang Ting's lips curled into a hint of a smile. Now, things were getting interesting. The strength of this red cat undoubtedly surpassed that of Pain. Boom! The next moment, he activated the ancient god's body and the true dragon battle physique, pseudo, engulfing the surroundings in scorching heat. A fist pounded forward, the resounding roar echoing through the air. Tracy couldn't help but sneer. This guy was asking for death, daring to confront her red skeletal soft bone whip with his bare fists. Her red skeletal soft bone whip was a heaven-level weapon, causing numerous heaven-stage martial warriors to suffer defeat. She didn't believe this Cosmos-stage martial warrior before her could withstand it. The other party was too arrogant. However, Wang Ting remained unfazed. Force surged, and suddenly, a layer of earth-yellow dragon scales covered his fist, wrapping it as if transforming his hand into a dragon's claw. Dark obelisk dragon armor. This was a defensive battle technique he got from the obelisk scale dragon beast. It could condense earth and dark force to form a formidable armor, boasting remarkable defensive capabilities. Currently, Wang Ting only employed earth force, yet the resulting defense was by no means weak. Especially with the activation of the true dragon battle physique, pseudo, it was equivalent to having dual layers of protection. Moreover, offense was the best defense. He wasn't foolish enough to let the opponent whip him casually. Boom! At the next moment, the fist seal erupted, infused with the power of a 6th-rank fire domain, colliding with the crimson whip shadow. What? Trasa's expression changed abruptly. Almost without time to think, she felt a tremendous force transmitted through her red skeletal soft bone whip, causing it to be forcibly knocked away, almost slipping from her grasp. Even though she managed to firmly hold onto the whip, her arm couldn't help but tremble. She incredulously stared at the young man before her, taking a few steps back involuntarily. 6th-rank domain. A 6th-rank domain appeared on a Cosmos-stage martial warrior. In all her years of cultivation, reaching the 4th rank of the Heaven stage, she had only cultivated her fire and poison domains to the 4th rank, with her metal domain barely reaching the 3rd rank. Who are you? Tracy couldn't help but ask the question again. This young man before her couldn't possibly be a universe pirate. She had never heard of any universe pirate possessing such extraordinary talent. Moreover, with such talent, why would one choose to be a pirate? I told you, I'm just passing through, Wang Ting replied with a faint smile. He continued, but if you're willing to submit, I might consider revealing my true identity. Dream on! Tracy coldly exclaimed, launching another attack on Wang Ting. She couldn't believe that she, a Heaven-stage martial warrior, would be defeated by a Cosmos-stage martial warrior, even if he had comprehended a 6th-rank domain. Why bother? Wang Ting shook his head and sighed. He confidently walked towards Tracy, his fist swinging once again, unleashing a powerful fist seal. The dark obelisk dragon armor, condensed on his fist, hadn't dissipated. There was a whip mark on its surface, indicating that the previous whip strike had not been without effect. However, it hadn't truly harmed Wang Ting, and with the flickering radiance, the armor on his fist returned to its original state. The whip mark seemed to be nothing more than an illusion. Boom! The two clashed once again, fist seal and whip light interweaving, creating resounding explosions within the training room. Fortunately, the room was sturdy enough and had rune protections. Otherwise, their battle could easily have damaged the spacecraft. Tracy grew more and more alarmed as the battle progressed. Was this young man truly a Cosmos-stage martial warrior? Why was he so powerful? She found herself unable to defeat him. His strength was terrifying, posing a threat even to Heaven-stage martial warriors. Moreover, after such a prolonged fight, his force seemed undiminished, unlike that of a typical Cosmos-stage martial warrior. Chapter 22-27. Don't get up, continue kneeling. 3. Wait. Tracy retreated. She stopped her attack 100 meters away and opened her mouth. What's the matter? Wang Ting looked at her with utmost calmness. I give up. You wanted me to submit, right? I submit. Tracy said decisively. Weren't you refusing just a moment ago? And this doesn't seem like your style, Wang Ting said, looking at her with a sly smile. Your strength is enough to make me submit. One can see it. You're different from those smelly men before. You're not a universe pirate, Tracy said. Is that so? Wang Ting rubbed his chin and said, Then come here, kneel, and call me master. I'll believe you then. Do I really have to kneel? Tracy's expression changed slightly. A hint of struggle appeared in her eyes, and a trace of grievance surfaced on her face, making her appear pitiable. Kneel. Wang Ting nodded, speaking with seriousness. Tracy cursed Wang Ting mentally 1,000 times. This man was too heartless, showing no emotion at all. If you don't kneel, well, continue fighting, Wang Ting said. Fine, I'll kneel. Tracy gritted her teeth, took a deep breath, and said, Put away your whip. It's intimidating, Wang Ting said. Tracy was infuriated but ultimately put away the red whip in her hand. She walked in front of Wang Ting and slowly knelt. Wang Ting was astonished. Was this woman really going to submit? The script wasn't right. Based on his prediction, this wild red cat wouldn't surrender easily. At this moment, Tracy suddenly lifted her head, a seductive smile appearing at the corner of her lips, captivating, but a glint of coldness flashed in her eyes. Simultaneously, her red lips slightly parted, revealing several icy glimmers. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 needle-like rays of cold red light shot straight towards Wang Ting's eyes. The distance between them was too close, and these glimmers instantly reached Wang Ting's face, seemingly about to pierce into his eyes. A cold smile formed at the corner of Tracy's mouth, but the next moment, her smile froze instantly. What a treacherous woman! Wang Ting sighed. Without any visible movement, the 3 rays of cold light suddenly froze in place, just inches from his eyes, unable to advance any further. How is this possible? Tracy looked bewildered. Her body, halfway in the process of rising, froze. However, a hand suddenly pressed onto her shoulder. Don't get up, continue kneeling. At the same time, a mocking voice came from behind her. When did that happen? Tracy was both shocked and enraged. She looked towards Wang Ting in front of her, only to see that the figure was slowly dissipating, leaving behind only a faint afterimage. With a forceful push of his palm, Tracy solidly knelt on the ground. You! Tracy's face was instantly filled with humiliation. Don't move. My battle sword doesn't have eyes. Wang Ting walked out slowly from behind her, a sword appearing in his hand at some unknown point, pressing lightly against her neck. He smiled faintly. Tracy's body stiffened, not daring to make the slightest movement. Although the young man in front of her wore a playful smile, his eyes were now indifferent to the extreme, unlike the previous men she had encountered, whose eyes were full of desire. She was unwilling. Originally, she had intended to use this sneak attack, but unexpectedly it backfired, leaving her unable even to escape. Look into my eyes, Wang Ting suddenly said. Tracy was already making eye contact with Wang Ting and immediately sensed that something was wrong. Subconsciously, she tried to evade, but it was too late. A crimson light flashed in Wang Ting's eyes, causing her gaze to instantly become hazy. After a moment, Wang Ting walked out of the training room. Unexpectedly, this woman was much more difficult to control than Pain, consuming a considerable amount of his spiritual power. He picked up all the dropped attribute bubbles, but they were of little use. Wang Ting didn't pay much attention to them. Tracy followed obediently behind him, her eyes resentful, but she could no longer muster the thought of attacking him. Round Ball, ask Pain and the others to bring the spacecraft over, Wang Ting said. As Pain brought the spacecraft closer, Wang Ting had already taken control of all the martial warriors on the Red Cat pirate group's spacecraft. Looking at the group of female warriors in front of him, Wang Ting's expression became somewhat strange. He said to Tracy behind him, "The difference between your subordinates and you seems a bit too significant. Ordinary. These female martial warriors look too ordinary. Not to mention comparing them to Tracy, even compared to ordinary beauties, there was simply no comparison. For a notorious pirate group led by a renowned beauty, it was truly unexpected that her subordinates were just a group of plain-looking female warriors. They are all pitiful beings in the universe. Sometimes, having an ordinary appearance can attract less attention, Tracy said coldly. Wang Ting nodded in deep thought. Sir. At this moment, Payne walked in with his men from outside, extremely excited. You've indeed conquered the Red Cat. At this point, Payne truly admired Wang Ting to the extreme. The elusive Red Cat had finally been conquered by someone. Payne, it's you. Tracy, upon seeing him, immediately knew that he must have betrayed her. This scoundrel. Ha ha ha. Red Cat, long time no see. You're still so charming, Payne said awkwardly. F-imf, by betraying me, you've violated a taboo. Aren't you afraid of provoking other pirate groups to unite against us? Tracy said coldly. Given his methods, do you think I could resist? You've already experienced it, Payne said. Tracy's expression changed slightly, and she couldn't help but look towards Wang Ting. She was under control and knew that she had no power to resist. For a moment, her face turned pale, and her heart felt as if it were ashes. Don't worry, I won't touch you, Wang Ting said calmly and directly. Tracy. Payne. I made you submit so that you could work for me, not for anything else, Wang Ting continued. What do you want us to do? Payne couldn't help but ask. Tracy also looked at Wang Ting, furrowing her brows. For now, one don't know. Well, talk about it later, Wang Ting said, stretching lazily. Payne and Tracy were speechless. Damn it, this guy captured them without knowing what he wanted. Why were they being treated unfairly? All right, continue searching for other pirate groups. Let's capture a few more, Wang Ting ordered. We still need to continue capturing? Payne exclaimed. Any objections? Wang Ting asked. No, no. Payne replied hurriedly. Beside them, Tracy's gaze flickered, and it was unclear what she was thinking. Next, Wang Ting continued to recruit other pirate groups encountered on the journey. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye, and they were now approaching the 5 burial stars. The number of recruited pirate groups had reached 6. You all stay on standby in the surrounding space. Don't cause trouble, and don't let anyone discover you, Wang Ting instructed the few people standing behind him in the spacecraft's control room. These people, including Payne and Tracy, along with 4 Heaven Stage martial warriors, were all leaders of the pirate groups captured by Wang Ting along the way. Chapter 22-28 Dangers Everywhere 1. 5 Burial Stars. In the Phantom Drift territorial domain, the 5 burial stars didn't just refer to the 5 planet. It represented a dominant power in the region. The 5 burial stars were controlled by 5 major families, jointly dominating dozens of star systems within the Phantom Drift territorial domain, making them one of the 3 most powerful forces in the region. You could say that the status of the 5 burial stars in the territorial domain was akin to that of the Great Qian Empire in the Liuguang territorial domain. In the celestial expanse, 5 planets orbit, forming a peculiar ring made of unique materials. While they were called 5 planets, it was quite evident that one of them was significantly larger than the other 4. This planet was the core of the 5 burial stars, known as the 5th burial star. At this moment, within a castle-like structure on the main continent of the 5th burial star, representatives of the 5 major families had gathered. Inside a grand and magnificent hall, 5 seats were arranged by a long table, each family member taking their place. 4 of them sat on either side of the long table, while one person sat at the upper end, clearly holding a distinguished position. The 5 burial stars have a particularly unique rule. Every few years, they conduct a re-ranking. The ranking was determined based on each family's economic strength, the strongest combat power, contributions to the development of the 5 burial stars, and the strength of the younger generation. The family that ranks first would become the true leading family of the 5 burial stars, with the other 4 families providing unconditional support. Of course, if a significant decision-making mistake occurred, the other 4 families could jointly initiate an impeachment to remove the originally leading family from its position. To the 5 burial stars, such a rule undoubtedly suits their development. Survival of the fittest. The laws in the universe were the most straightforward, and it was precisely by adhering to such rules that the 5 burial stars had maintained their unyielding development for countless years. Even in the face of significant crises, the 5 burial stars had never declined. Now it was the Hengzong family, one of the 5 major families, that held the reins of the 5 burial stars. I presume you have all received the news. At the upper end, a middle-aged man with a face full of robust muscles spoke. This man was the current head of the Hengzong family, named Hengzong Chuan, a universe stage powerhouse with formidable strength. The Arbitration Association of the 7 Stellar Academies is relentless. They have sent another counselor. Another woman shook her head with a charming smile. She was the head of the Yizong family, Yizong Bai. Despite being a woman, she was also a universe stage powerhouse, not to be underestimated. The Yizong family was a matriarchal family, where female warriors generally excelled, making the women generally stronger than the men. The bodies of those unlucky guys we took care of haven't even cooled yet. The head of the Guizong family, Guizong Feng, one of the 5 major families, nonchalantly placed his foot on the long table and burst into laughter. I had someone investigate the new Cosmos realm. It's said that he is just a freshman at the Stellar Academies, and he's also a Cosmos stage martial warrior. Another man, in his 50s with half-white hair and a sinister demeanor, spoke slowly. He was the head of the Yunzong family, named Yunzong Ying, with a gloomy and ruthless personality. In the chaotic world of the 5 burial stars, his reputation was extremely poor, striking fear into the hearts of those who heard his name. A new student? A Cosmos stage martial warrior? Everyone was stunned. Is the Academy Arbitration Association joking with us? Asked the head of the Shozong family, the last of the 5 major families, with a helpless smile. Appointing a Cosmos stage warrior as a counselor, the Academy Arbitration Association seems to have lost their minds, Guizong Feng commented speechlessly. Why would they appoint a freshman as a counselor? I've never heard of a new student becoming a counselor, Yizong Bai said, frowning in confusion, finding the situation somewhat suspicious. The reason given by the Stellar Academies is that this new counselor is a genius with formidable strength. Yunzong Ying explained. Formidable strength? How powerful can a Cosmos stage warrior be? Guizong Feng sneered. The other heads felt the same way. They didn't believe that a Cosmos stage martial warrior was powerful enough to threaten them. In the past, the counselors were always formidable individuals, often surpassing even the Heaven stage. Given that they had eliminated numerous counselors before, they found it hard to believe that a Cosmos stage martial warrior could make any significant impact. Could it be that they just want to offer a sacrificial lamb? Shozong Liao touched his chin. After all, we've killed so many counselors in the past. Maybe the Academy Arbitration Association has grown tired of it? That's possible. Each time they send counselors, they seem to be unlucky fellows. It appears the Academy Arbitration Association is ready to give up control over our 5 burial stars, Yizong Bai remarked with a faint smile. Even the Academy Arbitration Association has to bow to the 5 burial stars. We're going to be famous. Guizong Feng laughed triumphantly. Don't be complacent. The Academy Arbitration Association represents the Stellar Arbitration Council. We have been maintaining a delicate balance. If we go too far, they won't continue to turn a blind eye, Yunzong Ying warned. As the Stellar Arbitration Council was mentioned, the atmosphere became serious, and everyone nodded in agreement. while suppressing the development of the Academy Arbitration Association in 5 burial stars had given them a boost, they weren't arrogant enough to underestimate the Stellar Arbitration Council. It was a force that all powerful beings in the universe feared, boasting a multitude of formidable individuals. Each one was a cause for concern. This counselor named Wang Ting is about to arrive at 5 burial stars. Arrange for our younger generation to welcome him properly, said Hengzong Chuan. He had remained silent until now, and as the discussion came to an end, he spoke in a calm tone. Chapter 22-29. Dangers Everywhere. 2. Alright. He's just a Cosmos stage martial warrior. It's easy to deal with him, Guizhong Feng replied. Guizhong Feng, you better put away such thoughts. The prodigies of the stellar academies are not to be underestimated, Yunzong Ing warned. Okay, one no. Guizhong Feng waved his hand impatiently. Let's disperse. Don't make mistakes at a critical moment, said Hengzong Chuan. He stood up and disappeared into the hall. The other family heads exchanged glances and gradually faded away. In the starry sky, more than 10 light-years away from 5 burial stars, a highly concealed spacecraft hid in the void. On board, 3 heaven-stage martial warriors stood in the spacecraft's control room, frowning as they gazed at the display screen of the detectors. So many days have passed. He should have arrived by now, a stern-looking young man spoke. But we haven't found any trace of him. During this time, we only saw a few universe pirate ships and some commercial spacecraft passing by, said another woman with an icy expression. This is the main route to 5 burial stars. He should have passed through here, unless he changed his spacecraft, an ordinary-looking old man added. The information our employer gave us is inaccurate. The woman with the icy expression frowned. This is the target spacecraft. It's a universe-level spacecraft, and very distinctive. If it appears, we will notice it. The ordinary-looking old man opened a holographic screen, revealing a black and menacing spacecraft, highly conspicuous. As the old man said, if this spacecraft appeared, they wouldn't have missed it. If Wang Ting were here, he would undoubtedly recognize it as his Devil Slayer spacecraft. These people were after him. What do we do now? The stern-looking young man asked impatiently. The ordinary-looking old man sighed and said, Wait for 2 more days. If there's still no sign, the other party has probably reached 5 burial stars ahead of us. It means our interception has failed. This increases my workload. The woman with an icy expression coldly remarked. Is the information provided by our employer reliable or not? If this continues, I might have to ask for more money. That's right, more money. The stern-looking young man agreed. All right, let's make the other party pay more. The ordinary-looking old man nodded, seemingly in agreement with the decision. So, they waited for 2 more days, still without spotting the target spacecraft. The 3 of them decided to ask for more money. 7th Stellar Academy. The Qinyan Society. What? You want more money? Feng Qinyan seemed to have heard something extremely absurd, and his whole demeanor changed. He thought he had found the right people, believing it was foolproof, and that they would undoubtedly eliminate Wang Ting, especially since the individuals he hired were from there. However, the result was that they hadn't even found the person, and now they wanted more money. This was simply outrageous. Your information is incorrect. The target spacecraft hasn't appeared at all. If you want us to continue the mission, we'll have to take the risk of entering 5 burial stars. A holographic screen appeared in front of Feng Qinyan, and a person wearing a black head covering calmly spoke. His spacecraft hasn't appeared? Feng Qinyan deeply furrowed his brows, speaking in a cold tone. Did you set up your ambush in the wrong place? He might have taken a different route. Impossible. The location we ambushed is the only route leading to 5 burial stars. Other areas are blocked by warriors from 5 burial stars. He can't enter elsewhere, the person in the black hood replied. That means that the other party changed spacecraft. Feng Qinyan immediately thought of this. Exactly. That's our speculation as well. The person in the black hood said, so if you want us to continue the mission, you must pay more. Also, if you decide to cancel the mission, we'll only refund half of the commission. The other half is our service fee. This is the rule, and you should be aware of it. Feng Qinyan felt a pang of annoyance at the mention of more money. Taking a deep breath, he said, Fine, more money it is, but I must see him dead. No problem. Our success rate is 99%, the person in the black hood confidently stated. Feng Qinyan said no more, reluctantly paid the additional fee, and then closed the holographic screen. In the next moment, the room was filled with the sound of various objects being smashed. In the universe outside the 5 burial stars, a passenger spacecraft was flying towards the 5 burial stars. This type of passenger spacecraft was designed for short-distance travel, divided into economy class, business class, and luxury class. Naturally, the prices varied, but the services in the luxury class were worth every credit. Inside the luxury class of this passenger spacecraft, a handsome young man with black hair was comfortably sitting in an air-powered recliner. He wore casual and comfortable attire, looking nothing like a warrior. Instead, he seemed like a nobleman traveling the universe. On the side, several charming flight attendants occasionally walked by, sneakily glancing at the young man. The black-haired young man was simply too handsome, and his unique temperament made him stand out. Even though these flight attendants had seen many young talents of various races, they couldn't find anyone comparable to this black-haired young man. Moreover, the fact that he sat in the luxury class meant he wasn't short of money, undoubtedly a young nobleman from some major power. Young, wealthy, and handsome. Chapter 2230. Dangers Everywhere. 3. For these flight attendants, there was undoubtedly a fatal attraction. If they could win the favor of this young nobleman, they could escape the life of the lower class and no longer need to continue wandering. These flight attendants came from various races, and many of them were slaves sold to the passenger transport companies. They yearned to escape their current situations every moment. Sir, may I ask if you would like a drink? A beautiful woman boldly approached, bending down to reveal a deep cleavage as she asked softly. Not for now, thank you. The black-haired young man was about to check the messages from 5 burial stars. Hearing the voice, he slightly paused, raised his head, momentarily dazed, but quickly recovered. He smiled faintly. All right, if you need anything, feel free to call me. I am Nana, flight attendant number 03. The beautiful woman's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment, but it quickly vanished. Okay. The black-haired young man nodded. The beautiful woman gracefully stood up, allowing her ample chest to be displayed in front of the black-haired young man for a while, and then she swayed away with a graceful figure. The black-haired young man shook his head, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The wealthy people in the universe were truly fortunate. You seem a bit moved, but why not accept it? With your financial resources, buying such a beauty should be straightforward. Even if you purchase all the crew members on this entire spacecraft, it shouldn't be a problem. A cold, husky voice came from the side. Beautiful things are plentiful, but I don't necessarily have to claim them ale for myself. The black-haired young man looked at the woman on his left, smiling faintly. But they are pitiful people, destined to be bought sooner or later, the woman said. Everyone has their destiny. I can't intervene every time I see injustice, the black-haired young man said lightly. You seem quite upset. No. The woman closed her eyes, seeming unwilling to say more. However, the black-haired young man continued, asking, Why did you come out with me? Didn't I ask you to stay on standby at any time? To protect you. If you die with what you've left in our heads, we probably would die too, the woman said indifferently. Protect me? The black-haired young man laughed. Not one of you is my match. The 5 burial stars are chaotic. The more people, the more assurance. Besides, here, our experience is definitely richer than yours, the woman said without opening her eyes. You're truly an unruly subordinate. The others wouldn't dare to disobey my orders, the black-haired young man said helplessly. If you want to kill me, I have no objections. The woman suddenly opened her eyes and looked at him indifferently. No need for that. It's just a small matter. There's no need to kill you over it, the black-haired young man said with a faint smile. Just do your job well. You'll find that following me is at least better than being a universe pirate. The woman kept quiet. Later, she asked, what are you going to do on 5 burial stars? And why did you change your appearance? I'm so handsome, and you're so good-looking. If I didn't change my appearance, it would cause a lot of trouble, the black-haired young man answered casually. Is there a difference now? The woman remained silent for a moment, looking at the black-haired young man, who was still incredibly handsome even after the transformation. Of course, it's much safer now, the black-haired young man replied. Especially for you. If you maintained your original appearance, there would be big trouble. I'm afraid many people know you, right? Few people know my true appearance. Only some universe pirates have seen my real face, the woman said. That's enough. Universe pirates are still quite mysterious. What if someone who knows you happens to pass by? The black-haired young man said. The woman remained silent, closing her eyes again and refusing to speak. She didn't believe a word of what the black-haired young man said. Shrugging, the black-haired young man looked at the information on the screen, browsing the recent events around 5 burial stars. This black-haired young man was none other than Wang Ting, who had changed his appearance. He decided to enter 5 burial stars with an unfamiliar face first, assess the situation, and then decide on the next course of action. As for the woman next to him, she was Tracy, the red cat. When Wang Ting left the pirate ship, she followed him, claiming to be there to protect Wang Ting. Chapter 2231. You're the counselor they're talking about. 1. On the 5 burial stars, apart from the largest planet, the 5th burial star, the other 4 planets are each occupied by one of the 4 major families, with the planets named after these families. The base of the Hengzong family was located on the 5th burial star, indicating the formidable strength of this family. On the Yunzong planet, in a steep canyon, within a treacherous canyon, a cold and ruthless voice resonated through the void, suddenly reaching within. Yunzong Xiao, a member of the Academy Arbitration Association, is about to arrive. This counselor is a Cosmos Stage martial warrior. Come out of seclusion. Yes. A figure suddenly soared into the sky from the canyon, hovering in the air above the canyon, bowing respectfully toward the distance. You may act freely, just avoid directly killing him. The voice slowly faded away, and the figure in the canyon, Yunzong Xiao, had a glint in his eyes and a sinister smile on his lips. A Cosmos Stage counselor? It's finally my turn to take action. I will let everyone know that 1 a.m. the strongest prodigy in the 5 burial stars. In an instant, he transformed into a stream of light, rushing towards the sky. Without using a spacecraft, he flew directly towards the 5th burial star. He couldn't wait to meet the counselor. On the Guizhong star, a figure appeared on top of a towering volcano and shouted down below, Guizhong Yen, get your ass out of here. I heard it. I heard it. An impatient roar echoed from below the volcano. Boom. The next moment, like a volcanic eruption, numerous magma pillars surged, and within the scorching magma, a robust figure soared into the air. Old man, what do you want with me? Guizhong Yen asked arrogantly. The counselor from the Academy Arbitration Association has arrived. This time, it's a Cosmos Stage warrior. Go meet him and don't disgrace our Guizhong family, said Guizhong Feng, the head of the Guizhong family. He looked at his most outstanding son in satisfaction. This was his 36th son, even more outstanding than several sons and daughters who had already reached the heaven stage. If he becomes a heaven stage martial warrior, he would undoubtedly be a formidable force, and he could send him out for experience. Cosmos stage? Counselor? Old man, are you kidding me? Guizhong Yin asked. There's no mistake. The other party is a genius from the Stellar Academy, rumored to be incredibly powerful, Guizhong Feng said. At the meeting of the 5 major families, he appeared disdainful of the geniuses from the Stellar Academies. However, in reality, he never underestimated the talents from the Academy. It was merely a facade put on for the other 4 major families. To become the head of a family, one could not be a simple character. While the 5 major families appeared to cooperate on the surface, competition still existed behind closed doors. After all, whoever took control of the helm of the 5 burial stars would greatly benefit their own family. A genius from the Stellar Academies, becoming a counselor at the Cosmos stage. Interesting, Guizhong Yin said with a faint smile. It's time for you to go out and explore. Don't always cultivate here, Guizhong Feng advised. All right. Guizhong Yin nodded and then asked, will Yunzong Xiao and Hengzong Yaokong also come out? Of course. How can the other 4 major families give up such a good opportunity? So, you have to make our family proud, Guizhong Feng remarked coldly. Enough. Stop mentioning the family all the time, Guizhong Yin said impatiently, waving his hand. He transformed into a crimson light and soared into the sky. You rascal! Guizhong Feng looked up and couldn't help but curse with a smile before disappearing on the spot. Meanwhile, in the territories of the Shozong family, Yizong family, and Hengzong family, similar scenes were unfolding. Young warriors emerged from their places of cultivation, converging towards the 5th burial star. Wang Ting had not yet arrived, but the 5th burial star was already bustling with anticipation. Everyone was awaiting the arrival of this counselor. A passenger spacecraft descended into the docking port of the 5th burial star, and a black-haired young man emerged, accompanied by a woman with a voluptuous figure and an ordinary face. Many crew members behind them couldn't help but reveal a disappointed expression as they looked at the woman. They found it somewhat unfair. Why should that woman be favored by the noble young master? Is it just because of her good figure? One crew member coldly remarked. Her figure isn't just good. It's outrageously good, another flight attendant sighed. Silence. Several crew members couldn't help but glance at their own figures. Well, although theirs were also quite good, it seemed a bit lacking in comparison. The other woman had a perfect and well-proportioned figure without an ounce of excess flesh. The difference was immediately apparent. There was no harm if there was no comparison. The difference was obvious. What on earth did she eat to have such a figure? It's truly breaking the rules, one crew member murmured. Exactly. The taste of that noble young master seems a bit strange. This woman looks so ordinary. Maybe some men just like this type? Haven't you heard a saying? What saying? Turn off the lights and they all look the same. Silence. The flight attendants turned eerily silent. Sisters, that one hit close to home. Someone said wryly. There are beautiful ladies everywhere, but it's hard to find someone with such a perfect figure. The attendant continued to stab them in the heart. Silence. Chapter 2232. You're the counselor they're talking about. 2. The surrounding crew members couldn't bear to listen any longer and suddenly scattered. The topic had been exhausted for the day. In front, Wang Ting held on tightly to the raging Tracy and said using voice transmission, Don't act rashly. Don't be impulsive. They're just joking. Ignorance is innocence. Tracy took several deep breaths to gradually calm her anger and coldly said, Let go. All right, I'll let go immediately. Don't be impulsive. Wang Ting immediately released the hand he had gripped, keeping a close eye on her, afraid that she might impulsively go back and take care of those crew members. However, the anticipated situation did not unfold. Tracy snorted coldly and walked briskly forward. Wang Ting finally breathed a sigh of relief, inwardly complaining about those crew members. How dare they secretly ridicule this fiery lady behind her back? They were asking for trouble. But he also hadn't expected that even after taming this red cat, it would be so difficult to deal with. It was even throwing a tantrum. Who was the real master here? Wang Ting, are you sure you didn't bring back an ancestor? Round Bali laughed in his mind. Never mind, I'm a magnanimous person. Wang Ting shook his head and sighed. He walked forward. Tracy stopped in her tracks and waited for a while. Why stop? Wang Ting asked. Where are we going now? Tracy asked impatiently. Let's find a place to stay, preferably the busiest place on the 5 burial stars, where geniuses gather. Let me see how strong the geniuses of the 5 burial stars are, Wang Ting said. Tracy nodded. She stopped a Force Rune flying car at the side of the road and said, Go to 5 Burial Street. Then, she closed her eyes. The Force Rune flying car flew into the sky. Wang Ting sat inside the car, looking out through the window at the scenery outside, his gaze filled with curiosity. While the 5 burial stars was a chaotic place, there was no trace of disorder on the surface. Everywhere seemed orderly, with flying cars navigating the designated air routes in the sky, and martial warriors walking through the air without interfering with each other. The city was bustling, with towering buildings, and below, there was a large flow of people, seemingly busy with their own affairs. Wang Ting's eyes showed a hint of surprise as he asked, Round Ball, is this really a chaotic place? Of course. Why will one lie to you? Round Ball replied. This chaotic place seems a bit calm. Wang Ting hesitated for a moment before finding an appropriate adjective. Calm. Yes, it was too calm, not at all like a chaotic place. Shouldn't there be death everywhere? Shouldn't it be barbaric and lawless? Shouldn't it be a place where violence and plunder were commonplace? Why did it seem more like a civilized planet? Wang Ting didn't understand. Before Round Ball could respond, a voice suddenly entered Wang Ting's ears. You seem to find all of this very strange. Wang Ting turned to look at Tracy, who was resting with her eyes closed. Wasn't she ignoring him? Well, a bit, he replied. What's strange? Strange that this place is so calm and prosperous? Tracy seemed to have known what Wang Ting was thinking and said casually. And if not? Wang Ting asked back. You're overthinking. All the chaos is invisible. Look at the people below. They seem to be conducting legitimate business, but in reality, they might just be dealing with looted or stolen goods. And some people, on the surface, seem to be discussing big business, apparently formulating some business plan, but in reality, they might just be planning which wealthy person to rob tonight or whose woman to plunder among the rich young heirs. Look behind us. Several flying cars are following us. They've already marked you as a fat sheep, Tracy said. Wang Ting turned to glance, suddenly feeling the unfriendliness of this planet. He had sensed the flying cars behind them a long time ago, but he didn't expect them to be tailing him, planning to rob him. Do you still think that the 5 burial stars are peaceful? Tracy asked. How did the chaos develop on the 5 burial stars? Wang Ting was not concerned at all about the sarcasm in her words. He was curious. It's suppressed by the 5 major families of the 5 burial stars. Everything here is within their rules, Tracy, though indifferent to Wang Ting, explained, and the uniqueness of the 5 burial stars allows many extremely rare treasures from the outside world to circulate in the market. Similarly, it enables things to be done here that cannot be done in the outside world, naturally giving it its value. Wang Ting nodded in deep thought. It seems bringing her along has some effect. Round Ball chuckled. Wang Ting nodded silently. Tracy had already demonstrated her usefulness, and he didn't mind having her accompany him. Before long, the flying car descended on a bustling commercial street. Wang Ting and Tracy got off the car, looking around. We've arrived. This Five Burials Hotel is the most luxurious and extravagant gathering place on the Five Burial Stars. All the genius warriors from the Five Burial Stars come here to exchange ideas. As long as you stay here, those who see you as a fat sheep won't dare to touch you. Tracy turned around, gazing at a magnificent golden building ahead. She glanced at Wang Ting and added nonchalantly, "Of course, staying here is very expensive." "Very expensive?" Wang Ting laughed. "Do you think I can't afford it?" Tracy suddenly realized that this guy had robbed 6 universe pirate groups, including their Red Cat pirate group. Money was probably the least of his concerns. Chapter 2233. You're the counselor they're talking about. 3. She didn't know that even if Wang Ting didn't rob them, his wealth was beyond her imagination. "Let's go." Wang Ting smiled slightly and walked towards the Five Burials Hotel in front. Several stern-faced martial warriors stood in front of the door, blocking the way. Martial warriors below the Cosmos stage are not allowed to enter. A hint of surprise flashed in Wang Ting's eyes. Was the threshold of the Five Burials Hotel this high? Without wasting words, he directly released his Cosmos stage aura and said, "Can we go in now?" The martial warriors looked at Tracy. Boom! A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Tracy, causing the martial warriors to take a few steps back, their expressions drastically changing. Heaven stage! The gazes of the warriors immediately changed. This seemingly ordinary woman turned out to be a Heaven stage martial warrior. What's more, she was silently following behind a Cosmos stage martial warrior like a bodyguard. The identity of this black-haired young man was definitely not simple. "Please come in." The martial warriors on both sides showed a change in their expressions and respectfully made way. Wang Ting passed by them directly, leading Tracy inside. After the two entered, the leader immediately opened his wristwatch and sent out a message. In addition to checking the qualifications of those entering, these martial warriors also observed the identities of the entrants and promptly reported the situation to the hotel backend to avoid offending the wrong people. Wang Ting had a Heaven stage martial warrior as his bodyguard, so his identity wasn't simple. They needed to treat him carefully. In a place as chaotic as the Five Burial Stars, being cautious was crucial, as formidable individuals could emerge at any moment. Of course, the Five Burials Hotel, jointly operated by the 5 major families, was not a place ordinary people could afford to provoke. As Wang Ting entered the lobby of the Five Burials Hotel, he was momentarily stunned by its opulence. Damn, this was too luxurious. Even for someone as well-traveled as Wang Ting, such a magnificent place was a rare sight. The interior was exceptionally unique. In the center was a large arena covered by protective rune arrays, where 2 martial warriors were engaged in combat. The arena was entirely open above, with balconies forming enclosed spaces on all 4 sides, resembling a square. At this moment, many people stood on the balconies, watching the battles in the arena, occasionally cheering. "This place is quite interesting." Wang Ting observed the surroundings with a peculiar look and spoke in a low voice. "This is the characteristic of the Five Burials building. If you want to witness the geniuses of the Five Burial Stars, this is the best place," Sissy explained. "Good. Well done. 111 Remember your contribution." Wang Ting chuckled. Tracy remained expressionless, seemingly unresponsive to Wang Ting's praise. At this moment, a maid-like beauty hurried over and said, "Please follow me." Wang Ting nodded and followed her to a counter behind the arena. A middle-aged man with a friendly face greeted them. 1 a.m. Nori, the lobby manager of the Five Burials Hotel. "May first know if the 2 of you are here for dining or accommodation." "Both dining and accommodation," Wang Ting replied nonchalantly. "All right, these are the rooms in our hotel, divided into 5 grades. Please take a look." Nori opened the holographic screen and explained. Wang Ting's gaze fell on the holographic screen, and he couldn't help but be amazed. The highest grade luxury suite costs a whopping 100,000 UC per night. This was outright robbery. Nori maintained a smile on his face and did not rush them. Give me 2 of the 5th grade luxury suites, Wang Ting said. Fortunately, he wasn't short on money. For an ordinary Cosmos stage warrior, parting with 100,000 UC for just one night might be too extravagant. All right, Nori nodded. 1 room. Suddenly, Tracy beside him spoke. Wang Ting turned to look at her in surprise, a question mark filling his mind. 1 room? Sister, are you joking? Just 1 is enough. Tracy didn't look at Wang Ting, and just said indifferently. All right. Nori nodded immediately. He operated on the screen and said, It's ready. Your luxurious suite is room 36 on the 5th floor, offering a clear view of the arena below. I'll ask the attendant to bring you up. The attendant who had been waiting on the side immediately approached upon hearing this, leading Wang Ting and Tracy towards an elevator. There was a meaningful look in Nora's eyes. That woman had an ordinary appearance, but her figure was quite impressive. This young master had a unique taste. On the other side, the 3 quickly arrived on the 5th floor. The attendant led Wang Ting and Tracy to the door of the luxury suite, used a card to open the door, and said, Please enter. This is your room. Wang Ting looked into the room, and it indeed matched the hotel's style. Extremely luxurious, maximizing the enjoyment without feeling excessive. The lighting inside was soft, and all decorations and furnishings were just right, likely designed by a very talented designer. Each of our luxury suites has a different style, the attendant explained. Not bad, Wang Ting nodded. The money spent seemed well worth it. Beside him, Trace's eyes fluctuated slightly. Although she was a Heaven Stage martial warrior, she had never stayed in such a luxurious hotel. As a universe pirate, she had always lived a frugal life. Chapter 2234. You're the counselor they're talking about. For, of course, Tracy herself didn't care about these luxuries. However, seeing such a luxurious scene for the first time, she couldn't help but be shaken. I'm hungry, where's your restaurant? Wang Ting said. Our restaurant is on the 9th floor. If you want to eat, you can go to the restaurant or have the food delivered to your room, the attendant respectfully explained. Let's go to the restaurant, Wang Ting said directly. All right, follow me. The attendant led Wang Ting to the 9th floor and arranged a position by the corridor, allowing a clear view of the arena battles below. The seating here was well thought out, mostly along the corridor, seemingly designed for convenient viewing of the arena battles below, a characteristic of the 5 Burials Hotel. Wang Ting ordered some specialties of the 5th Burial Star along with fine wine, and he and Tracy began to enjoy their meal. The attendant tactfully retreated to a distance, ensuring she could respond promptly to any calls from the guests without disturbing their dining experience. The restaurant was now filled with people, representing various races but mostly dominated by young individuals. They gathered together, eagerly discussing the battles taking place below. Come on, let's place a bet. Let's see who's stronger. That goes without saying. It must be Yunzong Jing from the Yunzong family. He's a 3rd-level Cosmos stage martial warrior. Hengzong Pu from the Hengzong Pu family is only at the 2nd level. But you never know. The Hengzong family's techniques have always been powerful. Otherwise, they wouldn't have maintained their position as the leading family among the 5 families for so many years. Alright, I bet 500,000 UC on Yunzong Jing. Anyone else joining? One bet 1 million UC on Hengzong Pu. The discussions reached Wang Ting's ears, catching his attention. Yunzong family, Hengzong family, both are among the 5 major families. He observed the 2 warriors battling in the arena below, contemplating. These 5 families on the 5 burial stars each possess unique talent. Their strengths are formidable and not to be underestimated by ordinary warriors, Round Ball commented. Wang Ting nodded. With his discerning eyes, he could easily see that the two martial warriors in the arena below had considerable strength. However, compared to some top talents from the stellar academies, there was still a noticeable gap. These two aren't the strongest. I wonder who are the most outstanding talents among the 5 great families? Round Ball continued. Without saying much, Wang Ting focused his gaze on the ongoing battle in the arena. The fight had entered a fierce stage, and attribute bubbles began to emerge. Wang Ting's eyes lit up, and his spiritual force silently extended downward like a thread from the 9th floor. If he wanted to understand the 5 great families, what better way than collecting their attributes directly? Just pick them up. Wang Ting's spiritual power was extremely covert, resembling a thread silently hanging down from the 9th floor. He waited patiently for the battle to end and the protective barrier to vanish so he could promptly snatch the attribute bubbles. On the other hand, Tracy, next to him, was unaware of Wang Ting's actions. She enjoyed the delicacies and wine, appearing quite carefree. As the leader of a universe pirate group, she was not an ordinary woman. However, when she heard the discussions of the aristocratic youths around her, a hint of unusual expression flickered in her eyes. That expression seemed to say, robbery. These aristocratic youths were quick to wager, easily betting hundreds of thousands or even millions of UC. In no time, the total sum of their bets exceeded tens of millions of UC. If the situation allowed, Sissy would have been tempted to directly intervene and snatch the winnings for herself. In her eyes, these aristocratic youths were disappointingly weak, each one a fat lamb ready for the taking. Wang Ting glanced at her and asked using voice transmission with a strange expression, "What are you thinking?" "Nothing," Tracy replied calmly, her eyes returning to a tranquil state. Wang Ting shook his head. This woman was no pushover. If not for his control, he wondered what outrageous actions she might have taken. Bang! Below, the battle had reached its conclusion, with one figure crashing heavily against the protective barrier. A chorus of lamentations erupted from the surrounding aristocratic youths. Yunzong Jing lost. Trash. A third-level Cosmos Stage Martial Warrior can't even win a second-level Cosmos Stage Martial Warrior? What a joke. You caused me to lose 500,000 UC. Trash. These people were clearly those who had bet on Yunzong Jing to win, and the result was a thorough loss. Each one couldn't help but burst into curses. On the other hand, some people were ecstatic, bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, lost miserably, didn't you? The strength of the Hengzong family is unquestionable. Only fools would bet on Yunzong Jing to win. What did you say? Who are you calling a fool? Someone became displeased, immediately getting angry. I'm calling all of you fools. Say that again. Fools. What are you going to do about it? F***K. Do you dare to fight with me in the arena? Let's fight. Why won't one dare? The two sides immediately started quarreling, and it seemed like they were about to come to blows. Wang Ting watched with interest. These aristocratic disciples were indeed idle, either gambling or fighting. It appeared he had overestimated them. Tracy furrowed her brow, a hint of disgust flashing in her eyes. However, at that moment a group of people walked into the restaurant. The leader was a proud-looking youth, dressed in crimson battle armor. Even in this setting, exuding a strong presence. The noise in the restaurant instantly quieted down. Wang Ting looked at the newcomer in surprise. This youth seemed to have decent strength. Trace's eyes also showed a trace of solemnity. The youth gave her the feeling of facing someone of the same realm. Guizhong Yen. A cry of astonishment suddenly erupted from someone's mouth, as if they had seen a ghost. Guizhong Yen, the strongest Cosmos Stage martial warrior among the younger generation of the Guizhong family. Someone revealed a shocked expression, looking at the youth in crimson battle armor. Guizhong Yan had an immense reputation on the 5 burial stars. Only a few people could be mentioned in the same breath as him. Seeing such a genius appear here, it was no wonder everyone was astonished. Brother Guizhong Yan. A charming girl ran out from the crowd, excitedly calling out to the young man. Little Zhu, why are you here? Guizhong Yan frowned and asked. Hee, everyone knows the counselor is coming, so I came to join the fun. Guizhong Zhu smiled mischievously. Follow me, don't run around by yourself, Guizhong Yan said. Okay. Guizhong Zhu nodded her little head and replied hurriedly. Guizhong Yan ignored the others and found a seat in a corner. He ordered some food and wine and then started eating. The young people who came with him didn't dare to sit at the same table. They could only stand obediently, showing great respect towards Guizhong Yan. Guizhong Yan. Wang Ting muttered to himself. Judging by everyone's reactions, this youth seemed to have a considerable reputation among the 5 major families. Guizhong Yan suddenly raised his head, frowning as he looked around. He felt as if a peculiar gaze was focused on him. After scanning the surroundings, he didn't find anything unusual. What is it? Guizhong Zhu asked. Nothing. Guizhong Yan shook his head lightly. He's quite sharp. Wang Ting was surprised. Just a glance in the crowd, and he almost got detected. It was interesting. He withdrew his gaze, no longer paying attention to Guizhong Yan. You must be the counselor they were talking about. At this moment, Tracy suddenly spoke to him using voice transmission. Chapter 2235. The Talents of the 5 Families. 1. You must be the counselor they were talking about. Trace's voice suddenly entered Wang Ting's ears, slightly startling him. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset, took a sip of wine with a graceful motion, raised his eyes slightly, and looked at the woman in front of him. He asked, Why would you think that? Your behavior is suspicious, Tracy guessed, her gaze probing as she stared into Wang Ting's eyes. She was extremely curious about the identity of the young man in front of her. Mysterious, powerful, and his nonchalant attitude even when facing the 5 major families. These were not traits an ordinary Cosmos stage martial warrior could display. Coupled with the mention of the counselor by Guizhong Yan and the others just now, it made her suspicious of Wang Ting's identity. Wang Ting smiled faintly without explaining anything. He asked, What do you think of Guizhong Yan's strength? Very strong. I even feel a hint of threat from him, Tracy said. Oh. Wang Ting was surprised. You're a heaven stage martial warrior. He's just at the Cosmos stage. Aren't you at the Cosmos realm too? Tracy asked. I am different. But if he can make you feel a hint of threat, it seems that Guizhong Yan's strength is indeed quite good, Wang Ting said. Aristocratic youths like you always produce 1 or 2 individuals who surpass ordinary warriors, whether in talent or background. Normal martial warriors can't be compared to them, Talent coldly snorted. I am not an aristocratic youth, Wang Ting said indifferently. Tracy was stunned for a moment. Then, she got stimulated and said in a cold voice, Impossible. Why not? Wang Ting asked. He was not an aristocratic youth. His birth was much less prestigious compared to these cosmic martial warriors, but he had a bug. Not being an aristocratic youth, it's absolutely impossible to possess the strength you have, Tracy said. Only those who struggled at the bottom of the universe would understand the importance of heritage and background. Her journey had been incredibly tough, and achieving the rank of a heaven stage martial warrior was already the result of her utmost efforts, surpassing many warriors. In a low-tier civilization, a heaven stage martial warrior could even become the ruler of a country. However, in a powerful force like the 5 burial stars, she was just a universe pirate. Of course, different places meant different platforms. In low-tier civilizations, resources were extremely scarce, and grooming a heaven stage martial warrior was considered a great achievement. Not to mention profound combat techniques and scriptures, which were even rarer in low-tier civilizations. These were the reasons behind the lack of formidable strength. Talent, who had become a heaven stage martial warrior through her own efforts and was still relatively young, showed outstanding talent. However, her combat power was still inferior to that of a bug like Wang Ting. Even compared to aristocratic disciples like Guizhongyan, she felt a hint of threat. All of this was due to her insufficient background, and her combat power could only reach the level of an ordinary heaven stage martial warrior. For many ordinary martial warriors, this was their helplessness and sorrow. Unless they encounter some extraordinary opportunity to significantly enhance their combat power, they can only become the most ordinary kind of warriors. However, if they can break through to the level of universe stage or eternal stage, that's a completely different story. At the universe stage, one could become a local overlord, while eternal stage powerhouses were at the pinnacle of the cosmic pyramid. Even the most ordinary eternal stage martial warriors were still eternal stage martial warriors, and they must not be underestimated. Who says it's impossible? Wang Ting chuckled lightly, shaking his head. You haven't even stepped out of the Phantom Drift territorial domain. How do you know it's impossible? You! Tracy heard a trace of disdain in Wang Ting's tone and immediately felt furious. In fact, becoming stronger is quite easy in my opinion, Wang Ting said. Easy? Tracy sneered. Did he think this was as simple as eating and drinking? I have universe stage battle techniques, scriptures, and treasures that can increase one's ability, Wang Ting replied calmly. With his demeanor, he might as well have written wealthy and overbearing on his face. Tracy was momentarily speechless, staring at Wang Ting with a complex expression. Was this guy serious or just bluffing? Universe stage battle techniques and scriptures? Could a cosmos stage martial warrior have them? She found it hard to believe, but when she thought about the terrifying strength demonstrated by Wang Ting, the scales in her heart involuntarily tilted towards belief. Even if he has them, so what? Will he give them to any? Tracy laughed bitterly. I've said it before, one have plenty. Wang Ting seemed to sense what she was thinking and spoke lightly. So, if you can satisfy me, I don't mind helping you improve. Tracy suddenly raised her head, looking at Wang Ting. Her heart could no longer remain calm. Anything else was hard to move her, but enhancing her strength had always been her pursuit. Could this young man really provide it for her? She had never thought that one day, the thing she sought would be so close. Wang Ting smiled faintly, knowing that he had achieved his goal. If you want the horse to run, you have to feed it. Talent's talent was quite good, and if he could make use of her, he didn't mind cultivating her. With so many techniques and skills at his disposal, releasing one or two could greatly benefit Tracy. The battle in the arena below had already concluded, and the protective barrier dissipated. Wang Ting's mind stirred. He immediately extended his spiritual power to collect the attribute bubbles. Chapter 2236. The Talents of the Five Families. 2. Cosmos Realm Spirit * 500 Constellation Force, Water. * Iol Yunzong Physique * 200 Yunzong Sword Skill * I500 Yunzong Spiritual Scripture * 200 Cosmos Realm Spirit * 700 Constellation Earth Force * I300 Hengzong Physique * 300 Hengzong Fist * 2500 Hengzong Spiritual Scripture * 2300 A series of attribute bubbles merged into Wang Ting's body. He shuddered. 2 talents! Wang Ting was surprised. He didn't expect to receive 2 talents at once. Yunzong Physique, Hengzong Physique. From the names alone, it could be discerned that these were unique constitutions of the Yunzong and Hengzong families. The fact that the battle between two Cosmos stage warriors dropped these two highly special physiques. Wang Ting felt very fortunate. As the attribute bubbles merged, he immediately felt changes in his body. It was as if a peculiar force was flowing within him, ultimately converging towards his kidneys and spleen, causing some form of sublimation and transformation in these two organs. What is this? Wang Ting's gaze became peculiar. These two physiques seemed to be acting on the internal organs, which was quite unusual. According to the 5 elements theory, the human body's 5 organs correspond to the 5 elemental attribute. The kidneys and spleen were precisely associated with the water and earth attribute. Looking at the attribute talents of the Yunzong and Hengzong families, one had water force, and the other had earth force, which conveniently matched. Could it be that the talents of the 5 major families are related to this? Wang Ting couldn't help but speculate. It wasn't that he was overthinking, but this was just too coincidental. However, to verify the accuracy of this speculation, he could only wait until he extracted the talents of the 5 major families. After obtaining these 2 talents, a hint of enlightenment immediately arose in Wang Ting's mind. These 2 physiques were very suitable for corresponding elemental force cultivation. It was like having an elemental force extractor inside the body, accelerating the cultivation of the corresponding force. Because of this, martial warriors from the 5 major families were stronger than ordinary warriors. Moreover, these physiques could open up a universe stage, small word. When they reached the universe stage, they could open up the small worlds within their internal organs, making them much more formidable than ordinary universe stage martial warriors. Wang Ting suddenly thought of the spatial sight he had recently acquired, which could create a space within the eyes. Wasn't it very similar to these 2 physiques? The human body was indeed a treasure trove, harboring such profound mysteries. Wang Ting couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that the human body contained infinite secret. Just when you thought you had thoroughly explored and understood everything, new mysteries would emerge, making you realize that this was only the beginning. Yunzong Physique 2000/10,000 First Rank Hengzong Physique 3000/10,000 First Rank. In addition to the talent attributes, there were also some spirit and force attributes, but they were not many and couldn't facilitate Wang Ting's immediate breakthrough, so he didn't pay too much attention to them. However, he was particularly interested in the following techniques and skills. One was the Yunzong family's Yunzong sword skill and the Yunzong spiritual scripture. The other was the Hengzong family's Hengzong fist and the Hengzong spiritual scripture. As the attribute bubbles integrated, 4 humanoid shadows appeared in Wang Ting's mind. 2 of them were sitting cross-legged, immersed in cultivation, and there were special energy circulation routes visible on their bodies. Wang Ting observed carefully and discovered something interesting. The energy circulation route of Yunzong's spiritual scripture centered around the kidneys, using them as the core and then radiating throughout the body. On the other hand, Hengzong's spiritual scripture used the spleen as its central point, considering it as the core, and then radiated throughout the body. Clearly, both techniques were designed to complement their respective innate talent. If practiced by an outsider, it would be impossible because their internal organs wouldn't be able to support it. The internal organs of ordinary martial warriors did have corresponding attributes, but these techniques entirely relied on internal organs as the core. There was too much force in circulation. If practiced by ordinary martial warriors, problems were likely to occur. In this way, these 2 families didn't need to worry about their techniques being leaked outside because others simply couldn't practice them. Wang Ting couldn't help but feel fortunate. If he hadn't obtained these 2 physiques, these techniques would have gone to waste. Both of these techniques were of the eternal stage, but they were incomplete. They could only be cultivated up to the cosmos stage, and there were no follow-up cultivation method. Yunzong spiritual scripture, eternal stage 2000/5000 foundation, incomplete. Cosmos Stage. Hengzong Spiritual Scripture, Eternal Stage 2300/5000 Foundation, incomplete. Cosmos Stage. In the other two streams of light, one was practicing a sword technique, while the other was practicing a fist technique. Waves of insights flowed into Wang Ting's mind, allowing him to quickly grasp a bit of understanding about the two martial skills. Yunzong Sword Skill, Eternal Stage 1500/5000 Foundation, Hengzong Fist, Eternal Stage 2500/5000 Foundation. These two battle techniques were at the Eternal Stage, so they were harder to grasp. However, Wang Ting managed to reach the Foundation stage instantly. From the obtained attribute values, Wang Ting immediately understood why Hengzong Pu, despite being only at the second-level Cosmos stage, could defeat Yunzong Jing. The battle techniques and scriptures mastered by Hengzong Pu were more proficient than those of Yunzong Jing. Otherwise, he wouldn't drop more attribute bubbles than Yunzong Jing. This was the most intuitive manifestation. The harvest this time was not bad, and Wang Ting was in a great mood. Coming to this 5 Burials hotel was indeed the right decision. If he hadn't come here, he wouldn't have been able to understand the secrets of the Hengzong family and the Yunzong family so quickly. If he could pick up the attribute bubbles of the other 3 major families, he could easily round them up. Wang Ting stroked his chin, contemplating how to capitalize on this opportunity. Brother Guizong Yan, when will the counselor come? Guizong Zhu couldn't help but ask. Wang Ting snapped back to reality, enjoying his food while perking up his ears. Tracy also became interested, leaning in to eavesdrop. She still suspected that the black-haired young man in front of her might be the counselor. Perhaps she could learn some information from the young warriors of these 5 major families. I don't know. The old man said he'll be here soon, Guizong Yan replied. Maybe he's too scared to come. Someone in the back laughed. Scared? If he's too scared to come, it would be a great disappointment to me. Guizong Yan shook his head. Why is it a Cosmos stage martial warrior this time? Weren't the counselors from the Stellar Academies all-powerful? Guizong Zhu asked curiously. I heard that he's an extraordinary genius. That's why the old man asked me to come out, Guizong Yan replied calmly. Cosmos stage martial warrior. Extraordinary genius. Tracis' mind stirred. Subconsciously, she glanced at the black-haired youth in front of her. His expression remained unchanged, and a faint smile lingered at the corner of his mouth, seemingly indifferent to the occasional discussions around him. But she was increasingly convinced that the person in front of her was the counselor mentioned. Both in strength and stage, he matched the description. A genius from the Stellar Academies. I'm getting more and more curious. I wonder if he is as strong as Brother Guizong Yan? Guizong Zhu's eyes sparkled. Guizong Yan, one didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. At this moment, a voice came from the entrance of the restaurant, and several figures walked in. Guizong Yan's expression changed, and he turned to look. Fai squinted his eyes slightly. Yunzong Shao. You're here too. Since the counselor of the Stellar Academies is coming, I naturally have to come, Yunzong Shao replied. He was dressed in black and had a cold and indifferent expression, exuding an uncomfortable chill. And me. Another figure appeared from behind Yunzong Shao. It was a sturdy short-haired young man. He walked up the stairs with a powerful presence, giving off a full sense of oppression. Hengzong Mo. Many people were surprised to see the arrival of these individuals. Guizong Yan from the Guizong family was here, Yunzong Shao from the Yunzong family was here, and now Hengzong Mo from the Hengzong family had also arrived. They were all the top Cosmos stage geniuses from the 5 major families. So, would the other 2 major families' prodigies also be coming? The crowd couldn't help but feel excited. It wasn't easy to witness the appearance of the prodigies from all 5 major families at the same time. Please sit. Guizhong Yan's expression remained calm as he gestured for them to take a seat. Hengzong Mo and Yunzong Xiao didn't refuse. They walked up the stairs and sat directly across from Guizhong Yan. Guizhong Zhu spontaneously made way, realizing there was no longer a place for her to sit. Chapter 2237. Brat, is there something wrong with your brain? 1. Everyone is here. As Wang Ting was observing Yunzong Xiao and Hengzong Mo, soft laughter suddenly rang out, causing everyone to be slightly startled. He too was curious and looked over. A woman appeared in the restaurant, dressed in a green gown, with a charming face and a delicate figure that appeared extremely gentle. However, her pretty face carried a hint of an indifferent smile, displaying an extraordinary temperament that was far from ordinary. Yizong Xinhua. Many people directly called out the woman's name, and some men even looked at her with an intense gaze. Hey Wang Ting, this girl looks pretty good. Round Ball's voice echoed in Wang Ting's mind. What's it got to do with me? Wang Ting rolled his eyes, feeling somewhat speechless. Now that you are the supervisory counselor for the young generation on the 5 burial stars, you can use your authority to pursue her. Look at the gazes of those toads around you. If you take her down, you will undoubtedly earn their admiration, Round Ball suggested. You're ridiculous. If I take her, I'm afraid I'll become a public enemy, Wang Ting replied. Trass's gaze also fell on Yizong Xinhua, and a sharp glint flashed in her eyes. Although this woman's appearance was not of the same style as hers, she was undoubtedly an excellent choice, comparable to her. Women tend to pay more attention to others with a similar level of beauty, and she was no exception. Yizong Xinhua seemed to notice her gaze, subconsciously turning her head to look. However, when she saw an ordinary-looking woman, she felt somewhat surprised. The feeling just now shouldn't have been the usual envy and jealousy of an ordinary woman towards a beauty, but rather a sense of encountering a worthy opponent, a mutual understanding. The way a beautiful woman looks at another beauty was different from how an ordinary woman would. Moreover, under Yizong Xinhua's gaze, the other woman maintained her composure and confidence, making it even more confusing. Yizong Xinhua's gaze landed on Wang Ting's face. She was stunned. He was so handsome. When did the 5 burial stars gain such a handsome young man? Yizong Xinhua wasn't someone prone to infatuation. It was because Wang Ting, even after changing his appearance, was excessively handsome. There was no denying that being too handsome could unknowingly enhance one's popularity with women. Wang Ting, noticing Yizong Xinhua looking in his direction, couldn't help but be momentarily surprised. He quickly reacted and nodded towards her. Yizong Xinhua also inexplicably nodded back at him. Suddenly shocked, she realized she had responded to a stranger. The people around them were also stunned. Yizong Xinhua nodded at a stranger. Who was that guy? As this question surfaced, many people, upon seeing Wang Ting's appearance, immediately understood. Damn, he was so handsome. Could it be that Yizong Xinhua, the most beautiful prodigy among the young generation of the 5 burial stars, was captivated just like that? No. Many people wailed in their hearts. Xinhua, you wouldn't happen to have fallen for this handsome guy, would you? Suddenly, an arm wrapped around Yizong Xinhua's neck, speaking with a teasing tone. Sister Yun, you're teasing me again. Yizong Xinhua, without even turning her head, knew who was behind her. She spoke in a helpless tone. Sister Xinhua, that's because you've always been interesting. A head peeked out from behind Yizong Xinhua, speaking with a charming smile. It's Shozong Kaiyun. Amazing! All the top talents of the 5 burial families have gathered. What a spectacle! I didn't expect that a counselor from the stellar academies would attract so many prodigies. That's a counselor from the Academy Arbitration Association. Although we're not interested in this so-called counselor, his identity and status are not to be underestimated. With the arrival of Shozong Kaiyun, the surroundings buzzed with discussions. Sister Shinua, Sister Kaiyun, stop standing there. Come over and sit. Guizhongzhou ran over with a smile and pulled the two women towards the seats on that side. After they sat down, the five prodigies began to converse. Shinua, long time no see. Hengzong Mo looked at Izong Shinua with some eagerness. It has been a while. Everyone has been busy with cultivation and hasn't had the time to come out. Izong Shinua smiled lightly. Sister Shinua has reached the peak of the cosmos stage, right? Shozong Kaiyun chuckled. Yes. Izong Shinua nodded. There was nothing to hide about her stage, as it didn't necessarily represent her true strength. It's been a long time since we sparred. I wonder how strong you are now. Care to accompany me for a match? Hengzong Mo's eyes lit up as he spoke. The counselor is about to arrive. We'll have our chance sooner or later. Why rush it? Izong Shinua said casually. You're right. Hengzong Mo nodded and didn't press the matter further. I wonder about the strength of that counselor? Shozong Kaiyun asked. In the past, the counselors from the Academy Arbitration Association were all defeated by our strong warriors, weren't they? I don't think the talents from the stellar academies are that impressive. Guizhong Yen said. Although that's true, it came at a cost. Izong Shinua shook her head. The counselor who came this time is just a Cosmos stage martial warrior. One want to see if he can give me a pleasant surprise. It'll make him understand the strength of the talents from the 5 burial stars. Yunzong Shao said coldly. Yunzong Shao, when I fought with you the previous time, your Yunzong sword skill had reached the 5th sword. I wonder how many swords you've mastered now? Hengzong Mo asked. Chapter 2238. Brat, is there something wrong with your brain? 2. Do you want to give it a try? Yunzong Shao glanced at him. Hee, I want to give it a try. Hengzong Mo said unabashedly. That counselor is mine. You guys don't need to think about it. Just enjoy the show. Guizhong Yen suddenly said. What a joke. Why will we give you the chance to become famous? Hengzong Mo said. Do you think your strength can compete with me? Have you forgotten how you lost last time? Guizhong Yen sneered. It has been several years since our last battle. Do you think we haven't improved at all? Yunzong Shao said coldly. The conversation here wasn't deliberately concealed, and Wang Ting and the others naturally heard everything clearly. Wang Ting, it seems they regard you as a stepping stone to fame. If they defeat you, they might become famous in the stellar academies. They're really calculative. Round Ball chuckled. It depends on whether they have the strength. Wang Ting didn't mind at all, smiling slightly. Oh, you guys are so boring. Every time you meet, it's just fighting. Can't you talk about something interesting? Shozong Kaiyun stretched lazily, stood up and said, I'm not playing with you guys. I'm going to chat with that handsome guy over there. Yunzong Shao and Hengzong Mo felt the corners of their eyes twitching. Sister Shinua, do you want to join me? I see that you're also quite interested in that handsome guy. Shozong Kaiyun looked at Izong Shinua and asked playfully. He's just a good-looking man. Usually, men like him are only good on the surface but lack substance. Guizhong Yen glanced at Wang Ting disdainfully. Exactly. A man who only looks good won't do. This kid looks like he has no real strength. One could crush him with one hand. Hengzong Mo looked at Izong Shinua and quickly added, as if afraid she might agree. Shallow. Yunzong Shao spat out this word to express his disdain for Shozong Tsayu. Wang Ting. Ha ha ha, Round Ball burst out laughing. Trasus' gaze turned strange. Wang Ting was speechless. He got implicated without doing anything. He never expected that the woman would take the initiative to come and chat with him. What was going on? Was trouble coming to him? However, Izong Shinua nodded. Okay. You see, this is how shallow we are. Shozong Kaiyun laughed and said to Yunzong Xiao and the others. Subsequently, Shozong Kaiyun and Yizong Xinhua walked hand in hand towards Wang Ting's table, causing Yunzong Xiao and the other two young men to fall into a strange silence. Guizong Zhu wanted to cover her face. These three brothers were straightforward. However, that big brother did look quite handsome. Even she felt like going over to chat with him, well, just to chat. But looking at the expressions of Yunzong Xiao and the others, she felt that if she went over, she might hurt their feelings. She was in a dilemma. Wang Ting helplessly watched as Shozong Kaiyun and Yizong Xinhua walked straight to his table. He started to feel a bit of a headache. If he had known this would happen, he would have changed to an ordinary appearance. He changed to a handsome appearance because he was used to it. Also, this would make things easier for him. Sometimes, one had to admit that being around a handsome person could be very comfortable. Who could have thought that just being a little more handsome would attract the top talents of two major families? Actually, he didn't know that the reason why Yizong Xinhua and Shozong Kaiyun came over was not just because of his appearance, but more because of his temperament. Temperament wasn't something that could be changed by altering one's appearance. Wang Ting unconsciously revealed some of it. They were very curious about Wang Ting's identity. It had been a long time since such an outstanding young man appeared on the 5 burial stars. This encounter at the 5 Burials Hotel could be considered fate. Moreover, they suspected that this person might be here for that counselor. Mind if we sit here? Shozong Kaiyun flashed a charming smile at Wang Ting and asked. I mind, Wang Ting replied. Thanks. What did you say? Shozong Kaiyun was about to pull Yizong Xinhua to sit down when she suddenly realized what the young man said. Her whole person froze and she felt she was hearing things. This guy rejected her. Was he kidding? Was she ugly recently, or was this fellow blind? Yizong Xinhua also looked at Wang Ting in amazement, feeling a little surreal. They had never been rejected before. This was a first. Others around them were full of shock. Was this guy perhaps not interested in women? Boom! After a moment of stunned silence, Hengzong Mo suddenly slapped the table, furious, and said, Brat, is there something wrong with your brain? Wang Ting. This script wasn't right. One rejected them. Shouldn't you be happy? Why are you getting angry instead? Tracy looked speechless but suddenly felt relieved. This straightforward guy was not someone she needed to worry about having any inappropriate thoughts. It was simply impossible. Wang Ting, you're quite something, Round Ball said. Shozong Kaiyun stood in front of Hengzong Mo, her chest slightly rising and falling. She took a deep breath and asked with a wry smile, Why? Are the two of us not qualified to sit in front of you? No, it's me who is not qualified to sit in front of you. It's my honor to be favored by two beautiful ladies, but one can't handle it, Wang Ting said. Don't worry with us here, they won't dare to do anything to you. Yizong Xinhua looked at Hengzong Mo and the others and said. He already wants to hit me, Wang Ting said with a helpless expression. Hengzong Mo, you go back and sit down, Yizong Xinhua said. This person is now my friend. If you dare to touch him, you'll be my enemy. Now she was even more curious. Other men, upon seeing them take the initiative, would have already showered them with compliments. However, this man was going against the norm and very straightforwardly expressed his concerns without any pretense. If it were just that, a man being overly timid and cowardly, it wouldn't be worth their continued attention. But despite looking somewhat aggrieved, he showed no signs of fear. In fact, he even dared to say that Hengzong Mo wanted to hit him right in front of him. Was this timidity? Clearly not. He wasn't afraid of Hengzong Mo. Such a person either had considerable personal strength or a complex background, or perhaps both. Of course, she also wanted to see if this guy was playing hard to get with her. If he was, she didn't mind letting him know what the women of her Yizong family were capable of. What Izong Shinua could think of, Shozong Kaiyun also thought of. A strange light flashed in her eyes as she looked at Wang Ting with curiosity. Hengzong Mo felt frustrated, glaring fiercely at Wang Ting, and said, Shinua, don't let yourself be deceived. My affairs don't concern you, Izong Shinua said indifferently. Humph. Hengzong Mo's expression turned unpleasant. He coldly snorted before finally sitting down. Guizong Yen and Yun Zongxiao didn't make a move. They glanced at Wang Ting and seemed to realize that this black-haired youth was somewhat special. They were also interested in seeing what Izong Shinua and Shozong Kaiyun could find out. Now, can we sit down? Shozong Kaiyun smiled. Beautiful ladies, why bother holding a grudge against me? Look at his face, he probably hates me. Once you leave, he'll surely come looking for trouble, Wang Ting sighed. Hengzong Mo. This jerk, dissing him at every turn. This was too much. Don't worry. If I say he won't harm you, he won't. Izong Shinua assured, and as she spoke, she gracefully took her seat. Where did you come from? You don't look familiar, Shozong Kaiyun smiled and asked. I am a universe explorer, wandering around without a fixed place, Wang Ting said casually, already having thought up a suitable identity for himself. If he said that he was a universe explorer, no one would be able to trace his background. Besides, he had some knowledge about universe explorers. Previously, the mercenary leader Varian, who was captured by him, had handed over the universe explorer's diary. After reading some entries, he was confident that he could fool outsiders. He wasn't afraid of being exposed. Of course, storytelling skills were crucial in maintaining the facade, a skill he happened to be quite good at. Universe explorer. Izong Shinua and the others were stunned. Then, they were astounded. Are you really a universe explorer? Shozong Kaiyun asked in surprise. Chapter 2239. Handsome is a capability, an entertainment. Universe explorer. The revelation of Wang Ting's identity as a universe explorer left everyone around him astonished. Universe explorers were exceptionally rare individuals, known for their extensive knowledge, rich experiences, and often possessing impressive skills. Their presence always attracted attention due to the mysteries they encountered while traveling through the vastness of the cosmos. Thus, the appearance of a universe explorer naturally attracted their attention. In response to the inquiry from Shozong Kaiyun, Wang Ting didn't directly answer but instead mentioned casually, one happened to pass by the 5 burial stars and heard that a counselor from the Academy Arbitration Association was about to arrive. So, one decided to take a look. Shozong Kaiyun and Izong Shinua exchanged a glance, smiling as they continued the conversation. That's quite a coincidence. The counselor should be arriving in the next few days. Really? It seems like I timed my visit perfectly, Wang Ting replied with a smile. You should have heard our names just now. May we know what's your name? Izong Shinua asked. My name is Han Zhu. Wang Ting smiled and used his senior's name. Han Zhu. Izong Shinua repeated his name, nodded slightly, and smiled. We've always been curious about universe explorers. Can you share with us some of the magical places you've visited? We'd love to broaden our horizons. If you beautiful ladies are interested, one have no objections. Wang Ting smiled and nodded, beginning to recount stories. He had read about numerous peculiar and fantastical planets in the explorer's diary. Using these stories to captivate the interest of these two women was still possible. The two ladies listened with great interest. Even the young martial warriors around, who were initially impatient, quieted down. Tracy, too, looked at Wang Ting with a mix of curiosity and disbelief. Could it be that the young man before her was truly a universe explorer? For a moment, the restaurant was filled only with the unhurried and steady voice of Wang Ting's storytelling. After a considerable amount of time, the delightful feast in front of Wang Ting had been consumed, and he ceased his narration with a smile. Let's stop here for today. As a newcomer, I am a bit tired and need some rest. Oh sure. Izang Xinhua snapped back to reality. She looked at Wang Ting with a slightly changed gaze, expressing her amazement. I didn't expect Brother Han to be so young and have traveled to so many places. The vastness of the cosmos is truly enchanting. Ironically, we call ourselves the pride of the heavens, yet we haven't even ventured beyond the Phantom Drift territorial domain, Shozong Kaiyun said, putting away her playful smile and shaking her head with emotion. At this moment, their suspicions about Wang Ting had mostly dissipated. It was said that the counselor was a student of stellar academies. How could he be a universe explorer with such profound knowledge? The two were entirely different. You flatter me. The cosmos is vast, and I've merely explored a small fraction of it, Wang Ting said modestly. Brother Han is too modest, Izang Xinhua smiled faintly, stood up and said, since Brother Han is a newcomer here, we won't disturb you any longer. If you need anything, feel free to contact me. Here is my contact information. She opened her wristwatch and looked at Wang Ting with a smile. Wang Ting didn't hesitate. He had round ball switched to another hidden identity account in the virtual universe and exchanged contact information with Izang Xinhua. Although it was an unregistered account, outsiders wouldn't notice anything unusual and would assume it was his real identity. Izang Xinhua glanced at the account, and the last trace of doubt in her heart disappeared. The person in front of her was not the counselor. If it were a counselor of the Academy Arbitration Association, the account would display the real name, Wang Ting. They had already obtained Wang Ting's information and were quite familiar with his name. Of course, he could hide his name, but Wang Ting's account was an unregistered resident. He could change his name at any time, so he didn't plan to hide it. If he purposely hid it, it would arouse suspicion. If Brother Han has any matters, feel free to reach out to me. Shozong Kaiyun similarly exchanged contact information with Wang Ting, smiling as she spoke. Thank you both, beautiful ladies. Wang Ting stood up, bid farewell to the two women, and then headed towards the stairs. Tracy stood up as well, silently following behind him. Izang Xinhua and Shozong Kaiyun exchanged glances, their gaze lingering on the departing figures, especially pausing on Tracy for a moment. Only after they had walked far away did Izang Xinhua speak. That woman seems to be at the Heaven Stage martial warrior. Yes. Shozong Kaiyun nodded, saying, to have a Heaven Stage martial warrior serve as a bodyguard, it seems that this Brother Han is not an ordinary figure. Didn't you notice? That woman is a bit strange. Izang Xinhua frowned and suddenly said. What's strange about her? Shozong Kaiyun asked. The way she looked at us was peculiar, like the way you look at me. Izang Xinhua said. Shozong Kaiyun was silent for a moment, not knowing if Izang Xinhua was teasing her or speaking seriously. However, she hesitated for only a moment before recalling the woman's gaze and said, it's a bit strange, but perhaps it's because of her strong power. Some people have a strong mentality. It could also be because of her figure. Well, I can't compare to that. Izang Xinhua was speechless. Perhaps. She nodded, not delving deeper into the topic, and said, speaking of which, this Brother Han is indeed an extraordinary person. He has seen many things in the universe. Universe explorers. I've only heard of them in the past. I didn't expect to meet one today, Shozong Kaiyun said. Don't be enchanted by a man who popped out of nowhere. Don't disgrace the talents of the 5 burial stars. The 3 young men walked over. Get lost. Shozong Kaiyun rolled her eyes, bluntly saying, this is none of your business. It's my business whether I'm enchanted or not. It has nothing to do with you. Besides, he's so handsome, what's the harm in being deceived by him? Guizhong Yan didn't know what to say. He felt so frustrated he wanted to vomit blood. Damn it, is being handsome such a big deal? Guizhong Yan. I hope you guys don't stir up trouble behind our back. He has our contact information, and we can rush over at any time. I don't want him to be in trouble because of us," Izong Shinua warned. After giving their warning, the two women left directly, having nothing more to say to such uninteresting men. The three young men stood on the spot dumbfounded. They were warned by these two women for the sake of a man they had just met. Women were indeed complicated beings. The three looked at each other, their faces extremely unpleasant. "Humph! Superficial women." Yunzong Shao snorted coldly and left directly. "Irrational." Guizong Yen left behind a resentful remark and also departed. Hengzong Mol silent for a moment, seemingly trying to find a word to vent his frustration, but alas, with too little ink in his stomach, he could only snort coldly and turn to leave. The onlookers around wore extremely strange expressions, unable to help but feel some sympathy for them. These three prodigies, they were quite pitiful. Although their strength is formidable, it seemed in the realm of women, they were a bit lacking. As the prodigies from the 5 major families left unhappily, the surrounding people lost interest and scattered. However, Hengzong Mo and the others did not actually leave the 5 Burials Hotel. They each had their exclusive suites here and could stay directly. After all, their purpose in coming here was to wait for Wang Ting. Since he hadn't arrived yet, they wouldn't leave. These prodigies all wanted to use Wang Ting's reputation to make a name for themselves in the universe, and they didn't want others to steal the spotlight. Waiting here was the best approach. Led by the attendant, Wang Ting returned to his suite and lay comfortably on the bed, sighing contentedly. "The cuisine here is excellent. It's probably prepared by a Force chef grandmaster." Tracy couldn't help but savor the memories. To be honest, even she had never tasted such delicious food. Life as a universe pirate was too miserable. It was hardly a life for humans. "Is it delicious?" Wang Ting, seeing her expression, asked with a smile. Tracy glanced at Wang Ting expressionlessly, too lazy to pay him any mind. She simply sat down on the nearby sofa, closing her eyes to rest. Wang Ting shook his head. This woman was too uninteresting. He needed to properly train and educate her. "Wang Ting, I see those 2 girls are quite interested in you. Why not get in touch with them more? Maybe you can gain the support of the Izong and Shozong families," Round Ball suggested. "You're overthinking it. If they find out I'm that counselor, they'll probably want to be the first to eliminate me." Wang Ting rolled his eyes. To think it wanted him to use charm. Absolutely ridiculous. What if they can't bear to eliminate you? I heard the Izong family is led by women. If you manage to win over the Izong family, you might find a breakthrough. Round Ball grinned. "Get lost. If it were that easy, those counselors from before wouldn't have died so tragically," Wang Ting said with frustration. "Don't be like that. I'm serious. Those counselors before probably didn't look as handsome as you. Being handsome is a kind of capital, you know?" Round Ball persisted, continuing to incite Wang Ting. Wang Ting couldn't help but stroke his chin, seemingly finding some truth in its words. However, such a rotten idea could only be a last resort. Of course, in a situation where the others didn't know his true identity, he could indeed interact more with those 2 girls. There wouldn't be any harm in that. Wang Ting settled into his accommodation at the 5 Burials Hotel. He heard that there were various entertaining programs in the evenings. What were they exactly? Seated cross-legged on the bed, he began his cultivation. A considerable amount of time passed, and soon the star outside the 5 burial stars descended, marking the beginning of the night. Wang Ting was about to head out when he received a message from Izong Shinua. "Wang Ting, Izong Shinua invited you to attend the evening banquet. There are said to be many entertaining programs," Round Ball informed him. "Banquet? And there are entertaining programs?" Wang Ting asked curiously. "What kind of entertaining programs are there?" There are various auctions, appraisal activities, and even stone gambling, slave competitions, and so on, Round Ball explained. So many programs. Wang Ting's eyes revealed a hint of intrigue. He remarked, they even have stone gambling and slave competitions. The Five Burials Hotel really knows how to throw a wild event. Chapter 2240. This is a gourmet. Rock gambling. 1. Indeed, quite a few. It's said that some extremely unique treasures, and even slaves from special races might appear. People here like to bet on them, Round Ball explained. Special treasures. Special races. Let's go, well, check it out too. A gleam flashed in Wang Ting's eyes, and he walked towards the door with Tracy. When Tracy heard about the slave competitions, a cold light flashed in her eyes, but it quickly disappeared, unnoticed by Wang Ting. She followed him out the door. Outside, an attendant was waiting. As soon as she saw Wang Ting coming out, she immediately greeted him. However, since Wang Ting had made arrangements, he didn't need the attendant. He headed to the restaurant on the 9th floor. Yizong Xinhua and Shozong Kaiyun were already waiting there. Even Guizong Yan and the others were present. Wang Ting was somewhat surprised, but he didn't say much. He could tell that Guizong Yan and Hengzong Mo had other thoughts towards these two ladies. This was normal. After all, it was quite common for the 5 major families of the 5 burial stars to form alliances through marriage. Brother Han, you're here. A smile appeared on Yizong Xinhuo's pretty face as she welcomed him. Thank you, beautiful ladies, for the invitation. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known there are so many programs at the 5 Burials Hotel in the evening, Wang Ting said with a smile. No need for our invitation. As a guest in the luxury suite of the 5 Burials Hotel, you naturally have the qualifications to know, Yizong Xinhua said frankly. Wang Ting nodded, realizing that they probably already knew everything about his stay. Let's go to the banquet hall. It's on the 10th floor. Yizong Xinhua smiled and said, Sure. Wang Ting followed them. Soon, they arrived on the 10th floor. The 10th floor was exceptionally spacious, with the entire space opened up, and adorned with various gems and jewels embedded in the walls and chandeliers, creating a dazzling spectacle. The hall was filled with a variety of fine wines and exquisite dishes. There were even plates of different exotic fruits emitting a radiant glow, scattered throughout. Many of these fine wines, exquisite dishes, and exotic fruits were specialties from various unique planets, extremely rare. Yet, they were all gathered here, creating a breathtaking scene. Beautiful women of different races walked through the hall, offering fine wines and aromatic beverages, creating a delightful sight. Yizong Xinhua and the others were secretly observing Wang Ting's expression. Seeing that he showed no sign of surprise, they were even more impressed. Truly worthy of being a well-traveled star explorer, such a scene couldn't overwhelm him. It was worth noting that even many scions of major families, when encountering such a scene for the first time, would involuntarily reveal a hint of shock. Without sufficient exposure, it was impossible not to be moved. This wasn't something one could fake. Looking at Tracy beside him, the moment she entered the hall, a hint of surprise was clearly visible in her eyes. Even a heaven-stage martial warrior like her felt amazed, not to mention other ordinary cosmos-stage martial warriors. Guizong Yan, Hengzong Mo, and the others wanted to wait for Wang Ting to be surprised before mocking him, but they didn't have the chance. They felt frustrated. Brother Han, what do you think of this place? Yizong Xinhua asked. Not bad. Wang Ting smiled faintly. He glanced around, showing appreciation, and nodded. Here, one can see the architectural styles of at least 23 different races. To be able to blend so harmoniously, it's not something an ordinary designer can achieve. Brother Han also knows architectural design? Shozong Kaiyun asked in surprise. They were well aware that the banquet hall of the 5 Burials Hotel indeed incorporated the decoration styles of 23 different races. However, this information was only known to the internal personnel of the Five Burials Hotel, typically limited to members of the five major families, and had not been publicized. This young man, on his first visit, was able to see it at a glance. What kind of insight was this? A little. Wang Ting chuckled. Round Ball was quite impressive. It managed to gather such detailed information about the Five Burials Hotel. Guizhong Yan, Hengzong Mo, and the others also showed a hint of surprise in their eyes. Even they had to admit that this Han Zhu had exceptional knowledge. However, when they heard Wang Ting's modest words, they immediately felt he was showing off. Yes, he was showing off. They wouldn't be wrong. This fellow wasn't an honest person. He was cunning. He was just putting on an act in front of Yizong Xinhua and Shozong Kaiyun. Damn it. They couldn't let him succeed. They exchanged a glance, both with a determined gleam in their eyes. They had to stop Han Zhu. Yunzong Shao felt bored. He had no interest in the two women. He just wanted to defeat Wang Ting and make a name in the universe. The food, drinks, and exotic fruits here are all free to enjoy at your leisure, Yizong Xinhua said. I'm very interested in all kinds of delicacies. Wang Ting smiled. Could it be that Brother Han is also a gourmet? Yizong Xinhua asked with a smile. I don't know about other universe explorers, but I'm definitely a universe explorer with no resistance to delicacies. Every time I visit a place, I make sure to taste the local cuisine, Wang Ting said. Well, Brother Han, you can enjoy yourself tonight. The delicacies here are unique to the Five Burial Stars, and you can't find them elsewhere, Shozong Kaiyun said with a smile. Wang Ting nodded and didn't hesitate. He directly took a plate, selected some delicacies, and began to eat. Guizhong Yan, Hengzong Mo, and the others initially didn't think much of it, but soon their faces showed a hint of astonishment. Chapter 2241. This is a gourmet. Rock gambling. 2. In no time, Wang Ting had already eaten 3 large plates of food, but showed no signs of stopping. Was he a gourmet? He was a foodie. Guizhong Yan and Hengzong Mo looked at Yizong Xinhua and Shozong Kaiyun strangely. There was a hint of disdain and mockery on their faces. Is this the man you're looking at? Aren't y'all eating? Wang Ting raised his head and looked at the people standing on the side. Cough, Brother Han, are you very hungry? Yizong Xinhua cleared her throat and asked. I'm fine, I just have a big appetite, Wang Ting said with an unchanged expression. Well, it's indeed quite big. Guizhong Yan sneered. As a martial warrior, isn't it normal to eat more? Wang Ting glanced at him and asked in return. It depends on the occasion. Don't you see where this is? Do you really think this banquet is an invitation for you to eat? Hengzong Mo said speechlessly. I can't eat. Wang Ting blinked innocently. Guizhong Yan. Hengzong Mo. Was this a question of whether you can eat? No, it was a matter of dignity. They didn't know how to communicate with the fellow in front of them. They felt as if they had thrown a punch into a pile of cotton, not hurting the other party but making themselves extremely uncomfortable. Could this guy not hear their mockery? Was he completely indifferent? Ha ha ha, Shozong Kaiyun suddenly covered her mouth and laughed softly. She selected a variety of delicacies and then walked to Wang Ting's side. While eating, she said, thanks to your antics, I'm actually a bit hungry now. Yizong Xinhua was caught between laughter and tears. She shook his head, took some food, and joined the feast of the two. Guizhong Yan. Hengzong Mo. What just happened? What are we doing? Where are we? The two men suddenly felt a bit bewildered, watching the two beautiful women accompany that jerk to feast extravagantly. They felt like their principles and perspectives on life had been overturned. Yunzong Shao glanced at the two of them, grabbed some food for himself, and began to eat. Honestly, he hadn't properly savored the delicacies of the Five Burial Stars for a long time. Usually immersed in cultivation, He regarded food and such indulgences as extraneous, never giving them much thought. Yet, now, upon careful tasting, he surprisingly found a unique flavor. Guizhong Yen and Hengzong Mo looked at him in astonishment, feeling even more frustrated. How could even their brother succumb? Yunzong Shao paid them no mind. He was now immersed in the delights of the cuisine, seemingly having forgotten the purpose of attending the banquet tonight. Guizhong Yen and Hengzong Mo stood there in a daze. Neither eating nor not eating seemed appropriate, leaving them in an awkward situation. However, this spectacle attracted quite a few curious glances. Yizong Xinhua and Shozong Kaiyun were attention-grabbing beauties, being the pride of the 5 major families. With the addition of Guizhong Yen and others, the group became the focal point of the gathering. Only one person, Wang Ting, seemed to be an anomaly among them. Yet, precisely because of this, many people noticed him and speculated about his identity. Who could he be? How could he stand with the prodigies of the 5 major families, eating alongside the 2 prestigious ladies from the 2 major families? However, the subsequent scene left the onlookers even more astonished. This guy was a food enthusiast. With beautiful women around, he was actually engrossed in eating. Even the most straightforward guys wouldn't be so direct. Could this guy have been a starving ghost in his past life? A burst of laughter erupted from the crowd, and others joined in, chuckling secretly. Wang Ting paid no attention to the mockery, continuing to eat without a care. With so much delicious food available for free, he didn't want to miss out. He picked up an exotic fruit, directly stuffed it into his mouth, and with a couple of crunches, swallowed it down. Ha ha ha! Seeing this scene, the onlookers couldn't help bursting into laughter. Yizong Xinhua and Shozong Kaiyun glanced at Wang Ting. Seeing that he didn't care at all, they couldn't help but admire him a bit. If it were them, they might not be able to remain so composed. Tracy wanted to cover her face. This guy was embarrassing. Even as someone who hadn't eaten much of the 5 burial stars cuisine, she wouldn't be so unrestrained in her eating. After all, this guy was a universe explorer. Shouldn't he have more decorum? Bang! Just then, a dull sound echoed in the hall. What's happening? Wang Ting couldn't help but look up. The entertaining performance is about to begin. Yizong Xinhua elegantly handed her plate to an attendant, saying, "Let's go and have a look." "Wait for me." Wang Ting picked up some more food, holding his plate as he walked forward. "Let's go." Silence. Yizong Xinhua and Shozong Kaiyun shook their heads speechlessly. At this point, they also felt that this guy was probably a true food enthusiast. Describing him as a gourmet was an underestimation. He had far surpassed that. "Come on, don't just stand there," Wang Ting urged when he saw them still hesitating. The 2 women exchanged a glance, and sighed in exasperation, but didn't say much. They led Wang Ting towards the front. "Brother Han, if you enjoy these delicacies so much, I'll have someone prepare some for you when you leave," Shozong Kaiyun said. "Thank you." Wang Ting nodded. He continued, "It will be better if you can find the recipe. I can make it myself." You can cook too?" Shozong Kaiyun was taken aback. "When you're out and about, you can't let yourself go hungry, so I learned a bit of cooking and am a force chef," Wang Ting said. Chapter 2242. This is a foodie. Rock gambling. 3. Force chef. The 2 ladies exclaimed in surprise. "He's just a force chef. It's nothing. Has Brother Han's cooking skills reached the master level?" Guizhong Yen caught up with him and asked. "I'm not a master," Wang Ting shook his head. "If you're not at the master level, the force dishes you make must be ordinary. No wonder Brother Han looks as if he has never eaten delicacies before," Guizhong Yen said. "I'm a grandmaster," Wang Ting replied calmly. Guizhong Yen. Being a master was nothing special. They were ubiquitous in the universe. However, being a grandmaster was a different story. It wasn't easy to reach the grandmaster level. Even for a secondary profession like the force chef, which was not considered a top-tier career in the universe, gaining the title of a grandmaster commanded respect. This universe explorer in front of him was a grandmaster chef? Really? Do you need me to show you my secondary career class alliance certification? Wang Ting smiled. No need. Guizhong Yan fell silent for a moment, shaking his head. He quietly stepped back and joined Hengzong Mo, walking together like inseparable brothers. I didn't expect Brother Han to be a force chef grandmaster, Yizong Xinhua exclaimed. I just learned a bit casually, Wang Ting modestly replied. Learning casually and reaching grandmaster level isn't something to be modest about, Shozong Kaiyun chuckled. Wang Ting was taken aback for a moment. He smiled wryly. It seems I shouldn't be too modest. Now I'm curious, Brother Han, what other surprises do you have for us? Are all universe explorers this formidable? Yizong Xinhua looked at Wang Ting with curiosity. Nothing special. I just dabble in a few things. Wang Ting waved his hand. As they chatted, they reached a massive platform where many people had gathered. Wow! Are they gambling on ores? Wang Ting exclaimed in surprise. Yes, we have many exotic ores here. Some are sourced from major mines, while others are unidentified ores purchased from martial warriors. All of them have gambling value, Yizong Xinhua nodded. Let's go and have some fun. It's been a while since I gambled on ores, Shozong Kaiyun said with excitement. As they approached, the crowd in front parted to make way for them. Upon reaching the platform, Wang Ting and the others could see various rocks displayed on the counters. These rocks were diverse in shape and color, and their origins were hard to discern without substantial experience. Many people gathered around the rocks, discussing them enthusiastically, but few made a move. The ores available at the banquet were exceptionally expensive, beyond the reach of ordinary warriors. Accidentally buying worthless ore could deplete the fortune of even a heaven-stage martial warrior overnight. So, although many were interested in watching, relatively few were buyers. Do you want to try your luck, Brother Han? Yizong Xinhua suggested. Why not? I'm quite interested in this, Wang Ting replied with a smile. He was indeed intrigued by ore gambling. For someone like him, who had a unique advantage, ore gambling was essentially a risk-free endeavor. Moreover, he could unexpectedly obtain valuable treasures. Since the last time he gambled on ores on the Great Qian Empire's Great Qian planet, he hadn't come across a similar opportunity. This time, he finally had a chance to indulge. As usual, let's gamble and see whose rock is the most valuable, Hengzong Mo proposed. Agreed. Shozong Kaiyun nodded immediately. Considering that Wang Ting was new to this, she added, Brother Han, it's fine if you don't want to participate. How do you play? Wang Ting didn't immediately refuse but instead inquired. It's simple. The person with the highest value mined ore wins and can also acquire the ores opened by others, Yizong Xinhua explained. Count me in, Wang Ting nodded. This gameplay was similar to what he had experienced before, just without the UC as stakes, making it less offensive. Let's begin. One wonder if the knowledge of a universe explorer will come in handy here, Hengzong Mo said. You'll find out soon enough, Wang Ting replied with a smile. It seems Brother Han is quite confident, Yizong Xinhua looked at Wang Ting in surprise. Just playing around. The key is participation. Wang Ting waved his hand. Yizong Xinhua gave him a meaningful look, but didn't say more. She started to select her ore. Hengzong Mo, Guizhong Yan, Shozong Kaiyun, and the others had already begun choosing ores. Even Yunzong Xiao wasn't an exception. It seemed that the allure of ore gambling was irresistible to few. A subtle golden light flashed in Wang Ting's eyes as he activated the real eye. His gaze swept over the ores on the platform one by one. I've made my choice. It's this one. Hengzong Mo was surprisingly fast. In no time, he had selected an oar. All eyes were drawn to his selection. The oar he chose wasn't particularly large, weighing only 5,000 kilograms, inconspicuously placed on the platform. Among the numerous oars, this particular one had a relatively small volume, making it difficult to attract attention. However, its marked price was staggering, 550 million UC. For a 5,000 kilogram oar to be priced at 550 million UC, it was indeed a high valuation. The surrounding crowd was in an uproar. Each time a high-priced oar was purchased, it caused a significant stir. "Who's that? He bought a 550 million oar in one go. It's Hengzong Mo. He's the talent of the Hengzong family, Hengzong Mo. Hengzong Mo. It's him. No wonder. Hengzong Mo, you're quite generous this time. 550 million at once. Aren't you afraid of getting scolded when you go back?" Guizhongyan asked. Although the Five Burials Hotel was owned by the five major families, if they bought an oar and incurred such a loss, it would be a substantial sum, 550 million UC, to be precise. If you're going to play big. Recently, my mining skills have improved, and I have high hopes for this oar, Hengzong Mo said. Your mining skills have improved. Guizhongyan exclaimed in surprise. Hee, this time, you guys are destined to lose. Hengzong Mo grinned triumphantly. He deliberately kept it a secret before, revealing it now to catch them off guard and win against everyone. Chapter 2243, One Heart? 1. Mining Engineer. Wang Ting glanced at Hengzong Mo in surprise. He didn't expect him to be a mining engineer. Then, he used his real eye to look at the oar Hengzong Mo chose. He was even more astounded. A dazzling earthy-yellow glow caught Wang Ting's eyes. Even though it hadn't been mined yet, he could already sense the rich earth force within. It seemed that Hengzong Mo had some skill. The ore he chose contained an extremely rare precious material, undoubtedly raising the stakes. Hengzong Mo glanced at Wang Ting and casually said, "Brother Han, how about your choice?" "No hurry, let me take another look." Wang Ting shook his head, smiling wryly. Hengzong Mo seemed eager to win against him. "Take your time then," Hengzong Mo said with a hint of disdain in his eyes. "Wang Ting, he's looking down on you. Show him." Round Ball exclaimed. Wang Ting ignored it. He spoke casually, "Brother Hengzong, you'll have to wait a bit longer. I'm not as fast as you." Hengzong Mo. Why does it feel a bit strange? Yizong Xinhua and Shozong Kaiyun both had peculiar expressions. They seemed to understand, yet not quite. What was going on? "Brother Han, take your time. Patience is crucial in oar gambling," Shozong Kaiyun couldn't help but remind. Wang Ting smiled and nodded, saying no more. After some time, Yizong Xinhua, Shozong Kaiyun, and the others finished choosing their oars. Yunzong Xiao and Guizhong Yan weren't slow either. Seeing how quickly Hengzong Mo had chosen his oar, they had some competitive thought. Therefore, they didn't take much time to make their selections. Yizong Xinhua chose an oar worth 360 million. It wasn't as expensive as Hengzong Mo, but it wasn't cheap either. It was considered one of the more expensive oars. Shozong Kaiyun chose a 330 million one, which was about the same as Yizong Xinhua. It looked like she wanted to compete with Yizong Xinhua. Wang Ting glanced at the two women with a mysterious expression in his eyes. Though these two women appeared amicable on the surface, there was an undercurrent of competition between them, especially in Wang Ting's presence. This feeling was particularly strong, as if they had to prove whose charm was greater. It wasn't that they both liked Wang Ting. Rather, each wanted to prove her superiority over the other. Wang Ting shook his head, glanced at the oars chosen by the two women, raised an eyebrow, and wore a somewhat peculiar expression. Could these two girls be randomly picking oars? Do you have any understanding of or gambling? Wang Ting asked in a low voice. A bit, Izong Xinru replied without changing her expression. Wang Ting looked at Shozong Kaiyun again. I've played a few times. I had good luck. I've even mined some valuable ores before, Shozong Kaiyun said. Wang Ting felt like facepalming. His intuition was correct. These two girls were complete novices, knowing nothing. Whether they would win or lose entirely depended on luck. This time they would lose. Confirm. How about you both consider choosing another ore? Wang Ting hesitated for a moment and suggested. Since he wanted to build a good relationship and find a breakthrough point from these two women, Wang Ting naturally wanted to give them a bit of advice. He didn't want them to lose too embarrassingly. Choose another one? Izong Xinruo and Shozong Kaiyun looked at him in surprise and asked, Why? These two ores might not be very good. Wang Ting cleared his throat and said, Brother Han, you haven't chosen your ore, yet you're over there advising others. That's not very appropriate, Guizong Yan suddenly interjected. That's right. You'd better choose your ore quickly. Later, all the high-quality ores will be bought by others, and you'll end up losing miserably. One can see that there aren't many high-quality ores left around here, Hengzong Mo said. The so-called high-quality ores you mentioned, are they referring to the most expensive ones? Wang Ting asked. Exactly, Hengzong Mo said proudly. The ores here are carefully selected by prospectors and priced accordingly. In other words, the higher the price of the ore, the higher its quality. This is a well-known fact and is almost foolproof. Otherwise, our Five Burials Hotel's gambling reputation wouldn't be so great. Is that so? Wang Ting smiled noncommittally. If it were that simple, the fun of gambling on ores wouldn't exist. Brother Han, what he said is correct. The ores here are selected by prospectors before being offered for gambling. Although we can't guarantee a 100% gain, most of the time, the valuable materials extracted from these ores are among the highest in value, Izong Xinruo explained. I'm just reminding you. Whether to switch or not is up to you. Wang Ting smiled faintly, said no more, and continued to choose his ore. He had almost looked over all the ores and had naturally found several pieces with values that could surpass those chosen by Hengzong Mo and the others. However, in comparison, their prices were relatively high, so he wanted to take another look. As he mentioned, high prices didn't guarantee the highest value precious materials. If it were that simple, those prospectors would have long sliced open these ores and extracted the precious materials inside. They wouldn't have put them up for others to gamble on. Wang Ting could even guarantee that if all these ores were sold, some people might win the gamble, but the sellers would definitely not incur losses. Chapter 2244 One Heart? 2. Of course, if unexpectedly valuable precious materials appear, he couldn't guarantee that the sellers wouldn't feel regretful. This was the real charm of gambling on ores. Anything was possible. Izong Xinruo and Shozong Kaiyun exchanged glances with each other. Wang Ting's indifferent attitude made them uncertain. Brother Han, are you sure our ores 1T work? Shozong Kaiyun leaned forward and asked using voice transmission. I think so, Wang Ting replied. Shozong Kaiyun's expression kept changing, not knowing whether to believe Wang Ting or not. Are you changing? Izong Xinruo asked using voice transmission. I'll switch. What's the harm in giving him a chance? Shozong Kaiyun bit her lip and said, It's a good opportunity to see if he really has the skills. That's true. Using this to gauge the other's abilities isn't a loss. Izong Xinruo agreed. The two quickly switched to another ore and came to Wang Ting to confirm. Wang Ting took a glance, nodded, and these two were much better than RHE previous ones. They could gamble on appreciation. These two girls were quite lucky. There was still hope for them. Are you serious? Do you believe him? Hengzong Mo was speechless. Take care of yourself. Don't cry when you lose later, Izong Shinhua said. Me? Hengzong Mo seemed to find something extremely amusing, saying, You're thinking too much. How could one lose? The one who will lose is him. I'll wait and see, Izong Shinhua said. If I win, how about going on a date with me? Hengzong Mo looked at Izong Shinhua, his gaze burning with passion. No. Izong Shinhua rejected him without any hesitation. Why? Hengzong Mo's expression turned constipated. Her refusal was so straightforward. Did he have no face? Unwilling to accept it, he asked, Where am I worse than that pretty boy? You're too ugly. Looking at you makes me sick. Izong Shinhua bluntly stated. I $% and Hengzong Mo's face turned black. He wanted to curse. Damn, looking at him makes her sick. This statement wasn't strongly offensive, but extremely insulting. Hengzong Mo had never, any moment, doubted his appearance as much as he did now. Was he really that ugly? He couldn't accept it. Taking a deep breath, he sneered. You seem to believe in him a lot. Why don't you dare to bet now? Don't use such a low-level provocation. Believing or not is one thing, and betting is another. I'm not interested in gambling with you, Izong Shinhua said. Hengzong Mo was frustrated. Izong Shinhua didn't care about him at all. She wasn't even willing to bet with him. This was too much. Hengzong Mo turned angry from embarrassment. He glared at Wang Ting. He must win him, and let Izong Shinhua see that even if someone was good-looking, it didn't matter without the ability. It was just an attractive shell. In his view, the reason why Izong Shinhua was so indifferent to him was entirely due to the appearance of the pretty boy in front of her. Otherwise, even for the sake of the relationship between their families, Izong Shinhua wouldn't be so impatient with him. However, he didn't consider that if it weren't for his repeated entanglements and the appearance of Wang Ting, causing his mentality to be somewhat unbalanced, he wouldn't have repeatedly made various low-level mistakes. This led to Izong Shinhua's declining evaluation of him, ultimately becoming impatient. Comparisons were scary. If it were in the past, Izong Shinhua wouldn't be so impatient with Hengzong Mo, even if he looked a little less attractive, as long as his talent was strong enough. However, with the appearance of Wang Ting, Izong Shinhua couldn't help but compare the two and found that Hengzong Mo's character and behavior were indeed lacking. Sometimes, Izong Shinhua even thought that she should find an opportunity to explore other places instead of always practicing on RHE-5 burial stars. According to Wang Ting's description, the outer space had a lot to offer, comparable to the 5 burial stars. Meanwhile, Guizong Yan, who originally wanted to bet with Shozong Kaiyun, saw Hengzong Mo being retorted miserably and even had some signs of self-doubt. He immediately dispelled the idea. Better not seek trouble for oneself. However, he became more determined to win against Wang Ting. He must win. This guy's arrogance was too much. If he continued to show off, even Shozong Kaiyun might be attracted, and by then, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. Oh my God! On the other side, Wang Ting saw a pitch-black ore, and his eyes widened slightly. What did he see? Heart. In that ore there seemed to be a heart sealed in dust. However, under his real eye, he could see that the heart-like object was emitting a golden glow. Countless mysterious runes danced within the golden light, dazzling to the extreme. A heart inside the ore. Wang Ting felt a bit surreal. How could there be a heart inside a piece of ore that might have existed for countless years? This was impossible. He took a deep breath to force himself to calm took a deep breath to calm himself. He must buy this ore. No matter what was inside, he couldn't let it slip away. However, this ore can't be exposed. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. If it truly was a heart, its value would be too high. If exposed, it might attract unnecessary attention. He needed to act low-key to avoid unnecessary scrutiny. Quickly he made up his mind. His gaze swept over the surroundings, saying, "This one, that one, those. I'll take them all." Most of these were the ores he had found earlier, which had the potential for a significant rise in value. Of course, there were also a few that were sure to lose. Izong Shinhua and the others were stunned. What did this guy want to do by buying so many ores? Wholesale? Brother, this is ore gambling. This much? Can you afford it? Hengzong Mo was stunned for a moment. Then, he mocked Wang Ting. Pay. Wang Ting was too lazy to argue with him. Hengzong Mo's expression froze when he saw how wealthy Wang Ting was. Was this fellow so rich? Wang Ting had chosen a total of 18 pieces of ore, with a total price exceeding 5 billion UC. Even if Hengzong Mo was a scion of 5 major families, raking out so many universe coins at once would still be painful. However, looking at Wang Ting's appearance, he seemed extremely relaxed, saying to pay without any hesitation. A gap suddenly emerged. He found that he couldn't find any sense of superiority in front of Han Zhu. This guy seems to be quite rich. Izong Shinhua and Shozong Kaiyun couldn't help but exchange glances. Were universe explorers so wealthy? You're buying so much, don't tell me you're trying to win by quantity? That doesn't comply with the rules. At this moment, Guizong Yan spoke. You're thinking too much. I'm only gambling with you using this piece. Wang Ting casually selected a medium-sized ore from the purchased ones. The marked price was not high. Compared to Hengzong Mo and the others, it was undoubtedly very cheap. Everyone immediately looked over, and they couldn't help but be stunned. 56 million. Izong Shinhua and Shozong Kaiyun were stunned when they saw the price. Isn't this too hasty? Shozong Kaiyun had an expression of, "Are you kidding me?" and said with exasperation, "This price is too low." Although we all know that gambling on ore is all about the word gamble, the speculative nature of this ore is just too great. Izong Shinhua shook her head and said, "The appraisers priced it at 56 million UC for a reason. They don't have much confidence in this piece of ore." Ha ha ha, Hengzong Mo burst out laughing. He mocked, "You're bold. You want to compete with us using a piece worth just over 50 million. Is it not allowed?" Wang Ting asked innocently. "Yes, of course, of course." Hengzong Mo nodded hurriedly. Using this piece to compete with him was just perfect. He was sure to win. Izong Shinhua glared at Hengzong Mo and said, "You should change to another piece. This comparison is meaningless. You're being too biased towards him. He chose it himself." "It's none of my business," Hengzong Mo complained. Shozong Kaiyun glanced at Wang Ting and didn't say much. Although she had a good impression of Wang Ting, it didn't mean she would defend him everywhere. They had only known each other for less than a day. As for Izong Shinhua, she was surprised. The other party appeared to have a high opinion of Han Zhu. "Let's go with this piece." Wang Ting didn't explain further and stated directly. Chapter 2245. His luck is mysterious. Blue glow special water. Celestial spirit leaf. 1 U. Izong Shinhua frowned. She felt that her kindness was disregarded and turned a little annoyed. She had just chosen to believe in the other party, but this guy turned out to be so arrogant. A piece of ore worth just over 50 million couldn't possibly win against the ores worth over 500 million that Hengzong Mo and they had chosen. The difference in value was a whole tenfold, making the chance of winning extremely small. "Alright, stop talking about it. Since it's Brother Han's choice, we should naturally respect it," Shozong Kaiyun said with a faint smile. Her tone had become somewhat distant. This Han Zhu seemed a bit too audacious, and she couldn't help but wonder if he was just all talk and no substance. Wang Ting sensed it but just smiled faintly, choosing not to say much. "Okay, now that you've decided, let's start cutting the stones." Guizong Yan was afraid that Wang Ting might change his mind and said promptly. Cut the stones. Wang Ting nodded. I'll go first. Heng Zhang Mo shouted. Bring a stone-cutting master over to help me cut the stone. Several stone-cutting masters had been waiting on the side, and upon hearing his voice, they immediately came over. The people were also excited, realizing this was no small game. The value of several pieces of ore was in the hundreds of millions of universe coins. This was not a trivial matter. Many people recognized Guizhong Yan and the others, knowing they were all elites from the 5 major families. When they heard that they were going to cut stones for gambling, their interest naturally soared. Several skilled stone-cutting masters quickly set up the ore chosen by Heng Zhang Mo and started grinding the surface with a machine. Since the ore was so large, they didn't dare to cut it randomly. If it was damaged, more than half of the 500 million UC worth might be lost, significantly reducing its value. The crowd watched the scene nervously, holding their breath. Some even had beads of sweat forming on their foreheads, indicating their anxiety, though it was unclear why they were so nervous. Heng Zhang Mo clenched his fist and stared at the ore without blinking. Guizhong Yan, Yunzhang Xiao, Yizhang Xinhua, and the others also looked over, curious about what would be revealed from Heng Zhang Mo's chosen piece of ore. Only Wang Ting remained utterly calm, his expression unchanged. He had long known the value of this particular ore and was not the least bit anxious. After grinding the ore for a while, the stone-cutting master seemed to have found the right spot. He replaced the machine and began scraping away the layers with a stone-cutting knife. The knife was extremely sharp, accompanied by a piercing sound as it effortlessly peeled off the layers. There's a glow. Suddenly, someone shouted, startling everyone. All eyes turned to the cut surface. The stone-cutting master immediately stopped. He took some water and poured it down from the cut. Instantly, a faint yellow light was revealed. It's really glowing. Who shouted just now? Your eyes are so sharp. His eyes are so sharp. Only a faint glow was revealed, and it's in the powder. You can't see clearly at all. This piece of ore seems to be in for a significant increase. It glows so quickly. There must be a considerable content inside. The glow is an earth yellow color. It should be some kind of earth element or… What is it? The crowd discussed animatedly, exclaiming in astonishment. The quick manifestation of the glowing light indicated that the current piece of ore had a high likelihood of experiencing a substantial increase in value. A hint of joy appeared on Heng Zhangmo's face. He glanced at Wang Ting and Yizhang Xinhua before urging loudly, "Continue." "Yes." The stone-cutting master, not daring to be negligent, responded and continued to carefully work on the ore. This particular piece seemed very likely to experience a significant surge in value, and he needed to proceed with utmost caution to avoid any damage. However, this experienced stone-cutting master quickly and skillfully removed a considerable amount of the outer layer, revealing a dazzling glow of earthy yellow light. It's a rich force glow. There's something extraordinary inside this ore. This kind of fluctuation is from an earth element treasure. It seems like yellow spirit gold sand. Yellow spirit gold sand. It's really the yellow spirit gold sand. Incredible! This is going to surge in value. With such a large piece of yellow spirit gold sand, it's worth at least 8 billion UC. Master, quickly finish cutting and reveal it all. Heng Zhang Mo was ecstatic beyond words. He hadn't expected to uncover a piece of yellow spirit gold sand, an extremely precious earth attribute treasure capable of forging universe-level weapons. Although he had sensed that there might be an earth attribute treasure inside, he never anticipated it would turn out to be yellow spirit gold sand, such a high-level and valuable material. As a family of earth element martial warriors, the yellow spirit gold sand was particularly suitable for him. It could be used to forge his exclusive universe-level weapon. Sorry, everyone. One think I've won this round. Heng Zhang Mo laughed heartily. It's too early to say that. Our ores haven't been revealed yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Yunzong Shao coldly snorted. Hengzong Mo chuckled and didn't mind. He believed he had already secured victory. With over 500 million worth of ores revealing a yellow spirit gold sand valued at around 7 billion, such a significant increase practically guaranteed his triumph. Others might be unwilling to admit it, but it was just a desperate struggle until the end. Let them struggle. They wouldn't give up until the last moment. Hengzong Mo glanced at Wang Ting again, originally hoping to see a trace of shock on his face. However, Wang Ting remained extraordinarily composed, showing no signs of being moved. Pretending, still pretending. Hengzong Mo snorted coldly in his heart. Chapter 2246. His luck is mysterious. Blue Glow Special Water. Celestial Spirit Leaf. 2. Translator. Nice Translations Editor. Nice Translations. Izong Xinhua and Shozong Kaiyun shook their head. Tihei also believed that Wang Ting had little chance of winning. Even Yunzong Shao and Guizong Yin had slim chances. Hengzong Mo's luck was simply too good. He directly uncovered yellow spirit gold sand, an incomparable treasure. Izong Xinhua suddenly felt fortunate that she didn't make a bet with Hengzong Mo. If not, she would be obligated to go on a date with him. Hengzong Mo's piece of ore was finally completely revealed, a well-formed piece of yellow spirit gold sand. It occupied at least 2/3 of the ore, showing an astonishing concentration. Oh my God! This piece of yellow spirit gold sand is worth more than 8 billion. It's worth at least 12 billion. 11 yes, 12 billion you see. I'm willing to pay 12 billion you see. Are you selling it? Why will he sell it? He's a talent from the Hengzong family. Why will he sell it? A group of people lamented and sighed. If it were someone else who had uncovered the yellow spirit gold sand, they might have had a chance to buy it. However, since it was Hengzong, a prodigy from the Hengzong family, there was no hope. Ha ha ha! Hengzong Mo was in a great mood and couldn't help but laugh. He waved at the crowd saying, "Make way, make way. One won't sell this piece of yellow spirit gold sand. I'll keep it for myself. Who's next? Shall I go first or you?" Guizong Yin took a deep breath and looked at Yunzong Shao. "Let's go together," Yunzong Shao said. "All right, let's go together." Guizong Yin nodded. Seeing Hengzong Mo's significant gain, they couldn't wait any longer and decided to uncover their ores together. "We'll join in too." Izong Xinhua and Shozong Kaiyun also stepped forward. 2 ores and 4 ores were the same. It was better to do it together to save time. "Go, call a few more stone-cutting masters," Hengzong Mo ordered. After some time, more than 10 masters rushed over and started dissecting the ore. 4 ores were arranged in a row in front of everyone. The dozen or so masters formed 4 groups, simultaneously working on the ores. The crowd's emotions were completely stirred up. Hengzong Mo's significant gain had already attracted more and more people. So, the surroundings were packed and nobody was willing to leave. The piercing sound of stones scraping echoed continuously, but no one felt annoyed. Everyone was intensely focused on the 4 ores, their eyes barely enough, afraid to miss any details. "It's coming out! It's coming out! Yunzong Shao's ore is emitting a green light!" Someone suddenly exclaimed. Everyone looked over in unplanned unison. Wang Ting suddenly felt like laughing and gave Yunzong Shao a strange look. Yunzong Shao. To hell with being green. While it was true that the ore was emitting green light, the words just sounded so unpleasant. "Yunzong Shao, your seems not bad," Hengzong Mo said in surprise. "Naturally, my judgment wouldn't be wrong," Yunzong Shao replied. As they were talking, exclamations erupted from all around again. "Oh my God! Izong Xinhuo's ore is also emitting light, a blue glow. It seems like it's going to rise in value too." What kind of luck is this? One is better than the other. Are all these talents blessed by fate? Quick, look. Guizhong Yan's ore is also emitting light, a crimson glow. This is a fire element treasure. The concentration of force is amazing. I feel it too. Guizhong Yan's ore is not ordinary. Amidst the continuous exclamations, everyone's attention was drawn to the 3 ores successively emitting light, making it difficult for everyone to decide which one to focus on first. Yizong Xinhua looked at Wang Ting in astonishment. It emitted light. Was it a coincidence, or did the blind cat catch a dead mouse? Her previous resentment towards Wang Ting's arrogance and stubbornness wavered as she witnessed the ore she chose emitting light. Shozong Kaiyun also looked over, a hint of surprise in her eyes. With only her ore left, if it also emitted light, it would likely indicate that the other party indeed had some real ability. The Shozong Kaiyun's ore is also emitting light. At this moment, a louder exclamation rang out in the crowd. Shozong Kaiyun turned his head abruptly. There was a glow in his eyes, it was really glowing. Could it be? She took a deep breath, trying to keep calm as she waited for the ore to be completely uncovered. It was too early to say anything now. Only when it was completely uncovered would they know whether it rose or fell. Before long, all 4 ores were completely uncovered. Yunzong Xiao's ore turned out to be an 8th-grade wood element energy stone. It's worth at least 0 billion UC, a significant rise. Yunzong Xiao felt somewhat disappointed. He lost. Even though the ore rose in value to 9 billion UC, it couldn't beat Hengzong Mo Yizong Xinua's ore seems to be. Blue Glow Special Water. Blue Glow Special Water. This is a water element treasure. It's said to be excellent for refining, especially for crafting water element weapons. With this Blue Glow Special Water, it might even increase the success rate of forging eternal-level weapons. A cluster of Blue Glow Special Water is probably worth 10 billion UC, even more precious than Yunzong Xiao's 8th-grade wood element energy stone. Yizong Xinhua was pleasantly surprised. She didn't expect the ore she uncovered to rise to such an extent, surpassing even Yunzong Xiao. It was close to the value of Hengzong Mo's ore. She couldn't help but look at Wang Ting. Could it be that he saw through it? Yunzong Xiao, upon seeing the Blue Glow Special Water, initially showed a hint of unwillingness, but his eyes quickly turned fiery. 4 water element martial warriors. This Blue Glow Special Water was undoubtedly a precious treasure. If he could obtain it. Shozong Kaiyun's ore seems a bit strange. 1. It looks like amber? There's a leaf inside. A leaf. I wonder what kind of spirit herb leaf it is. Can anyone recognize it? The crowd observed the ore in front of Shozong Kaiyun, engaging in lively discussions, but they couldn't discern what it was. Among the onlookers were individuals with extensive knowledge, yet none of them recognized this particular item. This is the celestial spirit leaf. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the crowd. Everyone turned to look and saw a black-haired young man stepping forward, reaching the ore, and bending down to examine the leaf inside. Han Zhu, Yizong Xinhua and the others were momentarily stunned, and then they quickly reacted. This person was a universe explorer, known for his profound knowledge, which likely surpassed everyone present. Brother Han, do you recognize this item? Shozong Kaiyun asked excitedly, seemingly having forgotten the slight aloofness from before. I've seen it in an ancient text. This is a leaf from an ancient spirit tree, Wang Ting said with a faint smile. That particular spirit tree is called the Celestial Spirit Tree, and its leaf is known as the Celestial Spirit Leaf. Celestial Spirit Tree. Celestial Spirit Leaf. Everyone repeated his words. Their attention was attracted. What are the uses and effects of the Celestial Spirit Leaf? Yizong Xinhua asked. The Celestial Spirit Leaf is quite valuable. The leaves contain the essence of the Celestial Spirit Tree, and refining it can purify and enhance the force within one's body, Wang Ting explained. Purifying and enhancing the force. The crowd was slightly astonished. Every 100 years of growth, the celestial spirit leaf adds another vein. Judging from the veins in this celestial spirit leaf, it holds the essence of 3,000 years, providing substantial benefits to a heaven-stage martial warrior, Wang Ting continued. What? It can benefit a heaven-stage martial warrior? The crowd exclaimed in shock. So, what is the value of this celestial spirit leaf? Shozong Kaiyun swallowed nervously and asked. Based on my estimate, it can probably be sold for around 50 billion UC. Wang Ting looked at her and threw out a figure that stirred excitement. 50 billion. Shozong Kaiyun was dumbfounded. Even with her composure, hearing this value filled her with ecstatic joy. Wang Ting sighed. That was why he said that these two ladies were lucky. He just reminded them with a sentence. They casually picked 2 ores to give to him for appraisal, and then, then it turned out like this. Considering the value of these ores, he thought there was no need to say more. They could just buy them directly. Wang Ting didn't know if he should say their luck was good or bad. The first 2 ores they chose were simply awful, but the ones they picked later turned out to be such treasures. The contrast was too extreme. This luck was somewhat mysterious. However, in the eyes of the 2 women, this was entirely Wang Ting's credit. They felt it had nothing to do with them. If Wang Ting hadn't guided them, they wouldn't have bought these 2 ores at all. Chapter 2247. Does he know what's inside? 50 billion UC. A quiet hush fell over the surroundings as the astonishing number echoed, leaving everyone with a sense of surrealism. A mineral, initially valued in the hundreds of millions, had yielded a treasure worth 50 billion UC. What kind of luck was this? How do we know if it's worth 50 billion like what you've said? The uses of this so-called celestial spirit leaf are still open to debate. Hengzong Mo spoke up at this moment. 50 billion had completely surpassed the value of his ore. It wasn't just a small difference. It was an overwhelming excess of 38 billion. There was simply no comparison. Of course, if you don't believe it, you can check for yourselves. One believe, aside from me, there must be others who know the value of this celestial spirit leaf, Wang Ting said with a faint smile. In truth, most of the people already believed him. Wang Ting spoke convincingly, with reason and evidence that made it difficult not to trust him. Moreover, as he pointed out, there were still others who knew the value of this celestial spirit leaf. A lie like this would eventually be exposed. Lying was pointless. Hengzong Mo, what do you mean? Your ore can have a higher value but mine can't? Shozong Kaiyun said indignantly. At this moment, she was enveloped in a sudden joy, and she would not allow anyone to spoil it. What's more, Wang Ting was the one who guided her to choose this ore. Since he could choose such a highly valuable ore from among many, how could he not know its true worth? Her trust in Wang Ting was no longer the same as before. Money talks. However, she seemed to have forgotten that Wang Ting's ore had not been cut yet. As long as the value of Wang Ting's ore far exceeded everyone else's, all the treasures extracted would belong to him. From the beginning, Wang Ting was guaranteed to win. These 5 geniuses from the major families, even if they practiced eye discernment for another 100 years, wouldn't be able to play with Wang Ting. Humph! Hengzong Mo's expression turned ugly. He snorted and kept quiet. With eager anticipation, the crowd had enjoyed the spectacle of the celestial spirit leaf for a while and then shifted their focus to the last piece of ore. This ore belonged to Guizhong Yan. This is Fire Cloud Dark Ore. That's right, it's a Fire Cloud Dark Ore, an excellent material for forging fire element universe-level weapons, and its price is quite high. Who will give an estimate? Why not let this young brother make an estimate? His insight is unparalleled. The gazes of the crowd landed on Wang Ting, some wanting him to make an estimate, hoping to see if he truly had extraordinary abilities. "Brother Han, do you know anything about the fire cloud dark ore?" Guizhong Yin asked. "I have some knowledge," Wang Ting replied. "Then could you please help us estimate its value?" Guizhong Yin said. 15 billion. Wang Ting replied directly. 15 billion. Guizhong Yin raised his eyebrows. This price was slightly higher than Hengzong Mo's. He couldn't help but look towards an elderly man beside him. "This young brother's estimate is a bit high. In my opinion, the highest estimate should be 13 billion. The elderly man spoke. "This fire cloud dark ore weighs a total of 6,800 kilograms. In the virtual universe, there was once a piece of fire cloud dark ore weighing 3,200 kilograms, which sold for a price of 6 billion. Comparing this, selling this piece for 15 billion is not excessive, especially considering its larger volume," Wang Ting explained casually. The elderly man's expression changed slightly. He immediately accessed the virtual network, seemingly searching for something. After a moment, he glanced at Wang Ting and sighed, saying, "One underestimated the value. 1 am truly inferior. Truly inferior." The crowd's gaze towards Wang Ting changed once again. It seemed that this young man was indeed extraordinary. The elder was a famous mining engineer from the Five Burials Hotel, familiar with various treasures. His estimates were usually accurate, and many people trusted him to help appraise items. Unexpectedly, in front of this black-haired youth, he admitted that his estimate was not very accurate. This was clearly acknowledging that his estimate was not on point. 2 billion wasn't a small sum. Wang Ting smiled faintly. This elderly man had quite a thick skin. Failing to estimate accurately was one thing, but claiming to be conservative about it was trying to save face. He looked at the elderly man with a meaningful glance, making the old man feel a bit embarrassed. The elderly man couldn't help but be thankful that Wang Ting didn't press the issue further. Otherwise, he would have embarrassed himself even more. Hengzong Mo's expression became extremely unsightly. It was alright that Shozong Kaiyin's ore was more valuable than his. After all, it hadn't been confirmed. But now, even Guizhong Yan's ore exceeded his. He had no room to refute, and no matter how he looked at it, he was already a definite loser. At this moment, the phrase, "Don't celebrate too early," perfectly described his situation. "Does this mean that Sister Kaiyin's ore has the highest value?" Izong Xinhua said. "Isn't there still one person who hasn't cut his rock?" Guizhong Yan looked at Wang Ting, sneering. "What are you waiting for? Are you afraid to extract your 50 million ore after seeing ours?" "You misunderstood." Wang Ting smiled slightly. "The most valuable one naturally has to be kept for last." "The most valuable?" Hengzong Mo gave a cold laugh. "You're overestimating yourself. Don't talk about Kaiyin's ore. Even mine is something you can't surpass. My ore was chosen by Brother Han." Shozong Kaiyun suddenly spoke up. Hengzong Mo, Guizhong Yin and Yunzong Xiao were shocked. They suddenly remembered that Izong Xinhua and Shozong Kaiyun changed their rocks because of this guy's suggestion. For a moment, everyone fell silent, their gazes filled with suspicion as they looked at Wang Ting. "Go ahead and cut it." Wang Ting handed the ore to a stone cutter. The master immediately nodded and took it over seriously. He prepared to cut the ore. The attention of the surrounding crowd was immediately drawn. The young man's recent performances indicated that he was no ordinary person. Now, everyone wondered what kind of ore his piece would reveal. Izong Xinhua and Shozong Kaiyun moved closer. Whether Han Zhu could prove his true abilities depended on this piece of ore. If it truly revealed an ore far superior to everyone else's, all doubts would dissipate, and no one would dare to say anything against him. Buzz! The harsh scraping sound echoed as the stone cutter, wielding an oddly shaped stone cutting knife, focused intently on the task. His hands were steady, showing no signs of tremor even while scraping the extremely hard stone skin. Such precision and stability were unattainable without rich experience and formidable strength. Every stone-cutting master possessed unique skills. As time slowly passed, layers of stone skin were peeled away, and the originally not so large ore became smaller and smaller. In the blink of an eye, only half of its original size remained, leaving the onlookers somewhat disappointed. It was halfway through. It looked like this ore was a losing gamble. "Brother Han, is this the ore you plan to use to win against all of us?" Hengzong Mo couldn't help but sneer. "Don't be in such a hurry. It will be out soon." Wang Ting looked at him calmly and smiled. Yizong Xinhua and Shozong Kaiyun were initially very worried, but seeing him maintain his usual composure, they relaxed a bit. However, their curiosity grew. The ore had been reduced to half its size. How could it possibly surpass everyone else's ores? At this point, they weren't as concerned about their own victories or defeats as they were about whether Wang Ting could surpass everyone. It seemed even more intriguing to them. If Wang Ting won, it would demonstrate an unimaginably high level of mining skills, turning him into a great treasure. For women, the most enjoyable aspect was often the process of discovering treasures. Hengzong Mo's face turned black. This fellow always looked as if victory was in his grasp. This irked him. Yunzong Shao and Guizong Yen remained quiet, their expressions slightly solemn as they continued to wait. As for the spectators, many of them were now beginning to doubt Wang Ting's abilities. Could this young man possibly have miscalculated? "There's a glow." Suddenly, a cry of astonishment rippled through the crowd, causing a collective gasp among the onlookers. Finally, it was unveiling its brilliance. If it didn't reveal itself soon, the banquet would nearly be over. The stonecutter, too, suddenly became more alert. He swiftly fetched water and rinsed away the surface stone dust, revealing a faint white glow. A white glow. Everyone was surprised. They sensed their surroundings carefully and were astounded. Is this the fluctuation of light force? Could it be a light element treasure inside this ore? Wow! If it's a light element treasure, its value is immeasurable. Quick, quick, master, hurry up and finish cutting it. So many people are waiting. Yizong Xinhua, Shozong Kaiyun, and the others were flabbergasted. They couldn't help but glance at Wang Ting. He maintained a faint smile, seemingly unimpressed even when a white glow emerged from the ore. It might be a light element treasure, but it didn't appear to surprise him. Could it be that he already knew what was inside? This absurd thought appeared in Yizong Xinhua and Shozong Kaiyun's minds. However, they immediately dismissed it. No martial warrior could see what was inside various ores. This had been tested and confirmed. The energy inside the ores was exceptionally unique. Some ores even naturally formed certain runes like a kind of seal. Thus, even with spiritual power, it was impossible to perceive clearly. This was a self-protective mechanism of special ores, concealing their radiance, and the mystical items remain hidden. That was the meaning. Therefore, Han Zhu could only rely on his rich experience to judge the value of this ore. This was the brilliance of a mining engineer, something ordinary martial warriors couldn't compare to. The hands of the stone cutter master trembled slightly. This was a light element treasure. In all his years of extracting stones, he had never come across a light element treasure. Encountering one now was incredibly exciting. Look at the envy in the eyes of several stone cutter masters around them. Why couldn't they experience this boastful event in their entire lives? But now, they couldn't afford to be the slightest bit negligent. The master took a deep breath to calm himself and then continued to focus on cutting the stone. Crack! All eyes were drawn to the scene where the stone's surface layer was gradually scraped off, revealing a translucent white crystal underneath. In an instant, a burst of holy and dazzling white light radiated in all directions. Chapter 2248. The Pill in the Ore, 7-star Sage Pill. Swoosh. Dazzling white light illuminated the surroundings. The radiance, sealed for countless years, was now completely unleashed. The brilliance was so intense that it overshadowed all the lights in the hall, and the various gemstones embedded in the walls lost their luster. People couldn't help but squint their eyes, temporarily unable to see the situation inside the ore. Gasp! A chorus of gasps erupted from the surroundings. Everyone couldn't help but feel excited. Judging from this momentum, it seemed like the value was going to skyrocket. Hengzong Mo and Guizhong Yan immediately had unpleasant expressions. They had a premonition that the value of this ore might truly surpass theirs. Yizhong Xinhua and Shozong Kaiyun widened their beautiful eyes, feeling a bit dreamy. They had indeed bet on the right horse, and it seemed like something extraordinary was about to be revealed. They were appalled. The remaining volume of that ore was only half of its original size, not even 1/10 of their ores, yet it contained such a treasure. It was truly unbelievable. What is this? It must be a light element treasure, but I wonder what it is exactly. Of course, it's a light element treasure, but we can't see clearly. There's no way to determine. Could this be the legendary concealing radiance? Now unsealed, its radiance is completely unleashed. It's likely. The more precious something is, the more intense the radiance when it's revealed. Wait a minute, do you guys see something inside that crystal? At these words, the crowd swarmed forward like a hive of bees, wanting to get a clear look inside the crystal. Originally thought to be a special light element ore, it now seemed that the true treasure might lie within. There was something inside the crystal. Yizhong Xinhua, Shozong Kaiyun, and the others were surprised. They hurriedly came forward too. Make way! Hengzong Mo and the others felt an increasing ominous premonition. At this point, they didn't care about offending people and directly shouted, wanting to see what was inside. They wanted to see what was inside with their own eyes. At this moment, they still held a glimmer of hope. Even if it was a light element treasure, it wouldn't matter if its value wasn't high enough to surpass theirs. Many people around were reluctant but dared not voice their anger. After all, they were dealing with the geniuses of the 5 major families. They could only step aside. Finally, the radiance on the surface of the crystal gradually converged, allowing them to see what was inside. It's a pill. Everyone widened their eyes, and when they saw what was inside the crystal, they were all dumbfounded. They shouted in disbelief. One pill. It's really a pill. Inside this light element crystal is actually a pill that has been sealed for who knows how many years. My goodness, how can a pill be sealed like this? The crowd erupted into excitement as a pill was unexpectedly revealed within the ore. This was an extremely rare occurrence. While it had happened before, it was so infrequent that many deemed it almost impossible. Some had never witnessed such an event. However, those who knew understood that pills sealed within ores were exceptionally precious. They possessed a self-protective ability, allowing them to remain sealed to resist external energy erosion. Otherwise, they would eventually degrade into useless pills. That was why alchemists often stored pills in jade vials inscribed with runes, fearing contamination or the dissipation of medicinal power. So, if a pill was extracted from an ore, it unequivocally indicated that the pill was extraordinary. It was no wonder the crowd was so exhilarated. This, an elder emerged from the crowd, his eyes filled with excitement as he gazed at the pill inside the crystal. He was so overwhelmed that he couldn't find the right words. Grandmaster Yun Dang. Many people recognized the elder's identity and were shocked. It's Grandmaster Yun Dang. He's here too. Grandmaster Yun Dang? Who is that? Why haven't I heard of him? Ignorant. Grandmaster Yun Dang is a famous Grandmaster alchemist in our 5 Burial Stars Secondary Career Alliance. He's a Grandmaster alchemist. No wonder he was so excited when he saw the pill. Grandmaster Alchemist. Wang Ting glanced at him in surprise. He didn't expect to meet a Grandmaster Alchemist here. Was this fate? Grandmaster Yundang, do you recognize this pill? Someone couldn't help but ask. This is the 7-star sage pill. Grandmaster Yundang took a deep breath, his eyes radiating a passionate light as he spoke. 7-star sage pill. What is this pill? Daring to bear the name sage, could it be a divine-level pill? Upon hearing the name of the pill inside the crystal, the crowd erupted into discussions with expressions of astonishment on their faces. You guessed it right. This 7-star sage pill is indeed a divine-level pill, and it's an extremely rare light element divine-level pill. Grandmaster Yundang took a deep breath and said, I never expected that in my lifetime I would come across such a rare ancient pill. It's truly worth living for. A light element divine-level pill. Wow. The crowd gasped, finding it hard to believe their ears. Grandmaster Yundang, what are the effects of this pill? Yizong Xinhua peered at Wang Ting, then at the pill. Her curiosity getting the better of her. This pill can help light element universe stage martial warriors break through to the eternal stage. Grandmaster Yundang looked at Wang Ting with complicated eyes as he spoke. What? It can help light element universe stage martial warriors break through to the eternal stage. The expressions on everyone's faces were as if they had seen a ghost. They couldn't believe that a mineral worth just over 50 million could yield such an extraordinary pill. What luck was this? Yizong Xinhua expanded her beautiful eyes, looking at Wang Ting in astonishment. Shozong Kaiyun covered her mouth. Hengzong Emo, Guizong Yen, and Yunzong Shao's expressions froze. They stared at the pill in amazement before turning to look at Wang Ting. What kind of luck did this guy have to find such a treasure? For a moment, the three of them were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. There was no need for further appraisal. The value of this pill undoubtedly exceeded that of all of them. Even if the value of all the ores they had bid on was combined, it was likely still lower than the 7-star sage pill. It wasn't even worth mentioning. The gap was insurmountable. Wang Ting remained extremely calm. He had long seen that this should be a light element pill, and he even noticed strands of eternal matter within it. Therefore, this pill wasn't just a supreme rank pill, it was undoubtedly of divine level quality, surpassing the ores of all the others. He wanted to impress Yizong Xinhua and the others, so he needed to showcase something stunning. If he only slightly surpassed them, it wouldn't be impressive enough. To leave an indelible mark, he had to find a treasure that would awe everyone present. As for whether this light element divine level pill might attract unwanted attention, he had already considered an escape plan and wasn't afraid of prying eyes. How much is this 7-star sage pill? Shozong Kaiyun couldn't help but ask. Even I cannot estimate its price. This pill is an ancient one, extremely rare in the present era. Its formula cannot even be found anymore. Only an alchemy saint's assessment can determine its value, Grandmaster Yundang replied. Only an alchemy saint's assessment can determine its value. The crowd was astounded. They realized that the value of this pill far exceeded their imagination. Everyone looked at Wang Ting with eyes filled with admiration and envy. Purchasing such an ore for 50 million wasn't just an increase in value. It was soaring to unimaginable heights. Many finally believed that the young man before them was undoubtedly a highly skilled mining engineer, as it would be impossible to find such a valuable or otherwise. Brother Han, you're impressive. Yizong Xinhua looked at Wang Ting in admiration and expressed her sincere thoughts. Yes, such expertise is truly beyond ordinary people. Shozong Kaiyun nodded in agreement. Her stare toward Wang Ting now carried not just casualness but also a trace of flattery and eagerness to please. A universe explorer with such profound skills in the mining field would undoubtedly be treated as an esteemed guest even by universe stage powerhouses. I'm just lucky. Wang Ting smiled calmly. The two women were speechless. His way of being modest never changed. Was this explanation plausible? If so, how would they explain their two previous ors? They wouldn't believe him. May I ask if you, sir, are willing to sell this pill? Someone couldn't help but ask loudly. At this point, they dared not casually call Wang Ting brother anymore. Instead, they addressed him with utmost respect. A mining engineer who could extract such a treasure deserved nothing less. Many instantly turned their attention as soon as they heard the inquiry. They were equally interested in this pill. Those who could enter the Five Burials Hotel had significant backgrounds, likely backed by universe stage powerhouses. Naturally, they were interested in such a divine-level pill and had the qualifications to purchase it. The 7-star Sage pill could assist Light Element Universe stage martial warriors in breaking through to the Eternal stage. Even if their patrons didn't require it, they could exchange it with other Light Element Universe stage martial warriors for the treasures they desired. Those Light Element Universe stage martial warriors would undoubtedly be willing to offer significant prices for such a precious and rare pill. How do I address you? Grandmaster Yundang asked. Han Zhu. A universe explorer roaming the universe. Wang Ting smiled. Universe explorers. Grandmaster Yundang was stunned for a moment. Then, he solemnly paid his respects. A young man with such profound knowledge turned out to be a learned universe explorer. No wonder he was able to find such a treasure. He seemed to possess genuine skills. The surrounding assembly was also amazed, and their admiration for Wang Ting grew. I didn't know you're a universe explorer. I apologize for my disrespect. Grandmaster Yundang bowed and introduced himself. I'm the Grandmaster Alchemist guarding the 5 burial planets from the Secondary Career Alliance. Grandmaster Yundang, you're too kind. Wang Ting returned the salute. Mister, if you're willing to sell this pill, I can ask an alchemy saint from the Secondary Career Alliance to appraise it. I guarantee you won't suffer any loss, Grandmaster Yundang offered. He was representing the Secondary Career Alliance now. He knew that with his wealth, he wouldn't be able to acquire this pill. However, for the entire Secondary Career Alliance, this ancient pill with a lost formula held significant research value. There was a possibility that the alchemy saints among them could revive the splendor of this ancient pill. Grandmaster Yundang, that's not fair. The 5 families haven't made their offers yet. How can you act preemptively? At this moment, a voice came from the rear. Chapter 2249 Chaos Coins. 5 Burial Token. 1. The sudden sound drew the attention of the crowd. Wang Ting, slightly taken aback, turned to look behind him. Several figures were approaching from a distance, commanding an imposing presence. The onlookers instinctively made way for them. Universe stage martial warriors. A gleam flashed in Wang Ting's eyes as he immediately discerned the strength of these approaching figures. The radiance of their force far surpassed that of Heaven stage martial warriors. They were unquestionably universe stage powerhouses. It's the 5 family heads. Grandmaster Yundang wore a wry smile on his face, bowing slightly in greeting. No need for formalities, Grandmaster Yundang. One of the figures replied, returning the gesture. 5 family heads. A thought crossed Wang Ting's mind. There were 5 individuals in total, their features somewhat resembling those of Hengzong Mo and his companions. Could they be the heads of the 5 major families? Old man, you guys arrived pretty quickly. Guizhong Yen addressed a middle-aged man among the group. You brat, couldn't you have informed me of such a significant matter in a more timely manner? If it weren't for the quick response of the mining engineers from the 5 Burials Hotel, I wouldn't have known that such a miraculous object had appeared here. Guizhong Feng scolded with a hint of irritation. Then, his gaze fell upon the elixir within the crystal, and his eyes showed a subtle tremor. Upon receiving the news, he found it hard to believe. Now, seeing the object in person, his heart trembled even more. Never did he expect to encounter such an ancient and divine-grade pill. Merely from the faintly emanating sacred aura, one could discern the extraordinary nature of this pill. Yizong Xinhua, Shozong Kaiyun, and the others approached, paying their respects and standing by their respective elders. "Aunt, let me introduce you. This is the Universe Explorer who unraveled the 7-star sage pill, Han Zhu." Yizong Xinhua brought a woman in her 30s to Wang Ting's side and introduced them to each other. "Brother Han, this is my aunt, Yizong Bai, the head of the Yizong family." "Leader Yizong, nice to meet you." Wang Ting bowed. "I didn't expect someone as young as you to be a universe explorer, and with such profound expertise in mining engineering. Surely, you must be a master mining engineer?" Yizong Bai smiled slightly. "My mining mastery is almost at the Grandmaster level." Wang Ting smiled. Grandmaster level. Yizong Bai had initially asked merely out of courtesy, thinking that reaching the master level was already impressive. However, now she was surprised to hear that he was nearing the Grandmaster level. She was shocked. A mining engineer at the Grandmaster level was not someone to be underestimated. Guizhong Feng and the others, hearing Wang Ting's words, were equally astonished. Guizhong Yan and the other young talents were speechless. Their faces were as black as the bottom of a pot. This fellow's mining mastery was almost at the Grandmaster level. Was he trying to trick them? "Aunt, you don't know, but Brother Han helped Sister Kaiyun and me select the 2 ores as well," Yizong Xinhua added. "Oh!" Yizong Bai raised her slender eyebrows, even more amazed. Before coming, she naturally knew that Yizong Xinhua and the others' ores rose in value, but she didn't know that the ores of these 2 women were picked by the young man before her. If it was true, then the young man's mining skills were indeed not to be underestimated. 1 ore could be attributed to luck, but 3 consecutive ores were not something that could be easily explained by luck alone. Unless the luck of this young man was truly heaven-defying. "Your mining skills are truly admirable," Guizhong Feng remarked. The other family heads also echoed their agreement, signaling friendliness towards Wang Ting. On the side, Hengzong Mo and his companions became even more displeased. They disapproved of Wang Ting, yet their elders were being exceptionally polite and friendly towards him, causing them considerable frustration. "You're too kind," Wang Ting replied with a faint smile. Facing the flattery from the crowd, he remained remarkably calm without a hint of disturbance in his heart. These people were only interested in the 7-star sage pill, and perhaps they also valued his mining abilities. "We also want to purchase this 7-star sage pill. I wonder if you can give us some face." After some small talk, Guizhong Feng finally got to the point. "Since we are all interested in this 7-star sage pill, why not see who can offer a higher price?" Grandmaster Yundang suggested. He naturally wouldn't let the 7-star sage pill slip away from him. While the 5 major families held considerable power in the 5 burial stars, they might not dare to confront the Secondary Career Alliance directly. Regardless of the location, the Secondary Career Alliance was an immensely influential force. Offending them would likely result in displeasure among all the warriors on the 5 burial stars. After all, the Secondary Career Alliance not only had alchemists, who were most essential to martial warriors, but also blacksmiths, rune experts, doctors, and other secondary professionals closely linked to martial warriors. Offending such a group of people would be an unwise move for the 5 burial stars. "Grandmaster Yundang, you are an alchemist. You've seen all kinds of elixirs. Why compete with us?" Yizong Bai remarked. "Head Yizong, you're wrong. This 7-star sage pill is ancient and lost. Handing it over to our secondary career alliance is the only way to unleash its maximum potential. We hope to decipher the lost elixir formula through this pill and bring benefits to more martial warriors in the future. Grandmaster Yun Dang greeted the people around with a fist and spoke. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.